I lost the bet, and they want me to marry an ugly woman. Chapter 1, Let Me Marry an Ugly Woman. Sniffing the distinct scent of milk on the young Mrs. Sun, as well as the large swath of pale skin barely hidden before him, Lin Han quickly shifted his gaze away. Even though he took several deep breaths, he couldn't mask the heat that had spread across his face. Young Mrs. Sun was clearly trying to seduce him. Lin, the child hasn't been drinking much milk these past few days, and it's making me so uncomfortable. It's just so painful. As she spoke, Mrs. Sun intentionally leaned closer, and the warm breath from her nose and mouth hit Lin Han's face in waves. Her eyes were filled with longing, almost as if they wanted to melt him. How about coming over to my place tonight, Lin? You can help me out, everyone says you're good with your hands. Anyway, my husband's gone to the city to buy seeds, and I'm home alone. Lin Han's head swayed like a rattle, and his body instinctively took several steps back. No need, I'll just prescribe some medicine for you later. Seeing Lin Han's embarrassment, Mrs. Sun couldn't help but chuckle softly. Hee, don't tease Lin like that. Yeah, it's just blocked milk. Have your husband come home and help you out, what's the big deal? Mrs. Sun didn't respond, instead humming lightly as she took the medicine Lin Han handed her. But even then, she couldn't help but lightly brush her fingertip across his palm. She blinked her eyes. Lin, I'll be waiting for you tonight. Lin Han finally let out a breath of relief as he watched Mrs. Sun walk away. Half an hour later. After sending off the last villager, Lin Han sat on the bench, sighing deeply. Looking at the date, he realized he'd been living on Luofeng Mountain for nearly 10 years. From an orphan, homeless and wandering in society, to now mastering all his master's skills. It felt almost like a dream, and Lin Han couldn't quite tell if it was real or just an illusion. Just as he was about to take a quick nap, something suddenly caught his eye. A figure was quickly approaching from afar. The steep steps seemed easy for this person to navigate. Master! When he finally recognized who it was, Lin Han's face lit up with excitement. Master, how are you back so soon? Didn't you say you were going to stay with the Su family in the Magic City for a few days? Lin Han hurried to take the luggage from his master, but before he could finish speaking, he noticed that his usually talkative master had his head down, and his gaze seemed a little evasive. What's wrong, master? Oh, it's nothing, the old man shook his head. But even as he spoke, his eyes furtively darted over to Lin Han's face. There was no way around it. He, a renowned celestial master with extraordinary skills in feng shui, medicine, and martial arts, had been tricked. How could he admit that? But he couldn't keep it from Lin Han forever after all. The Su family from the Magic City was pressing him for results. With a deep breath, the old man patted Lin Han on the shoulder. Good disciple, I've wronged you. Their words stunned Lin Han. The old man from the Su family is a scoundrel. He tricked me into a bet while I was drunk. I didn't notice, and I ended up losing. Lin Han furrowed his brow. And then? The old man sighed deeply, then continued. Well, it's nothing, it's just that you've been given to the Su family as their son-in-law. Before Lin Han could react, the old man continued. But when you think about it, you're of the right age to settle down, and the Su family has a lot of power in the Magic City. Though they are not as powerful as the top 3 families, they treat you well. Lin Han finally understood. His master had gambled him away to the Su family as an in-law, no less. But Lin Han was confused. The Su family was a well-known clan, and their daughter, Aoxue, was one of the top beauties in the Magic City. So many people were chasing her. Yet here he was, with nothing to offer, and somehow this was a good deal for him? It sounded like a celebration. How could his master not see this obvious fact? Just as Lin Han was trying to understand, the old man pulled out an envelope from his luggage and handed it to Lin Han before quickly leaving. Good disciple, my skills have reached a bottleneck. I need to go out and travel. Just go to the Su family and be their son-in-law. Don't worry about me. The voice of his master echoed from a distance, and only then did Lin Han snap out of it. With a confused look in his eyes, he opened the envelope, but when he saw the photo inside, he froze in place. There was a picture of a woman, so large it could barely fit on the palm of his hand. Her body was so round that it seemed her dress might burst open. Her plump lips looked like 2 sausages hanging from her face. Being overweight was one thing, but this woman was downright ugly. And then there was her height. Lin Han's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? This is Aoxue. She is so ugly. I'm supposed to marry this fat woman. Lin Han felt like his world had shattered. He was even more curious about what kind of standards the younger generation of the Magic City had, if this heavy-set, unattractive woman was considered desirable. Forget her size, she was hideous. Was it really all for the Su family's wealth and status? The thought of marrying the woman in the photo, and the night of the wedding, being pinned under her. Lin Han shuddered violently, his face filled with panic as he shook his head in disbelief. It would be better to settle for young Mrs. Sun. At least Mrs. Sun had a good figure and was seductive. No. I can't marry someone like her. I'm still a virgin. Only then did Lin Han realize what had happened. No wonder his master had been acting so strangely earlier. And even more so, had run away. Grinding his teeth in fury, Lin Han cursed his master a dozen times over in his head. I'm calling off this marriage. I'm going to the Su family to call off the engagement. With a furious slam, Lin Han closed the doors of the Taoist temple and didn't even bother to clean up the clothes left outside. He hurriedly made his way down the mountain. Meanwhile, at the foot of Luofeng Mountain, a black business car was waiting. Inside, Aoxue was pouting, occasionally shooting displeased glances out the window. Miss, I really don't understand what charm Lin Han has that would make you come all this way to pick him up. The family's butler, who had watched Aoxue grow up, added, also, if I'm not mistaken, the man who hurriedly left earlier was Lin Han's master, right? Aoxue tilted her head, and her reflection appeared in the black glass, showing her stunning face. You don't understand. It's my grandfather who has been tricky, and that is how Lin Han became our son-in-law. But now, what era is this? Besides, my marriage must be in my control. Aoxue spoke, her small, exquisite nose snorting in displeasure. And I'm sure Lin Han won't want to be our son-in-law. Not only that, but he will come to my grandfather to call off the marriage. The butler frowned. Why do you say that? Aoxue didn't respond, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of cunning. Chapter 2, Get Lost. To the butler, as long as Lin Han wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't give up on this chance for rapid success. However, seeing Aoxue's confident expression made the butler even more puzzled. A few minutes later, the silence in the car was finally broken by Aoxue's soft hum. Looking at Lin Han's gradually approaching figure, Aoxue looked him up and down. He's quite handsome, much better than those rich second-generation heirs from Magic City. But to become my husband, he clearly isn't enough. As soon as she finished speaking, Aoxue took the lead and stepped out of the car. Seeing this, the butler, realizing what was happening, hurriedly panicked, fearing that Aoxue, who had no fear of anything, might clash with Lin Han. Get in the car with me. Aoxue took the initiative, walking up to Lin Han. Who are you? Lin Han frowned. This is the young lady of the Su family. Just as the butler was about to reveal her identity, Aoxue quickly interrupted and gave the butler a meaningful glance. With just one look, the butler swallowed his words and fell silent. I am Aoxue's younger sister. I came to pick you up when I heard you're the Su family's son-in-law to avoid any more complications. At these words, Lin Han's anger, which had just calmed down, flared up again. Especially when he heard Su family, the image of the ugly and fat woman from the photo flashed in his mind. He shuddered. How terrifying. Too terrifying. Let's go. Lin Han snorted, getting into the car immediately. Soon, the scenery outside the car was quickly retreating. Your Su family is really something. As soon as he sat in the car, Lin Han started harshly. Taking advantage of my master being drunk, you arranged for me to be a son-in-law. Aoxue wasn't angry at all. Her reaction to Lin Han's words was expected. Do you know how many people dream of becoming a son-in-law of the Su family? Lin Han's eyes filled with disgust. Those people are simply bewitched. They would marry an ugly and fat woman for money and status. Aoxue took a deep breath, constantly trying to calm herself, but she still instinctively clenched her fists. However, Aoxue hadn't reached her goal yet. She needed to continue testing Lin Han to figure out his intentions. You're cursing, but aren't you in a hurry to go to the Su family? Don't you worry about it being a long night full of dreams and want to become the Su family's son-in-law as soon as possible. I've seen plenty of men like you who say one thing but mean another. Lin Han rolled his eyes at Aoxue and, in his mind, couldn't help but wonder. How could two sisters from the same family look so different? You don't know anything. Lin Han retorted. I'm not going to the Su family to get married. I'm going to annul the engagement. As soon as those words left his mouth, both Aoxue and the butler were stunned. But immediately, a wave of joy appeared on Aoxue's face. Sure enough, everything was going as she expected. Her marriage had been saved. But before she could rejoice for long, Lin Han seemed to open up and kept shouting. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Your Su family is terrible. Aoxue is so fat and ugly. She looks like a short cannonball. She'd probably scare people if she walked out at night. If I were Aoxue, I'd just hang myself. Breathing air is a waste of life, and taking up land when dead is a waste of space. Aoxue. Listening to Lin Han's harsh words, Aoxue froze, and a trace of anger rose in her heart. How could Lin Han be like this? He curses like a crazy woman. But thinking about how all of this was her doing, she could only swallow her anger and not show any unusual reactions, fearing that Lin Han might catch on. Not only that, she had to keep agreeing with Lin Han. Gritting her teeth, she nodded. Yes, you're right. The entire scene was observed by the butler through the rearview mirror. Especially the sight of Aoxue gritting her teeth but helplessly enduring, which made the butler almost burst out laughing. No wonder the young lady was so eager to pick up Lin Han personally. It turned out she had set a trap to make Lin Han think Aoxue was an ugly woman, so she could see him annul the engagement as she wished. Clever. Very clever. I'll definitely make fun of her when I meet Aoxue. The Su family isn't short on money, why doesn't she just get a facelift? Lin Han was still babbling on. Unable to listen any longer, Aoxue took a deep breath. Without warning, she picked up the headrest and slammed it at Lin Han. Lin Han, I'll fight you. Shut up. Half an hour later, the car entered the city area of Magic City. The towering buildings were bathed in sunlight, with crowds bustling on the streets. The unique atmosphere of a big city, combined with the wind, hit them face on. As they neared the Su family's doorstep, suddenly, the butler let out a soft hum. What's going on? Why are there so many people gathering at the entrance of the Su family? The butler wondered aloud. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. After answering, he didn't say much, but his expression visibly darkened. Soon, the butler hung up the phone, parked the car by the side of the road, and turned to Aoxue with a serious look on his face. Master said that it's that boy from the Li family who's trying to blackmail the Su family. He's demanding a marriage alliance with the Su family, or else the Su family will lose the upcoming medical competition. He told you to avoid going back for now. Aoxue was immediately alarmed upon hearing this. She knew exactly who their boy from the Li family was. The young master of one of the three major families in Magic City, the Li family, was known for his scheming and treacherous nature. Over the years, he had ruined the purity of many girls. Li Shan. He was also one of the many rich heirs pursuing her. So what's going on with these people? Aoxue asked anxiously, pointing at the crowd gathering ahead, which included many familiar faces. She knew well the vast difference in power between the Li family and the Su family. The butler hesitated for a moment before slowly replying, most of the people outside are likely brought here by Li Shan. And Li Shan himself, along with a famous doctor from Magic City, is waiting inside the hall for the old master to concede. If the Li family doesn't speak up, no one within Magic City will dare step into the Su family. And if Su family loses the medical competition, they will naturally lose control of Beishan Pharmaceutical. Though the butler didn't finish his sentence, Aoxue understood the implication immediately. She took a deep breath, realizing that this time, there was no way to escape. Agreeing to Li Shan would mean ruining her entire life. But refusing Li Shan and losing control of Beishan Pharmaceutical would strike a fatal blow to the Su family. No matter what choice she made, it seemed her happiness would be sacrificed. A mixture of resentment and self-blame built up inside her, causing Aoxue to break down in tears. Why was it so easy for ordinary people to have the freedom to marry, while for her, it was a constant struggle? With a bitter smile, Aoxue said, Lin Han, just go. As you can see, the Su family is facing a huge crisis, and even if you want to become the son-in-law, it's impossible now. Even just the Li family is an overwhelming force for you, they could make you disappear from this world with a simple gesture. You should be happy, not only is your wish coming true, but you also get to see the Su family's predicament. Go quickly, before Li Shan sees you. Lin Han understood. If he left now, this ridiculous engagement would come to an end. But Lin Han couldn't help but laugh in anger. Without saying anything more, he opened the car door and stepped out. Before Aoxue could react, Lin Han grabbed her and pulled her out of the car. Walking toward the Su family, he said calmly, "Until I formally break off the engagement, Aoxue is still my fiancée. Besides, this marriage should end by my hand, not because of Li Shan's appearance. If this gets out, it ruin my master's reputation." At this moment, Aoxue looked at Lin Han's back and then at the hand he was holding. She couldn't tell if it was the sunlight or something else, but in her eyes, Lin Han seemed to be enveloped by a golden aura. Chapter 3, Are you Aoxue? The butler who had followed behind wanted to say something, but before he could, Lin Han spoke up again. Does the Li family really think they can dominate the medical world in Magic City? Lin Han said. How laughable. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Han reached the entrance of the Su family's mansion. Before he could say anything more, the bodyguards brought by Li Shan had already blocked the door. Young Master Li has ordered that no one is allowed to enter or leave the Su family. Before the bodyguard could finish speaking, two loud crashes echoed in the air. By the time everyone reacted, the two bodyguards had already been kicked inside. Shut up. This sudden scene caused the butler behind them to widen his eyes in shock. Even though he had always kept his eyes on Lin Han, he didn't catch how he moved just now. It happened so quickly that it seemed like a blur. As for the remaining bodyguards from the Li family, none dared to step forward for a moment. As for Aoxue, when she thought about the fake photos she had used to deceive Lin Han, her emotions became extremely complicated. She hadn't expected that Lin Han would dare to offend young Master Li Shan just to stand up for her, especially when Lin Han had thought she was as miserable as the photos suggested. Just as they were about to pass through the courtyard, a commotion erupted in the old-fashioned hall. Old Master. Please don't be so stubborn. If we lose control of Beishan Pharmaceutical, the foundation Su family has painstakingly built will be completely wiped out. Yes, Old Master, please agree to young Master Li. The medicinal herbs grown by Beishan Pharmaceutical are about to mature. If we make a mistake now, all the investment Su family has made over the years will go to someone else. Just agree to young Master Li's request. On the sofa sat a young man around Aoxue's age, casually crossing his legs and wearing a playful expression on his face. Li Shan knew very well that, for the Su family, deciding what to do wasn't a difficult matter. He was confident of victory. After all, obtaining Aoxue would be equivalent to obtaining the entire Su family. At that point, wouldn't Beishan Pharmaceutical be his as well? Beside Li Shan was a famous doctor from the Li family who had been their ally for many years. With the Li family's resources backing him, his medical skills had become profound and immeasurable. But what about old Master Su? He was sitting there, his face turning dark with anger. He hadn't expected that, as soon as trouble arose, the Su family once so stable would start to crumble from within. Seeing the Su family's members pressing him, Li Shan spoke up at the right moment. Old Master Su, I know you may have some prejudice against me, but those are just rumors. Old Master Su shook his head and raised his eyes, glancing at Li Shan. You can drop there maybe. Li Shan fell silent, pretending not to hear as he continued, I, Li Shan, can make a promise here. As long as the Su and Li families unite through marriage, my Li family will easily solve the trouble Su family is facing. Tell me, in the entire Magic City, who else can find a second doctor like mine? The only way the Su family can resolve this trouble is through my Li family's intervention. Now it was old Master Su's turn to remain silent. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Just at that moment, Lin Han and Aoxue's figures appeared in the Su family's hall. Lin Han sneered, isn't this just a medical competition? Why is everyone in the Su family acting so panicked? Immediately, all eyes turned toward Lin Han, especially when they saw him holding Aoxue's right hand. Before the Su family could react, old Master Su immediately recognized Lin Han and smiled with joy. Lin Han, you're finally here. Li Shan, however, jumped up from the sofa, his expression turning ferocious. Let go of Aoxue's hand. Lin Han furrowed his brows and turned to look at Aoxue in surprise. Aoxue. Aoxue. Didn't you tell me before that you were Aoxue's sister? For the first time, the fearless Aoxue, who had never been afraid of anything, now appeared a little awkward. She lowered her head, her gaze shifting uneasily. She didn't know how to explain herself to Lin Han. I. Just as she struggled to organize her words, a roar came from behind Lin Han. Break his hand. How dare he touch my woman's hand? Chapter 4, What do you think, Lin Han? You should know that Li Shan came here specifically to pressure the Su family. Not only did he bring the highly skilled doctor he had trained over the years, but he also brought a large number of bodyguards from his family. As soon as Li Shan's furious shout echoed, the surrounding bodyguards charged towards Lin Han with grim expressions. Heh, a bunch of useless fools. Facing the attacks of these bodyguards, a hint of mockery flashed in Lin Han's eyes. After training with his master on Mount Luofeng for many years, there was no way these ordinary people could compare to his skills. But before Lin Han even made a move, Aoxue, standing beside him, suddenly turned pale and quickly spoke up. Li Shan. Stop. This has nothing to do with Lin Han. It's a matter between your Li family and my Su family. Tell your people to stop now. In Aoxue's mind, there was no way Lin Han could handle the dozens of bodyguards from the Li family. These were muscular men, after all. HMPH, does he dare to touch my woman? However, for your sake, I'll only break his 2 hands this time. If this happens again, I won't spare him. In the eyes of a son of a prominent family like Li Shan, a normal person like Lin Han was even worth bothering with. He could easily eliminate him without any consequences. However, before Li Shan finished speaking, something astonishing happened. As soon as the Li family bodyguards got close to Lin Han, he kicked each one, sending them flying one by one. Bang! Bang! Lin Han stood still, casually making his moves, and in less than 10 seconds, over 10 men were lying on the ground, howling in pain. The entire room fell into silence. Everyone stared in shock at Lin Han, their minds a bit dazed. No one expected Lin Han to be this strong. But only old Master Su understood Lin Han's true identity. His gaze held a look of astonishment, and a smile couldn't be concealed from the corner of his mouth. The more he looked at his granddaughter's fiancé, the more he liked him. To be able to climb to the level of that Master's disciple was a great honor for the Su family. With this thought, old Master Su felt even more pleased with himself. Aoxue, too, was stunned by what she had just witnessed. Her eyes flickered, unsure of what to think. She suddenly realized that Lin Han might not be as incapable as she had imagined. At least when he made his move, he gave her a sense of security. Just as Aoxue was lost in her thoughts, she felt Lin Han's gaze on her, which made her nervous. Lin Han smiled and spoke. Are you Aoxue, or her sister? Facing Lin Han's question, Aoxue felt a pang of guilt. After all, she had lied to him earlier. She didn't know how to explain, so she just blinked at him, pretending to be clueless. Old Master Su, who didn't know what was going on between them, laughed loudly and said, Lin Han, you're joking. Our Su family only has this precious granddaughter. Where would Aoxue have a sister? By the way, yesterday, I made a marriage arrangement for you two with your master. There's no issue on our Su family's side. I'm just wondering what you think about it, Lin Han. Upon hearing the old man's words, Aoxue suddenly felt nervous. She feared Lin Han might disagree. She subconsciously glanced at him, though she had disliked him earlier. Now she felt an unexpected sense of anticipation, almost reluctant for Lin Han to refuse. But little did she know, Lin Han had already understood her identity by the time he confirmed the situation. There was no turning back from the engagement. It was a joke. As for her looks, Aoxue was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. How could he possibly refuse such a beautiful fiancée? Har har har, if your Su family has no problem, then neither do I. Lin Han's words immediately relaxed old Master Su. Aoxue's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, not saying anything more. I get it now, Lin Han is the one the old master was talking about, the son-in-law. Lin Han, as our Su family's son-in-law, you come here and directly offend the Li family. How are we supposed to maintain our footing in Magic City? Yes, the Li family is a big deal. How can we afford to offend them? Didn't you hear? Li Shan already made a threat. Tomorrow's medical competition, he won't let our Su family off their hook. What do we do now? We're ruined because of Lin Han. If it were up to me, I'd expel him from the Su family right now. He is completely out of his mind. Our Su family will be destroyed by him. As the Su family members started speaking one after another, they showed no mercy toward Lin Han. Chapter 5, Can't Grasp the Opportunity. The accusations of the Su family against Lin Han immediately made Mr. Su's face gloomy. Shut up. Mr. Su snorted coldly, his tone was extremely cold. A bunch of cowards, even if the Li family is strong, so what? You want me to give up my granddaughter for the sake of my future? No way. Since this has already happened, let's just follow it. I want to see if the Li family has the ability to take away my Su family's northern pharmaceutical factory. Mr. Su's tone was sonorous and powerful. It can be said that it is a world of difference from his previous attitude. The whole audience was silent as soon as he said this. No matter what, Mr. Su has absolute authority in the Su family. Everyone can see that Mr. Su likes Lin Han very much. Even if he is dissatisfied in his heart, he dare not say anything more at this time. In short, from now on, Lin Han is the son-in-law of my Su family. If you are dissatisfied, just come to me. Whatever Lin Han has caused, my Su family will bear it. Besides, who can guarantee who will win? Grandpa Su saw that everyone stopped talking and made a decision on this matter. Others don't know Lin Han's identity, but he knows it very well. The Su family has made a fortune by having a disciple who is so valued and satisfied by that person. And Grandpa Su is not worried about tomorrow's medical skills competition. He believes that with Lin Han's strength, he can easily win. You know, that person is a real master in the medical field. Lin Han was also a little surprised by Grandpa Su's attitude. But no matter what, he couldn't be vague since the other party had such an attitude. He waved his hand directly. Isn't it just a medical skills competition? I'll participate tomorrow. I, Lin Han, want to win and no one can make me lose. Puff. As soon as Lin Han finished speaking, there were bursts of sneers around him. It can be seen that the Su family did not believe Lin Han's words at all. It was just that because old Master Su was here, they could only suppress their dissatisfaction. Lin Han was too lazy to pay attention to their attitude. Originally, he came here today to break off the engagement, but now he was directly trapped by the Su family. Lin Han was not polite and turned to look at old Master Su. Old Master, since I am still the son-in-law of the Su family for the time being, the Su family should have a room for me, right? Of course. Old Master Su smiled. Nodding to Lin Han, he said, you and Aoxue have a relationship here. If you are willing, you can stay together tonight. I think Aoxue's room is also quite big. There is no problem for you two to live there. Boom. As soon as Mr. Su finished speaking, Su Aoxue's face instantly turned red, and her movements became subconsciously awkward. She waved her hands at Mr. Su and quickly said, Grandpa. Lin Han and I just met, how can this be possible? Although Lin Han's previous performance did not make Su Aoxue's disgust towards him so deep. But if he wanted to let Lin Han and she live in the same room directly. If she really agreed, who knows how Lin Han would look at her. Besides, there is no love between her and Lin Han. Relatively speaking, she doesn't want to get married so early. If it weren't for Grandpa, she would not have agreed to this marriage before. Su Aoxue is right, it's indeed a bit too fast now. Although Lin Han was somewhat tempted by Mr. Su's proposal, he still had to be polite in his words. That's true. Grandpa Su nodded, then lived next door to Aoxue. I'll ask the servants to clean up the room. Okay, let's go. Tomorrow's medical skills competition is more important. It concerns the future of our Su family. Everyone cheer up. Clatter. The people of the Su family around him gradually dispersed, but when they left, the eyes they looked at Lin Han were extremely complicated. There was suspicion, dissatisfaction, and resentment. Lin Han simply ignored them and followed the people of the Su family to his room. The room was quite clean and there was a separate bathroom. The face was very large, and Lin Han was very satisfied. TSK, it's still better in the city. This bed, this sofa, wow, there's even a balcony. Lin Han was standing on the balcony at this time, looking at the scenery outside, with a comfortable face. Suddenly, the sound of pushing the door came from the side. Lin Han turned around and saw Su Aoxue sticking her head out from the balcony of another room with an embarrassed look on her face. Lin Han, the balconies of our 2 rooms are connected. But you can't have any unreasonable thoughts. I will close the balcony windows on weekdays. Don't think of any other actions. Aoxue was about to retract her head after she finished speaking. But Lin Han said at this time, "Hey, Aoxue. Wait a minute. You said before that you are your sister, and you haven't explained this to me yet." Seeing that Lin Han had no intention of letting her off the hook on this matter, Aoxue's face froze. She bit her lip as her eyes flashed and said, "I admit that I was wrong about this matter. But I am also excusable. After all, we have never met before, how can I know whether you are a human or a ghost? At most, I will treat you to a meal as an apology." Lin Han was a little surprised by Aoxue's answer. He was just teasing her, after all, Aoxue was his nominal fiancée. And he knew that the reason why Aoxue didn't refuse to have a relationship with him was mainly because of the pressure from the old man. Lin Han thought that Aoxue would be rude to his teasing, but he didn't expect that she would take the initiative to apologize. From this point of view, Aoxue is not so annoying. "Okay, since you said so, then I have no problem." Seeing this, Aoxue breathed a sigh of relief. She felt complicated about Lin Han. Grandpa just told her. If the Su family wants to solve the problem in the medical skills competition tomorrow, they must rely on Lin Han. Although she didn't know where Grandpa got the confidence in Lin Han. But offending the Li family is a done deal, so she should be polite to Lin Han. As the 2 drove away from the Su family, a figure flashed out from the alley on the side. Looking at the backs of Lin Han and the other person, this person had a cold smile on his face. "Har har, it's not that easy to pick peaches from our Su family. I don't care where you came from, but if you want to enter our Su family, you must pass me. That Li Shan is really a waste, he can't even grasp the opportunity he got." Chapter 6 Did I Give You Face? This is one of the top restaurants in the Magic City. This level is enough to apologize to you, right? Under the leadership of Aoxue, the 2 came to a high-end restaurant and sat down. Looking at the lights and wine outside, Lin Han was filled with emotion. He was still flirting with Sun Xianyang on Luofeng Mountain the day before, but he didn't expect to come to a modern city like the Magic City in a blink of an eye. This feeling made him a little torn, and he was stunned in his seat for a while. Lin Han's reaction fell into Aoxue's eyes, making Aoxue's eyes flicker constantly. In her opinion, Lin Han is just a young man who came out of the countryside. If it weren't for the Su family's fate, he would never enjoy such treatment in his life. Since he and she have such a connection, she should be polite to him. Although Aoxue's attitude towards Lin Han is not as disgusting as before. But she still has some rejection of the marriage between the 2 from the bottom of her heart. After all, in modern society, she still can't accept the words of the matchmaker. In her heart, her future man must be a real strong man. There are so many excellent talents in all aspects that she doesn't know how many young talents can't catch her eye. Lin Han's appearance is okay, but other aspects can't meet her requirements at all. "Lin Han, I don't have that much ill will towards you. I targeted you before because I was resisting my family's coercion to get married. Even if it wasn't you, the same would happen to anyone else." Aoxue spoke again, which made Lin Han stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and nodded. "I know, don't worry. I'll leave after I deal with that Li Shan. After all, I caused this matter, so I must help your Su family clean up this mess, right?" Lin Han said it very casually, and it seemed that he didn't have any fluctuations because of Aoxue's words. He didn't even have any attachment to her. Aoxue could see that Lin Han's attitude was not fake. But he really thought so. For a while, he felt very uncomfortable. This was obviously the ending he wanted, but why did he always feel a little uncomfortable? Just at this time, the dishes came up, and Lin Han looked at the exquisite dishes in front of him. His eyes lit up, and he began to eat without hesitation. Such an unsophisticated scene immediately dispelled all other thoughts in Aoxue's heart. She could never tolerate being with such a person. After solving Li Shan's troubles, Lin Han's departure would be the best outcome. Thinking clearly about this, Aoxue felt relieved. "Aoxue." Just as the 2 of them were eating, a surprised voice sounded from the side. A handsome young man strode towards them. The young man's eyes were full of joy. He Jun. Aoxue was obviously stunned when she saw him. Soon, her brows furrowed and her face turned cold. "When did you come back?" "I just came back a few days ago." I was saying when I would go to see you. I didn't expect to see you here. Beside He Jun, there was a beautiful woman with a graceful figure. When the two came over, a fragrant breeze blew in their faces. However, Lin Han, who was eating in silence, didn't pay any attention to it. Well, this is my friend. I just came here to talk about some business today. Seeing Aoxue's eyes constantly sweeping towards his female companion, He Jun hurriedly explained with an embarrassed face. You don't have to explain to me, your matter has nothing to do with you. What's the matter? If you don't have anything, let's go. We are still eating. Aoxue's words made He Jun see Lin Han, who was still eating in silence across from him. He was stunned and asked, Who is this? Hello, I am Aoxue's fiancé Lin Han. Lin Han looked up and said to He Jun with a smile on his face. However, as soon as their voice fell, He Jun's face instantly became gloomy. Fiancé? Why have I never heard of it? He Jun turned his head to look at Aoxue, his eyes full of surprise and dissatisfaction. However, facing his gaze, Aoxue still looked cold and disgusted. Does my business have anything to do with you? If it's okay, take your woman away quickly. Aoxue's attitude made He Jun look extremely ugly. He immediately snorted and said to the female companion next to him, You go first, I have something to deal with here. Although the female companion was somewhat reluctant, she had to leave first under He Jun's toughness. Aoxue, that woman and I are really in a cooperative relationship. I know you are still angry with me. This time I came back to China just to explain it to you. Huh. Lin Han, who had just eaten, raised his eyebrows at this time. There are melons. Lin Han had already felt the other party's targeting when He Jun just came over. But for Lin Han, these don't matter. Aoxue has already expressed her attitude just now. It is obvious that agreeing to become his fiancé is just a show. Although Aoxue is very beautiful, Lin Han has no intention of forcing her. If she doesn't want to, then forget it. So at this moment, he is more curious about the attitude of the two. There is nothing to explain. There is no relationship between you and me except the relationship of relatives. I still say the same thing. If you have nothing to do, don't bother me again. You will make my fiancé unhappy. Aoxue's attitude made He Jun look even uglier. Subconsciously turned his head to look at Lin Han opposite. Lin Han was still in the mood to have fun at this time. Seeing that the other party turned the topic to himself, he was stunned and waved his hand and said, Don't worry about me. What can you do? I am indeed Aoxue's fiancé, but it doesn't matter at all. Sooner or later, he and Aoxue will separate, and he can't delay the other's happiness, right? You? Lin Han's attitude not only made He Jun a little confused, but also Aoxue herself was dissatisfied. Weren't you arrogant in front of Li Shan before? Why don't you take me seriously all of a sudden? This feeling of disparity made Aoxue feel very unhappy. But she couldn't say what she thought directly, and there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes when she looked at Lin Han. Har, you are sensible. I don't care what your relationship with Aoxue is, anyway, I don't want to hear the news that you are her fiancé again. Otherwise, be careful, I won't forgive you. As soon as He Jun's threatening words fell, Lin Han's eyebrows were raised. Good boy, I just don't want to get involved in your affairs. I gave you face, didn't I? Chapter 7 You played tricks on me first. Lin Han originally looked at this matter with the intention of not wanting to steal someone else's beauty. But He Jun didn't take him seriously as soon as he opened his mouth, and even threatened him. How could Lin Han tolerate this? Aoxue, who is this kid? Lin Han's expression changed, and he asked Aoxue with some coldness. Oh, he is my cousin He Jun. Their He family was able to gain a foothold in the Magic City because of my Su family. But the relationship between our two families is a bit distant, and we can only be regarded as distant relatives. Aoxue's explanation made He Jun obviously dissatisfied, and he coughed lightly and added again, My family is more optimistic about us as a couple. It's just that I went abroad a few years ago, which delayed things. This time I came back to China to explain this matter. Lin Han ignored He Jun's explanation and turned to look at Aoxue again. He mainly wanted to see Aoxue's attitude. He Jun, don't talk nonsense. That's just your He family's wishful thinking. Our Su family has never mentioned this. And I have reminded you more than once that it's impossible between us. Aoxue's attitude is already very obvious, and Lin Han's eyes flashed with a flash of realization. If that's the case, then everything is simple. Aoxue. You know, my dream since childhood is to marry you. He Jun seemed a little excited at this time, and immediately stood up and said, no one can change this. I already have a fiancé. Aoxue still seemed extremely calm and indifferent. Who? This waste. Look at his clothes, it's not even 100 yuan in total, right? It's rustic, and you can tell at a glance that he just came from the countryside. This kind of waste can also be your fiancé. Har 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 har. While speaking, He Jun couldn't help laughing out loud. Aoxue, you deliberately found this kid to piss me off, right? Why should I piss you off? If you don't believe me, go ask the Su family. My grandfather agreed to this. Aoxue's words choked He Jun's face and turned red. He knew that Aoxue had always been cold to him, but suddenly she found a fiancé. Of course he couldn't accept this. Take a deep breath, narrow your eyes and look at Lin Han. Boy, is what Aoxue said true? Can't you tell whether it's true or not? I thought you were some kind of person, but it turns out you're just a bootlicker. You just threatened me, didn't you? Now it's my turn. If you dare to hit on my fiancé again, don't blame me for being rude. Har 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 har. Lin Han's threatening words made He Jun laugh hideously again. Interesting, interesting. How dare a random person come to laugh at me? Aoxue, I know. You must have known that I returned to China a long time ago, and you deliberately invited someone to anger me, right? No need. There is no need to involve others in our affairs. He Jun's words made Aoxue sneer. After so many years, He Jun still feels so good about himself. Boy, how much money Aoxue gave you, I will give you double. But I only have one request, take the money and disappear from my sight. Get lost. While speaking, He Jun took out a stack of red banknotes from his body. Pop and put it in front of Lin Han. For me? When he saw the money, Lin Han's eyes lit up. When he went down the mountain, his master didn't give him a penny. Now his pockets are empty, but there is nothing. Lin Han's reaction made He Jun more certain of his inner guess. The contempt in his eyes became more obvious. You can be bought with 10,000 yuan. It seems that the person Aoxue found is not that good. The smile in He Jun's eyes became more and more intense. Take the money and get out. Not enough. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Han directly put the money in his pocket. Then he looked at He Jun with a smile on his face. Lin Han's attitude made He Jun stunned immediately, and then frowned. How much do you want? Aoxue, who was standing aside, saw Lin Han take the money directly. The only good impression in her heart disappeared completely. Never expected that Lin Han would sell herself directly for money. Even if the relationship between her and Lin Han was only forced by her grandfather, she was his fiancée anyway. Lin Han was too cowardly. Thinking of this, Aoxue was filled with disappointment. The look she gave Lin Han was cold again. Just when the two looked at Lin Han's next words made them confused again. I see that you are rich man. How about this, for your previous attitude? Say a word to my fiancé, and I'll give you 10,000. I think this price is very fair. Forget about the money before, let's start from now. Puff. As soon as Lin Han finished speaking, Aoxue couldn't help laughing out loud. It was obvious that Lin Han was teasing He Jun. Lin Han, are you fucking kidding me? He Jun naturally heard what he meant, and immediately slapped the table and stood up. You were the one who fooled me first. Lin Han looked at He Jun with a calm expression and a smile on his face. I'll explain this to you now. Aoxue is my fiancé, Lin Han. I don't care what happened between you two before. Anyway, from now on, it's you who should disappear from sight. Otherwise, I won't be polite at all. If He Jun talks to him nicely, Lin Han doesn't mind giving him and Aoxue a chance to talk. But the other party's attitude is like this: can Lin Han be a coward? If he doesn't piss this kid off to death, then he's still Lin Han. Fuck you. Lin Han's sudden change in attitude made He Jun's face darken, and the smile in Aoxue's eyes made him tremble all over. His eyes narrowed, and suddenly he slapped Lin Han. You're looking for death, I think I'm giving you face. Par. But before He Jun's slap came over, Lin Han's slap had already gone directly over. What the hell, you dare to attack me? For the sake of 10,000 yuan, get out now and forget about today. Otherwise, you will regret it. Lin Han's attitude was still calm and arrogant, and this scene made He Jun grit his teeth and roar again. Don't accept it. Seeing that He Jun still wanted to attack him, Lin Han turned his head helplessly and looked at Aoxue. I'll beat him up, is it okay? Aoxue didn't expect Lin Han to ask her. I was stunned and quickly shook my head and said, that's your business, I have no objection. Par. As soon as Aoxue finished speaking, Lin Han's slap fell. 5 or 6 slaps in a row directly swelled He Jun's face. Chapter 8 I am a countryman. At this time, no matter how unwilling He Jun was, he knew that he was no match for Lin Han. He could only retreat while constantly making harsh remarks to Lin Han. Lin Han, I'll remember you. This matter is not over yet. Don't leave in a hurry, I still have something to tell you. The female companion you just brought has gynecological diseases, you'd better go to the hospital for a checkup. Plop. Lin Han's words immediately made He Jun stagger and almost fall to the ground. But at this time, he didn't dare to stay in front of Lin Han at all. This country boy was too weird. After I investigate his identity clearly, I will never let him go. After He Jun left with a gloomy face, Aoxue couldn't help laughing. Lin Han, didn't you sell me for 10,000 yuan just now? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Aoxue's words made Lin Han roll his eyes at her directly. That guy has put all the money in front of me, I won't give it up. Besides, I never intended to let this guy go from the beginning. I don't care who he is. As long as you are my fiancé, I won't allow anyone to have ideas about you. Lin Han's words seemed a bit overbearing. But unexpectedly, Aoxue didn't feel too disgusted with these words. On the contrary, these words gave her a strong sense of security. This Lin Han is really different from what she imagined. Neither of them took He Jun's matter seriously. After dinner, it was dark outside. Since they had just eaten and it was not far from the Su family, the two planned to walk back. Take a walk by the way. Of course, Lin Han had no problem with Aoxue's proposal. Anyway, when he was in the mountains, he always walked on his own 2 legs. This distance was not a problem for him at all. Along the way, Aoxue talked to Lin Han about Li Shan, He Jun and others. Lin Han gradually understood the situation in the Magic City and the current difficulties faced by the Su family. Although the Su family has developed well in recent years, when facing the 3 major families in the Magic City, still have no ability to resist. And the Northern Pharmaceutical Factory is basically a pillar industry for the Su family. If the Su family fails in the medical skills competition tomorrow, the Northern Pharmaceutical Factory will belong to the Li family. Then the Su family may fall into poverty directly because of this matter. Originally, Li Shan's interest in Aoxue was a good thing for most people in the Su family. After all, being able to marry into the Li family is what many people dream of. But if Mr. Su insists, maybe Aoxue is now Li Shan's person. I don't like either Li Shan or He Jun. My man, Aoxue, must be a man of integrity. I don't like this kind of rich young man the most. Listening to Aoxue's self-centered words, Lin Han raised his eyebrows. Soon he chuckled and said, "Congratulations on finding me. I am such a man of integrity." Although Aoxue was quite satisfied with Lin Han's previous performance, she still despised his words now. Unconsciously, the two came to an empty alley. There were basically no people here, only dim lights flickering constantly. Such a scene made Aoxue subconsciously a little scared. Just then, several black shadows suddenly appeared from a distance. As soon as these black shadows appeared, they rushed towards them without hesitation. The sudden scene made Aoxue, who was already a little nervous, couldn't help but scream. Subconsciously wanted to get close to Lin Han. But at this time, Lin Han's figure had quietly disappeared for some reason. Just when Aoxue's inner suspicion began to rise, a series of muffled sounds had already sounded. The 7 or 8 black shadows in front of him fell to the ground and wailed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Lin Han had walked back again with a smile on his face. Solved. Such people suddenly appeared in the middle of the night. They are not good people at first glance. I just don't know if they are Li Shan's people or He Jun's people just now. Looking at Lin Han's casual appearance, Aoxue's beautiful eyes kept flashing with a strange color. Lin Han, how come you are so strong? This is nothing. I fought with wild beasts when I was in the mountains. Lin Han waved his hand and said casually, a countryman like me only knows these. Looking at Lin Han's casual appearance, Aoxue's heart was constantly throbbing. Lin Han's performance at this time was unexpectedly very good. The figures of Lin Han and the other person quickly disappeared into the darkness, as if they were not affected at all by what happened just now. Just after they left, two figures reappeared from the darkness on the side. Looking at Lin Han's back, the middle-aged man in the lead had a cold look on his face. This Lin Han's strength is indeed not simple. HMPH, you bunch of trash, you can't even take down such a kid. It seems that we must hire some killers. In short, Aoxue must marry Li Shan. No one can change this. After their voice fell, the man snorted again and disappeared on the spot. Lin Han didn't take the sneak attack just now seriously at all. In his opinion, it is very likely that He Jun was dissatisfied and asked someone to come and deal with him. It's just that he obviously underestimated his own strength. When returning to the Su family, Aoxue returned to her room as soon as possible. However, when Lin Han came to the balcony to see the scenery again, she suddenly stuck her head out. Said to Lin Han, you can't mess around at night. Huh. Lin Han was confused by Aoxue's reminder. But he quickly waved his hand and smiled, don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Didn't I say it before? After the Li family's affairs are resolved, if you still don't want to, I will cancel the engagement directly. It's not a big deal. I, Lin Han, am not a person who likes to force others. Although Lin Han's words made Aoxue feel a little relaxed. But for some reason, she felt a little uncomfortable with Lin Han's attitude for a while. Lying on the bed, tossing and turning thinking about what happened today, Aoxue fell asleep with Lin Han's figure in her mind. Early the next morning, the entire Su family began to get nervous. After all, today's medical skills competition is extremely important to the Su family. Today's medical competition is a grand event for the entire Magic City medical community. Because of what happened yesterday, our Su family will definitely be targeted by the Li family at the meeting. Everyone cheer up. Grandpa Su reminded everyone with a serious look. After saying that, he turned to look at Lin Han. Lin Han, today it depends on you. Chapter 9 The medical skills competition begins. No problem. Lin Han shrugged and said casually. In his eyes, Magic City is a metropolis, and there are many masters in the medical field. But for him, it is not a threat at all. He does not feel any pressure at all. Looking at Lin Han's calm appearance, Mr. Su breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the Su family also invited 2 doctors to participate. In addition to Lin Han and the 3 genius doctors, there were only himself and Aoxue who went to the medical skills competition. The venue of the medical skills competition was in the top hotel in Magic City, and the entire venue booked the hotel. When the group arrived at the entrance of the hotel, it was already full of luxury cars. From the appearance and temperament of the people coming and going, everyone was either rich or noble. It was the first time for Lin Han to come to such an occasion, and he was very curious about everything around him. The way he kept looking around made Aoxue beside him a little funny. Sometimes this kind of unconventional personality is very good. At least you don't have to be like her, and pay attention to the impact of every move. Although the Su family is not a big family in the Magic City, Aoxue's reputation is not small at all. As soon as they entered the venue, many people came forward to greet Mr. Su. There were also some young talents who came up to express their courtesy to Aoxue. But they were all rejected by Aoxue one by one. The title of the cold goddess of the Magic City is not cold for nothing. I didn't expect you to be so popular. It was not the time for the competition to start yet, and people in the venue were basically communicating in 2s and 3s. Lin Han found a corner and ate the food provided by the venue. I didn't pay any attention to the different looks of others. That's right, I am also somewhat famous in the Magic City. It's normal for everyone to come over to get to know me. Aoxue's eyes flashed with pride. At this moment, there was an uproar in the crowd. The Li family is here. I heard that the Li family brought Dr. Xie this time. The first place in the competition must be the Li family, right? Of course, the Li family is one of the 3 major families. Dr. Xie is the first DR in the Magic City. We are just foils. But I heard that there are some grievances between the Li family and the Su family. There will be a good show to watch today. While everyone was talking, Lin Han saw Li Shan entering the venue surrounded by everyone. It must be said that as a child of the Li family, Li Shan's temperament is naturally very noble. The organizer of this medical skills competition is the Chinese Medicine Association of the Magic City. The president of the association was constantly talking to everyone about the rules of the competition. It is called a medical skills competition, but in fact it is just for everyone to communicate with each other and learn medical skills. Many patients with difficult and complicated diseases were brought to the venue, and then the DRS would come forward to treat them. Whoever performs well will naturally gain the unanimous approval of everyone. Su family. Where's Lin Han? Just when the president of the association announced the start of the competition, Li Shan couldn't help but snorted and stood up and shouted loudly. Hua la la. Everyone looked at the Su family instantly, their eyes full of surprise and suspicion. Although they had heard about the things between the Li family and the Su family before, they didn't know what really happened. Old Master Su knew that this moment would come sooner or later, and he chuckled and stepped forward. Young Master Li, don't be anxious, no matter what, we have to follow the rules. There are still many families participating in the competition this time. It's a bit against the rules for us to compete directly now, isn't it? With Lin Han here, Old Master Su doesn't think he will lose. What a bullshit rule. Li Shan snorted coldly. My words are the rules. I'll tell you. I set up this medical competition for your Su family. Hurry up and get Lin Han out. I still say that if your Su family loses, you will not only have to hand over the control of the Northern Pharmaceutical Factory. You will also have to marry Su Aoxue to me. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. As soon as Li Shan opened his mouth, his tone was extremely arrogant. For a moment, the eyes of the other people around him were full of surprise and suspicion. From this point of view, the Su family has indeed offended Li Shan badly. Old Master Su's face was gloomy because of Li Shan's face-to-face provocation. But at this moment, a sneer sounded. Har har, Li Shan. It seems that yesterday's lesson is not enough, right? But you only said what would happen if our Su family lost, but what if your Li family lost? Looking at Lin Han walking over with a smile on his face. Especially since Su Aoxue was still with Lin Han, this scene made Li Shan's face gloomy to the extreme. In his heart, he had already regarded Su Aoxue as his woman. How could he bear to see his woman with another man? In addition, he had not forgotten what Lin Han did to him yesterday. Today, he had already prepared a series of counterattacks. Lin Han must pay the price. Impossible. Our Li family can't lose. Li Shan sneered and hit back without any hesitation. Then it's meaningless. Since it's a competition, there must be winners and losers. If our Su family loses, we have to pay for the land and people. If your Li family loses, you won't pay anything. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Lin Han folded his arms and sneered. Faced with his provocation, Li Shan narrowed his eyes. He spoke quickly, Har har, it seems that you are very confident in yourself. Okay. Tell me what you want. I can agree to anything. That's right, I don't need much either. If you lose, kowtow to me in public to apologize, and promise not to harass my fiancée again in the future. If you can do it, we'll compete. Lin Han's words made Li Shan sneer again. It's settled. The two of them said a few words, but the matter was settled directly. The eyes of the people around them kept flashing, and they were a little surprised. No one expected that such a fierce thing would happen at the beginning of the medical skills competition. The eyes flashed, and they looked at the two people with expectation and excitement. Tell me, how do you plan to compete? I'll take over. Har har. Seeing Lin Han so confident, Li Shan sneered. I know the strength of your Su family. I really don't know where you get the confidence from. Mr. Xie, it's your turn next. No matter how we compete, I want to win this time. Mr. Xie, who was next to Li Shan, walked out with a calm face. He looked down at Lin Han and then said, Young man. Are you representing the Su family this time? Chapter 10. The Su family is looking for death. Mr. Xie spoke, and there was an uproar around. Everyone had respect and excitement on their faces. Mr. Xie is the recognized #1 doctor in the entire Magic City. He was cultivated by the Li family with all his resources. They never thought that the Su family would send such an unknown young man to compete with Mr. Xie. In their eyes, isn't this pure death? Mr. Xie's move, isn't it just arbitrary? Everyone looked in the direction of Lin Han and the Su family. They wanted to see how the Su family would deal with this scene. Old Xia's attitude was condescending. But for Lin Han, it didn't matter. Yes, it's me. Lin Han nodded and smiled. I promised the Su family before that I would win this competition. Originally, I thought I would go through a lot of difficulties. Since you, the Li family, want me to compete alone, then I'll take it without any difficulty. It just saves trouble. Lin Han's casual look made everyone a little stunned. Har har har. But soon, Li Shan's sarcastic laughter rang out. Lin Han, you really don't know how to write the word death. You dare to provoke old Xie. Old Xie will let you know what cruelty is later. Li Shan's eyes were full of coldness and resentment. He still remembered everything Lin Han did to him yesterday. If he didn't want to make a big deal and embarrass himself, no matter what he said, he would never let Lin Han go. However, after Lin Han loses the competition, I will let him know what regret means. Har har, compared to dealing with Lin Han, the Su family is obviously more important to me. Thinking of this, Li Shan turned to look at Su Aoxue with greed and vulgarity in his eyes. Su Aoxue, wearing a long dress, stood tall and graceful, looking very charming. If she was not standing next to Lin Han, but standing next to me, it would be better. Li Shan snorted in his heart, this woman will be my plaything sooner or later. After staring at Lin Han deeply, Li Shan turned to Mr. Xie and said again, Mr. Xie, how sure are you this time? When Lin Han attacked Li Shan yesterday, Mr. Xie was also at the scene. However, although Lin Han's skills were good, Mr. Xie did not take him seriously. Har har. With a sneer, Mr. Xie's eyes were full of confidence. I have been exposed to Chinese medicine since I was young, and it has been 50 or 60 years now. How could a young boy be my opponent? We will definitely win this battle. With the guarantee of Mr. Xie, Li Shan was full of confidence. He turned his head with joy and looked at Lin Han and the Su family again. Well, our Li family will send Mr. Xie to play this time. Have you confirmed it? If you are sure to let Lin Han play, we can talk about the content of the next competition now. The crowd was in an uproar, and the two genius doctors of the Su family stepped forward quickly. The eyes were full of worry. Grandpa, Dr. Xie is both powerful and famous. It is definitely not something that Lin Han can handle. For the future of the Su family, let's fight it out. Yeah, how could Lin Han be a match for Dr. Xie? There is no need to bet the future of the Su family on him. Looking at the appearance of the Su family's divine doctors, they obviously did not believe in Lin Han. After all, Lin Han looked too young. Not only that, Lin Han had only been in the Su family for one day. Not to mention the two divine doctors, even Su Aoxue's eyes were full of suspicion at this time. If Grandpa hadn't insisted, she would not have let Lin Han go on stage directly. But Grandpa Su's expression was full of smiles at this time. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Since I chose Lin Han, I must be confident in him. Lin Han, you won't let me down, right? Facing the old man's question, Lin Han chuckled and nodded. Of course, the first doctor in the Demon City is nothing in my eyes. Don't worry, I will take whatever the opponent does. Lin Han looked casual, which made everyone feel more unsure. However, Li Shan on the opposite side was waiting for Lin Han to agree. As soon as Lin Han finished speaking, he couldn't wait to confirm, okay. Then our Li family will send Dr. Xie to the stage, and your Su family will send Lin Han to the stage. How will the competition be this time? You decide. Li Shan was also full of confidence, and he couldn't help but look at Su Aoxue again while speaking. In his eyes, Su Aoxue was already in his pocket. No matter how you compete, I can't lose anyway. Lin Han's words and attitude were still arrogant to the extreme. Such an attitude made Dr. Xie frown. Har har, you are really a young and brave man. I want to see how capable you are. There are many patients with serious illnesses here. You and I will each choose 3 people and treat them separately. How about deciding the winner based on the final effect time and results? As Dr. Xie finished speaking, Lin Han turned his head and glanced at Mr. Su. Such competitions are more common in medical competitions. Generally speaking, they are based on 2 wins out of 3 games. But Dr. Xie is famous for treating difficult and complicated diseases. Such competitions are advantageous for him. When Mr. Su said this, his eyes were full of dissatisfaction. After all, the other party was famous and was playing tricks on him in such a small matter. Originally, he wanted to argue, but Lin Han waved his hand and agreed directly. Then let's do it. With no choice, Mr. Su could only agree to this. After the two sides finalized, a large area of space was immediately given to them. The organizer also served as the referee and went directly to the court. That competition is set. Everything you need will be provided by us, the organizer. You two can start now. The medical competition has just begun, and there is such an exciting competition. For the organizer, this is of course a good thing. With the example of this competition will surely be unusually lively and sensational. Of course, in the eyes of everyone. This competition was completely a one-sided massacre by Dr. Xie. They did not take Lin Han seriously at all. The Su family is doomed to lose this time. I really can't understand why the Su family would choose such a young man to play. Har, who cares? We are just watching the fun. Besides, do we need to consider how to choose between the Su family and the Li family? It can only be said that the Su family is really looking for death by offending Li Shan. Lin Han ignored the mocking words around him and looked at the group of patients in front of him led by the organizer. His eyes flickered. Chapter 11 Individual Competition. The faces of these patients were extremely grim, and it was obvious that they had already been tortured beyond recognition by the illness. As soon as the patients learned that they were part of this competition, they had no dissatisfaction at all. Instead, his eyes were full of joy. After all, it is an honor for them to be selected to participate in the medical skills competition. Otherwise, given their wealth and conditions, they would probably never be able to receive treatment from a doctor of this level in their lifetime. Dr. Xie was famous, and as soon as everyone stood still, they all looked at him expectantly. I want Dr. Xie to choose me. As for Lin Han, no one went to see him. Everyone even prayed in their hearts that Lin Han would not choose them. Dr. Xie didn't hesitate and selected 3 people at random. These 3 people were not chosen randomly, the Li family itself is one of the organizers. There are some privileges in this regard. He already knew the information and conditions of all the patients present. As early as when he proposed to compete with Lin Han, he already had a candidate in mind. It can be said that I now have the best time, place and people. He never thought that he would lose to the young boy in front of him. The patients chosen by Dr. Xie all had excitement on their faces. Other patients sighed with envy. Lin Han, it's your turn. Don't waste time dawdling there. Har, I want to see how you die this time. Li Shan's eyes were full of coldness, and he was ready to wait for Lin Han to lose. How did I deal with him? When Li Shan thought of Lin Han kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy, he couldn't help but feel excited. Lin Han did not hesitate and walked forward to take a casual look. So he picked out 3 people. The competition begins now. If you two need anything, please feel free to ask. We, the organizers, will try our best to satisfy you. As the organizer's voice fell, Dr. Xie took the lead. With a wave of his hand, he handed over the prescription and the necessary items that had already been written. After doing all this, Dr. Xie folded his arms and looked at Lin Han with a smile on his face. Judging from his appearance, he seems to be sure of winning this competition. As for Lin Han, his reaction was completely different from that of Dr. Xie. In front of everyone, Lin Han took out an ordinary cloth bag from his body. After opening it, there are rows of silver needles inside. These silver needles seem to have been used for a long time. Upon careful counting, there are a total of 108 needles. Do you know acupuncture? Such a scene made Dr. Xie raise his eyebrows. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Generally speaking, acupuncture is not something that beginners of traditional Chinese medicine can learn. Moreover, in the field of acupuncture, the deeper you go, the more difficult it becomes. Even I have only mastered a few acupuncture techniques. And there is no guarantee that every needle insertion will be successful. Watching Lin Han pick up the silver needle and prepare to treat the patient, Dr. Xie couldn't help but said to Lin Han, "Young man, acupuncture is a profound art. You need to be very careful during the acupuncture process. If you are not careful, it may result in death. I advise you not to give the injection until you are sure." In response to Dr. Xie's reminder, Lin Han just glanced at him indifferently. "That's your business, what does it have to do with me? Since I, Lin Han, dare to give the injection, I must be confident." Even if something happens to you, nothing will happen to me. Lin Han's attitude remained confident. Even looking at his appearance, he seems to be overconfident and a little conceited. Lin Han, stop talking nonsense. If someone dies later, the Su family won't be able to protect you. If you ask me, it would be better for you to just bow your head and surrender now. How about it? Think about it. I can give you this opportunity. If you want to surrender now, just kowtow to me 3 times and get out of the Su family, har ha ha ha. Li Shan's expression was full of ferocity and pride, if it weren't for the restrictions of the competition. He now wished he could see Lin Han fail. Lin Han didn't care about Li Shan's ridicule at all. He just turned his eyes to the patient in front of him. The patient in front of him was a middle-aged man, and his eyes were also filled with tension and suspicion. Little brother. It's not that I don't believe you, it's mainly because my illness is really troublesome. I've seen many miracle doctors but none of them can cure me. If that doesn't work, why don't we let the miracle Dr. Xiao take a look? As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, bursts of laughter rang out again around him. Judging from the looks of the crowd, everyone was waiting for Lin Han to embarrass himself. Look at what you have accomplished. It should be your honor to let me treat you. Lin Han shook his head, even though the middle-aged man was not polite at all in his words. However, Lin Han could understand his inner worries. I have been practicing medicine under my master for many years, and my medical skills have already reached perfection. He had a solution to the middle-aged man's disease with just a glance. So not worried at all at this time. Relax, your illness is just some stubborn disease. It's not a big deal. While Lin Han was speaking, he took advantage of the other party's failure to react. The silver needle in his hand fell suddenly. Whoosh! More than 10 silver needles were inserted directly into his body, instantly making his whole body stiff. Don't move. If anything happens, no one can protect you. Lin Han's low growl made the middle-aged man dare not act rashly for a moment. He could only watch Lin Han continue to prick him with needles. He does have some skills. No matter how calm or skilled Lin Han was in inserting the needle, it was obvious that he was not just an ordinary beginner. This scene caught the eyes of Dr. Xiao, causing him to snort softly. But compared to me, it's still a long way off. At this time, the organizer had already brought all the things that Dr. Xiao needed. Dr. Xiao started his treatment without hesitation. The whole place was silent, with everyone's eyes focused on the two of them. The treatment process was very quick, taking only 10 minutes. Dr. Xiao stopped what he was doing. Looking at the patient in front of him whose face had regained its rosy glow, Dr. Xiao chuckled and said, "Feel the state of your body. It should be fine now. It's really okay. I'm really fine." The patient's eyes were full of joy, and he kept jumping on the spot for a while. He began to thank Dr. Xiao continuously. Such a scene made all the other patients around excited. After all, Dr. Xiao's actions gave them hope. But at this moment, a cry of surprise rang out again. The middle-aged man being treated by Lin Han also looked very excited. My body has recovered as well. I'm fine. There's no pain in my body anymore. Little brother. No. Miracle doctor. You are also a miracle doctor. Chapter 12 Still a draw? The middle-aged man's words immediately made everyone turn their attention. I saw that the paleness on the middle-aged man's face had disappeared at some point. Instead, there was also a rosy glow on his face. TSK, no wonder the Su family trusts Lin Han so much, it seems that he also has some skills. But this is just the beginning. Dr. Xiao is faster. In the end, Dr. Xiao wins. There is absolutely no chance that Lin Han will win against the next two people. Although Lin Han's performance surprised everyone, no one took Lin Han seriously at this time. Most of the eyes were still looking at Dr. Xiao. Dr. Xiao just glanced at Lin Han from a distance and then continued with the treatment. The patients they both selected were relatively troublesome but not too difficult. The second person, Lin Han, was faster in removing needles than Dr. Xiao. The third two people actually ended up in a tie. This result was something no one expected. Su Aoxue's beautiful eyes flickered as she whispered to Old Man Su, "Grandpa, how do we settle this? 1 loss, 1 win, and 1 draw. But I really didn't expect that Lin Han does have some skills." Su Aoxue was indeed surprised that Lin Han knew medical skills. As she spent more time with Lin Han, she discovered that Lin Han actually had many qualities that surprised her. Not only is he a strong fighter, he also has medical skills. Among young people, he is already considered very outstanding. From this point of view, it is not unacceptable to let Lin Han be her fiancé. Just when Aoxue was daydreaming, the organizers discussed for a while. He walked up to both parties, gave a wry smile and said, "Under normal circumstances, this is considered a draw between the two of you." "It's a draw. Are you kidding me?" It's obvious that Lin Han lost. But as soon as he finished speaking, Li Shan jumped up and shouted with a dissatisfied look on his face. "Lin Han's speed will be a little slower in the last game. Li Shan, can't your Li family afford to lose?" Faced with Li Shan's unreasonable behavior, Mr. Su naturally would not be polite. He immediately stepped forward and snorted coldly. "Mr. Su, what do you mean? What do you mean my Li family can't afford to lose? I can only say that Lin Han is lucky. Since you can afford to lose, then continue the competition. I'll stick with you to the end." Lin Han was a little surprised that Dr. Xie could tie with him. Although he hadn't taken it too seriously before, he was able to tie with me. This is enough to show that Dr. Xie is indeed quite capable. Or, Master Li, you are so excited now because you are really afraid that you will lose. However, if you are really scared, I won't make things difficult for you. Now, kowtow to me and apologize in front of everyone, and then promise not to harass the Su family again. Let's forget about it." As Lin Han spoke, there was a hint of sarcasm on his face. Crash. There was an uproar all around. Everyone stared at Lin Han with wide eyes. Although they knew that the Su family and the Li family did not get along well, they never expected that Lin Han would be so bold. Moreover, they could also hear that Lin Han's words were exactly the same words that Li Shan had used to threaten Lin Han before. Now all of them were returned without any mistakes, which was tantamount to showing a naked face. "Fuck you, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" "Thank you, doctor. Compete with him. This kid will admit defeat sincerely. Lin Han, let's see how long you can remain so arrogant." Even if Li Shan wanted to act rogue again, there were so many people watching him. He also has to consider the reputation of his Li family. Dr. Xie did not refuse this. He nodded and said, "In that case, let's continue. This time we have to decide the winner, so let's continue treating them one by one. How about we keep competing until the other party admits defeat?" Dr. Xie's expression remained calm. As the number one doctor in the Magic City, he is surrounded by so many like-minded people. You still need to have the necessary bearing and confidence. Otherwise, if he lost his composure in front of a young boy like Lin Han, it would also affect his reputation. Then go ahead. There were 30 or 40 patients around, and these patients were originally intended for treatment in the entire medical skills competition. However, as Lin Han and Dr. Xie continued to attack, one patient after another was cured, and there was a sudden uproar and noise among the crowd. It seems that we underestimated Lin Han before. Lin Han has already treated 5 people. This speed and ability are almost as good as Dr. Xie. No wonder the Su family is so confident. It seems that the other party has not failed to come out. Old Master Su and Su Aoxue looked at Lin Han, who was busy treating the patient, their eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement. At least from now on, they haven't lost. Time passed minute by minute until all the patients in the venue had been treated. The two still couldn't decide the winner. This result was unexpected to everyone. As the crowd whispered, the looks they gave Lin Han no longer contained the contempt they had before. After all, when Lin Han first started treating patients, there were several very difficult patients. Even they were not overconfident. From this point of view, Lin Han's strength has surpassed quite a few people. Interesting. Dr. Xie looked at Lin Han and narrowed his eyes. He also did not expect this result. In his opinion, his attack should have crushed Lin Han. But at this time, Lin Han was still tied with him. This result is actually a loss for him. "Thank you, doctor. Can you do it? Why hasn't Lin Han been captured in such a long time?" Li Shan could naturally see the change in attitude of the people around him, and suddenly he felt a little anxious and dissatisfied with Dr. Xie. If all else fails, then use your ultimate move. Anyway, Lin Han must lose today. The Li family must lose. Don't worry. Dr. Xie's eyes flashed, he took a deep breath and sneered. The entire demon city has not yet defeated my existence. As Dr. Xie spoke, he looked at Lin Han again. But just as he was about to speak, a loud shout suddenly rang out from outside the venue. Help! Help! My father just fainted. Please help me. As their voice fell, several figures carried an old man into the venue. His eyes were full of anxiety. Is this a sudden heart attack? We must send him to the hospital. Although we have a lot of equipment and doctors here, we are helpless in this situation. Looking at his condition, he won't survive more than 3 minutes. It's too late to send him to the hospital. There were many doctors around, and they could tell the old man's condition at a glance. They all shook their heads and sighed. Chapter 13. Who are you? Hearing the doctor's sighs, the middle-aged man's face suddenly turned pale. He had just heard that a medical skills competition was being held upstairs, so he brought his father here with the idea of giving it a try. But I never expected that they had no solution. For a moment, the middle-aged man trembled all over and hugged the old man and cried bitterly. Seeing this scene, people felt a little bit sorry for it. To cure diseases and save lives is the doctor's way. Watching a patient die in front of you is cruel in itself. Including Dr. Xie, he also shook his head at this time, and it seemed that he had no idea what to do about this scene. Just when the middle-aged man was feeling desperate and ready to take his father away, a voice sounded from the side, "Wait a moment. If you take your father away like this, he will definitely die. It's not certain that he can be saved even if he goes to the hospital now, but I can try." Crash. The sudden voice made everyone turn their eyes to look in the direction of the voice. Lin Han strode forward to the old man and began to look at him. Lin Han, we can all see what's wrong with this old gentleman. His current situation is like snatching someone from the king of hell. If you don't take action, he can still live for a few minutes, but if you take action now, he will definitely die. When Dr. Xie saw Lin Han preparing to attack, he frowned and snorted coldly at Lin Han. If you don't have the ability to save people, don't delay others. Let me ask you, if I rescue this old man, does that mean I win this game? Snort. Seeing that Lin Han still looked confident at this moment, Dr. Xie couldn't help but sneer. If you can really save the other person from the brink of death, don't say it's me. I'm afraid all the miracle doctors here will admit that they are not as good as you. It's just that you don't have the ability. As Dr. Xie finished speaking, all the doctors around him nodded in agreement. Okay, since you have no problem, don't act like a rogue when the time comes. Lin Han chuckled and turned to look at the middle-aged man in front of him. You heard what these people said just now. If you save him, he will die. If you don't save him, he will die too. Would you like me to try it? Faced with Lin Han's question, the middle-aged man was obviously stunned. To be honest, he was naturally worried when he saw how young Lin Han looked. But the current situation did not allow him to think too much. He could only grit his teeth and nodded to Lin Han and said, "Then I'll leave it to you, young master. If you can cure my father, I will agree to any condition you give me." Lin Han ignored the middle-aged man's polite words. What he wanted more was to defeat Dr. Xie and Li Shan. The patients I had treated before were obviously not strong enough to demonstrate my medical skills at all. Now that he has such an opportunity, Lin Han is certainly unwilling to give it up. After thinking this through, Lin Han no longer hesitated. He signaled the middle-aged man to put the old man on the bed, and then picked up the silver needle in one hand. He narrowed his eyes and stabbed at the other person. Har har, this Lin Han is really brave. If something goes wrong later, he won't be able to escape responsibility. I can only say that you are still too young. It is best to avoid such things. It's a dead end. There's no way Lin Han can save them. There were mocking voices everywhere. They didn't think that Lin Han could really revive the other person. Seeing that Lin Han had already started the acupuncture, the questioning and sarcastic remarks became more intense. Originally, Li Shan was a little worried, fearing that Lin Han would suddenly turn the tables at this time. But after seeing all the doctors and Dr. Xie say this, he was no longer worried about it. Mr. Su, your Su family is going to be killed by Lin Han. Even if Lin Han does have some abilities, so what? His bad thing is that he is too confident in himself. How can he be so confident about something that even Dr. Xie is not sure about? As Li Shan spoke, the ferocious look on his face became more intense. He has thought it through clearly. What if Lin Han can't save the other person? I must make a big fuss about this matter and force Lin Han to bow his head. The whole place became silent as Lin Han started to attack. Everyone's eyes were on Lin Han, and the needles in Lin Han's hand continued to fall. Many people looked surprised and suspicious, as if they had thought of something. The same is true for Dr. Xie. Whoosh! After Lin Han had inserted all the silver needles in his hand, his expression had become extremely solemn. As his hands kept flying, streams of white gas suddenly emanated from the old man. Impossible! At this moment, Dr. Xie's shocked voice suddenly rang out. Is this the 13 ghost needles? How could you possibly have one of the 3 lost magic needles? It is said that once the 13 ghost needles are used, they have the power to bring the dead back to life. Lin Han, who are you? When Dr. Xie's voice fell, there was an uproar again. Many people have heard of the name of the 13 ghost needles, but they have never seen it. Now that Dr. Xie had confirmed it, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes with expressions of horror. It is indeed the 13 ghost needles. Who among those who can perform this needle technique is not a genius? Not only that, if you don't have a strong background and a teacher, you won't be able to get in touch with it at all. Lin Han, this is not simple at all. There were shouts of shock one after another. However, Lin Han was not disturbed by these noises and continued to practice his moves. The old man in front of him, whose originally pale face had gradually regained its rosy color. Bang! After Lin Han slapped the old man twice, he suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of thick blood. Dad! When the middle-aged man saw that the old man had woken up, he walked straight forward with excitement in his eyes. How are you? What's wrong with me? The old man obviously hasn't recovered from his previous coma. His expression was full of confusion. You almost died just now, and it was this little miracle doctor who saved you. After the middle-aged man saw that his father was sure that he was fine, 2 lines of tears instantly flowed down his face. Plop! Without any hesitation, he walked up to Lin Han and knelt down. He kowtowed 3 times in a row. What a miracle, doctor! If it weren't for you, my father would have died. Thank you, doctor. Liu Huishan, will never forget your kindness. Seeing the middle-aged man being so polite, Lin Han couldn't help but smile bitterly and helped him up. After much persuasion, he was helped up and asked to go to the hospital to check the condition. Before leaving, Liu Huisheng solemnly handed Lin Han a business card and then left. The whole place was still silent, and everyone's eyes were on Lin Han. His expression was full of complexity. Lin Han, who are you? After a while, Dr. Xie finally spoke, took a deep breath and asked Lin Han. Chapter 14, Accepting Defeat. Facing Dr. Xie's shocked questioning, Lin Han sneered, and a look of disdain suddenly emerged in his eyes. Anyone can really call themselves a miracle doctor. 8 out of 10 miracle doctors in the world see me as a green mountain. Mr. Xie was stunned, and his whole body was immersed in Lin Han's domineering words. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that my strength is a mountain that you can never overcome. Buzz. Lin Han's words were still full of arrogance and dominance. But at this moment, no one in the audience would doubt what Lin Han said. After all, being able to use the 13 ghost needles already represents his strength and identity. Dr. Xie was extremely confused at this time. As his eyes flickered, he swallowed subconsciously. He continued to ask Lin Han, may I ask who is Mr. Lin's master? When Dr. Xie faced Lin Han this time, he no longer had the arrogance he had before. Instead, he seemed extremely respectful. Har, it seems you do have some skills. And since you just saved several people, you deserve to know. Listen carefully, I am a disciple of Ling Suzi from Luofeng Mountain Taoist Temple. Boom! After hearing the name Ling Suzi, Dr. Xie's brain exploded immediately. Ling Suzi, one of the 3 great doctors in the world. You are actually his disciple. As Dr. Xie spoke, his whole body couldn't help but tremble with excitement. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Xie Yun, am honored to meet Xenia Ling's disciple in this lifetime. As he spoke, Xie Yun suddenly knelt down towards Lin Han with a plop. After kowtowed 3 times. His tone was extremely serious. Mr. Lin, I hope you will forgive me for any offense I have caused you before. I didn't know you were that person's disciple. If I had known, I would never have behaved like that. Xie Yun felt extremely bitter. When he was studying medicine in his early years, Ling Su's name was already famous throughout the medical community. The other person is your lifelong pursuit. And the more he understood medical skills, the more he realized how big the gap was between himself and Ling Suzi. Although Lin Han is only the other party's disciple, could someone who can be accepted as a disciple by the other party be a simple person? Moreover, Ling Suzi is not only accomplished in medical skills. Compared with him, the Li family is nothing but a dwarf. Since you really have no bad intentions, let's forget about this matter today. But this competition. Before Lin Han could finish, Xiao nodded with a smile and said, "Of course, Divine Dr. Lin won. I accept defeat wholeheartedly. Thank you for your luck." Li Shan, who was standing aside, was still in a daze. Now I heard that Xiao not only kowtowed to Lin Han suddenly, but also admitted defeat as soon as he opened his mouth. How could he tolerate this? He immediately roared at Xiao, "Xiao, what do you mean by this?" "Mr. Li." Xiao smiled bitterly, "My skills are inferior to others, that's true." "Xiao, you are such a traitor, don't forget that your current position was given to you by our Li family. Without our Li family, you are nothing." The thought of having to kowtow to Lin Han in public after losing. How could Li Shan accept this? Facing Li Shan's threats and curses, Xiao frowned and sighed, "Mr. Li, I am only able to have what I have now because of the power of the Li family. The Li family has benefited a lot from me over the years. You and I are just partners. If young Master Li still maintains this attitude, then I can only announce that I will sever my cooperation with your Li family." "You?" Li Shan never expected Xiaoyun's attitude to be so firm, and he was so angry that his whole body was shaking. "We won! We won!" Aoxue covered her mouth excitedly, her eyes filled with unstoppable excitement. Lin Han's performance was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations, and the scene just now where Xiaoyun kowtowed to Lin Han and admitted defeat. It is still vivid in her mind. Domineering, confident and powerful. She is now finding it increasingly difficult to understand Lin Han. Although we won, Li Shan will definitely not let us go so easily. Relatively speaking, Mr. Su knows Li Shan better. Aoxue was stunned by her grandfather's words, and she subconsciously turned to look at Li Shan. At this time, Lin Han was looking at Li Shan with a smile on his face. "Li Shan, you have already lost this competition. Isn't it time to fulfill your promise?" After hearing Lin Han's words, Li Shan, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly burst into laughter. "Joke! You want me, Li Shan, to bow my head? Dream on." As Li Shan spoke, the ferocious look on his face became more intense. His expression was extremely gloomy. "I never thought that a little Lin Han like you could force me to this point. Aoxue is my, Li Shan's, woman. I will never give up on her. Lin Han, you forced me to do this." Clap, clap, clap. Li Shan stretched out his hand and clapped a few times, and then the whole venue was instantly in an uproar. Crash! A large number of figures came out from all directions and immediately surrounded Lin Han. Such a scene filled the eyes of everyone around with surprise and suspicion. Without any hesitation, he retreated to the surrounding areas. Anyone can see that Li Shan is serious about this. After all, Li Shan is a descendant of one of the three major families in Magic City. This is not an existence they can afford to provoke. It's just a pity for Lin Han, who had just demonstrated his powerful medical skills. Unexpectedly, he would fall into Li Shan's hands in the blink of an eye. With the strength of the Li family, it would be too easy to kill someone. "Li Shan, what do you want to do?" After seeing this scene, Aoxue was so angry that she trembled and walked up to Li Shan and cursed. "Har har, Aoxue. We'll talk about you and me later. Today I only targeted Lin Han. You don't really think that I, Li Shan, can just swallow the loss, right? I can't let Lin Han leave the venue. As for our Su family, I advise you to think about it carefully. There will be no good consequences if you offend our Li family." Li Shan snorted coldly and waved his hand. The strong men around him pressed forward again. At this time, there were about 40 or 50 strong men surrounding Lin Han. There are so many people around, it does look a bit scary. "Li Shan, it seems that yesterday's lesson was not enough. You don't really think you can take me down with just a few losers like these? No one can stop me from doing what I, Lin Han, want to do. You are definitely going to get knocked down today. Har 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 har." Lin Han's words caused Li Shan to laugh again. Okay. I just want to see who is going to kowtow today. Come on, break Lin Han's legs first. Make him lie in front of me like a dead dog. Chapter 15 Forced to Bow. Li Shan's sudden action had already made everyone else in the meeting room step aside. There were only 3 people in the entire center: Lin Han, Old Man Su, and Aoxue. Li Shan won't touch you. You two retreat first, leave this to me. Lin Han had a smile on his face and moved his wrist while speaking. His eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. Lin Han, you. As soon as Aoxue opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Lin Han. If you ask me to retreat, then retreat. I, Lin Han, will naturally deal with the problems that have been caused. I'm a man. How can I let you stand up for me? It was not until Aoxue was taken away by Old Man so that the burly men around her surrounded her with ferocious smiles on their faces. Superior. As Li Shan roared, the crowd rushed over. However, just when they rushed to Lin Han had disappeared without a trace. Oh! Screams continued to sound from all directions. Lin Han, who was in the crowd, would definitely knock one person away with one punch or one kick. These strong thugs were like toys in front of him. In a short period of time, more than 10 people fell to the ground and wailed. Such a scene made everyone around open their eyes wide. Is this Lin Han a monster? Not only is his medical skill extraordinary, but his strength is also so strong. Who is he? And the masterling Susie he mentioned before, how come I have never heard of him? Har, since you haven't heard of it, it means you are not qualified enough to block it. Anyway, this is going to be fun. Bang bang. The entire battle did not last too long. After just 1.5 minutes, 40 or 50 strong men all fell to the ground. Lin Han clapped his hands and turned his gaze to Li Shan, who had a look of horror on his face. Do you have anyone else? If not, then I will attack you. Lin Han's words shocked Li Shan all over, and he subconsciously ran to the back. But Lin Han is faster. He came to Li Shan and grabbed his hair. He exerted force with his hands and pressed it in front of him. Plop. Seeing his body suddenly become half a head shorter, the gloom in Li Shan's eyes became more obvious. Lin Han, I am a member of the Li family. Do you know who you are offending now? Bang. Lin Han raised his hand and slapped him. I don't care who you are. Even if the King of Heaven comes, you will get slapped today. I'm willing to admit defeat. You haven't forgotten what you promised me before, right? Snort. Li Shan gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, You are dreaming. You want me to kowtow to you? Impossible. Bang. Lin Han slapped him twice again. It's okay, let's see how long you can hold out. After more than 10 slaps, Li Shan's face was already swollen. When he looked at Lin Han again, his eyes were filled with fear. Seeing Lin Han raising his hand, Li Shan finally got scared. He shuddered and yelled at Lin Han, Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. If you hit me again, I will really die. I bow my head and apologize to you. I kowtow to you. Bang bang. Looking at the arrogant young master of the Li family, he just knelt in front of Lin Han and kowtowed continuously. Everyone around felt it was completely absurd for a moment. This has really gotten into a big mess. Remember what you promised me. If I ever find out that you're harassing my fiancé again. But I won't let you go so easily. In response to Lin Han's threat, Li Shan just kept nodding. How dare I have any other ideas? Go away. As Lin Han's voice fell, Li Shan led his men to flee outside without any hesitation. Judging from the background, he was extremely panic-stricken. Master, the matter is resolved. Arriving in front of Mr. Su, Lin Han said with a smile, looking at Li Shan's appearance, he probably won't dare to harass the Su family again in the short term. Of course, if he dares to do it again, I will continue to deal with him. Lin Han's words made Mr. Su smile. However, there was a strange look in Aoxue's eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. Naturally, this medical skills competition could not continue because of the fight between the two. No one expected that something like this would happen. Lin Han's fame began to spread throughout the circle. But he was more worried about Lin Han. With Li Shan's personality, how could he let Lin Han go so easily? Let's go. The Su family's northern pharmaceutical factory has been saved. There is no need for us to continue participating. After Lin Han finished speaking, he walked outside with several people from the Su family. Wait a moment. At this moment, Xiao came directly in front of Lin Han with a smile on his face. What's up? When he saw Xiao, Lin Han raised his eyebrows and asked indifferently. That Mr. Lin. I have already been impressed by Mr. Lin's medical skills. I wonder if I can become his disciple. Please rest assured, Mr. Lin, I have nothing to do with the Li family now. Xiaoyun's sudden request to become his disciple filled the eyes of both Mr. Su and Su Aoxue with joy. Although Xiaoyun's reputation as the best doctor in the Magic City is closely related to the resources and operations of the Li family. But after so many years, Xiaoyun himself has a very sufficient network of contacts. It can be said that Xiaoyun alone is enough to match the entire Su family. This is certainly a good thing for their Su family. With Xiaoyun endorsing the Su family feels more confident. Of course, whether or not to accept a disciple depends on Lin Han's intention. Become my disciple. Lin Han was speechless. I don't have this idea. And don't think I don't know what's going on in your mind. The 13 ghost needles will never be passed on to others. I don't want this news to be spread, including to my master. If you're willing to make friends with me and leave an impression on me, I can accept it, but if you want to become my disciple, I think it's better to forget it. After Lin Han finished speaking, he ignored Xiaoyun and strode out of the venue. Looking at Lin Han's back, everyone in the Su family was stunned. Thank you, doctor. Mr. Su looked a little embarrassed. It's okay. It's normal for a person like Mr. Lin to be a little arrogant. But I won't give up. Xiaoyun was unexpectedly not angry, but instead had a more courageous attitude. This scene made the Su family's grandfather and grandson feel a little helpless. The medical skills competition ended so hastily. After returning to the Li family, Li Shan became more and more angry and unwilling the more he thought about it. However, he also needs to report on the medical skills competition. After listening to Li Shan's story, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of several middle-aged men in their hall. You mean, that guy who suddenly appeared revitalized the Su family's business? That's right. Second uncle, I was badly bullied by him, and the Li family's reputation was also ruined by him. This matter cannot be concluded. The middle-aged men also sneered at Li Shan's words. It's just the Su family. I'll go to the provincial capital and invite a few killers over. We'll deal with Lin Han in a few days. Chapter 16. Even if you are invincible. When the news about the Su family winning the medical skills competition was passed back, the entire Su family was in an uproar. No one expected this result after learning the details. Everyone's eyes looking at Lin Han changed a little. Of course, Lin Han was too lazy to pay attention to these people's reactions. After returning to the Su family, he chuckled to the old man and said, "Old man, the trouble with the Li family has been temporarily resolved. I think Su Aoxue herself has some reservations about our engagement. How about we just cancel the engagement and go our separate ways?" No one expected Lin Han to say this. Including Su Aoxue, her eyes kept flashing, with horror and grievance on her face. She was obviously so beautiful, and she didn't reject Lin Han openly. But why is Lin Han still so determined to break off the engagement? Is it true that I am really not worthy of Lin Han's eyes? Admittedly, I really didn't have any thoughts about Lin Han at the beginning. But after spending these 2 days together, she found that she actually had a slight affection for Lin Han. Especially Lin Han's series of performances made her extremely surprised. It wasn't that difficult to accept that Lin Han became her fiancé. But Lin Han's sudden attitude at this time made her feel a little flustered. Subconsciously, I want to refute directly. For Lin Han, although Su Aoxue is extremely beautiful, Lin Han felt reluctant to give up her, but he was also unwilling to force others. Instead of letting the other person bring it up, it's better to bring it up yourself. You can also save some dignity for yourself. Anyway, I had already told the other party that I would leave if the Li family's troubles were resolved. At least Lin Han hasn't decided where to go next. But the entire demon city is so big, where can't I go? Mr. Su looked a little embarrassed at Lin Han's sudden words. He subconsciously glanced at Su Aoxue. Seeing that Su Aoxue was obviously reluctant at this moment, the old man immediately understood. He chuckled and said to Lin Han, "Lin Han, the reason why you want to cancel the engagement is because there is no love between you two. I think young people need to cultivate their feelings. Besides, with Li Shan's personality, he suffered such a big loss in the medical skills competition this time. He will definitely not give up. If you leave alone at that time, I'm afraid he will cause trouble for you. Well, I'll be the boss here. Don't cancel the marriage yet. I won't force you two to get married. You two should slowly develop your relationship first, and we can talk about the future later. After Mr. Su finished speaking, without waiting for any reaction from the two, he waved his hand and the matter was settled. Lin Han looked helpless at this appearance. Aoxue also had no other reaction to this, as if she had tacitly agreed to it. But looking at Aoxue's expression, it seemed a little unhappy. He immediately stood up and walked upstairs. Lin Han didn't notice anything unusual about Aoxue. He also said hello to the old man and left. Aoxue returned to her room and listened to the noise coming from the next room. Be terribly upset. Why do I feel so conflicted when I just heard Lin Han say that he wanted to cancel the engagement? An indescribable emotion filled my heart. It's like breaking off the engagement is not what I want. Oh. Aoxue. This is obviously the result you want. What on earth are you thinking about? Aoxue tossed and turned in bed, looking very conflicted. Lin Han was a bit heartless. He went back to his room, took a shower and went straight to sleep. He really didn't take it to heart that he had offended Li Shan today. To him, he was just a small kid from the Demon City and posed no threat to him at all. The next morning, when Lin Han woke up, the entire Su family had already started to get busy. After all, the Su family still has an entire group and huge industries to deal with, and not everyone is as free as Lin Han. Including Aoxue, who also works in Su group. After Lin Han took a walk around the Su family, he felt a little bored for a while. Then he strode outside. Although the Su family is located in the city center, there is a park next to the Su family. There were many people doing morning exercises in the park, and it was very lively early in the morning. Lin Han was chewing on a bun while muttering to himself. When I went down the mountain, the old master didn't even offer to give me some money. As a result, when I was buying breakfast just now, I had to search everywhere on my body to find $2. Although the Su family is rich, I would feel embarrassed to ask for it directly. While thinking, Lin Han just arrived at the square in the park after eating and drinking. Cheers were ringing out in the square. Lin Han walked forward with some curiosity and saw a pure and beautiful figure practicing sword. Although each move is a bit immature. But for laymen, it is enough to amaze them. As expected of a member of the Xiao family, Xiao Linger is so skilled at such a young age. That's right. Don't you see what the Xiao family is like? They are an ancient martial arts family in the Magic City. Most of the martial arts schools in the entire Demon City are owned by them. I heard that Mr. Xiao likes his granddaughter very much. Listening to the waves of praise from all around, Xiao Linger, with her hair tied in a single ponytail and an air of purity. A curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. The power of the sword in his hand increased a bit. It's flashy and useless. Just when Xiao Linger had just finished performing a set of sword techniques and was about to be polite to everyone, suddenly a discordant voice sounded. This voice made Xiao Linger frown and she subconsciously turned her head to look over. I saw a young man in very ordinary clothes sitting on the chair next to me and commenting on myself. The way he shook his head looked unserious. When she saw the other person, Xiao Linger's eyes darkened. He immediately snorted coldly. At this time, Lin Han didn't know that he had been targeted by the other party. He was still expressing his opinions to the old man next to him. Oh? So it seems that you have some accomplishments in swordsmanship, my friend. The old man was amused by Lin Han's comments. He asked Lin Han with a smile in his eyes. I can't say that I'm very accomplished, but I'm basically invincible. Ordinary people are no match for me. Lin Han grinned and spoke shamelessly. Phew. But just as he finished speaking, a sneer sounded from the side. How shameless. This is the first time I've seen someone brag about himself like this. How shameless. Lin Han turned around and saw that Xiao Linger had appeared in front of him without him noticing. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at him with dissatisfaction. Chapter 17. Damn, I'm complaining to the real owner. Why, you don't believe it. Facing beautiful women, Lin Han's attitude is naturally good. He said to Xiao Linger with a chuckle. Of course not. You said earlier that I was flashy, but did you know that I just used our family sword technique? And my sword skills were taught to me by my grandfather, move by move. Xiao Linger sneered continuously, and the sarcasm and disdain in her expression became more and more intense. And I've won every award in every martial arts competition in the Magic City. And what are you? Facing Xiao Linger's questioning, Lin Han just waved his hand casually. These awards are all fake. Who would participate in such social competitions if they are real experts? As for what you said about your sword skills being taught by your grandfather, if he said you're good enough, that only means your grandfather was also a half-baked one. Crash. Lin Han's extremely arrogant words instantly caused an uproar around him. Everyone stared at Lin Han with wide eyes. Who is this kid? How dare he question Mr. Xiao in public? I don't know. Could it be that he deliberately used this to attract the attention of the Xiao family? Who knows, but this young man might be in some trouble. I heard that Xiao Linger has a very bad temper. Sure enough, Lin Han's words had just fallen. Anger flashed across Xiao Linger's eyes for a moment, and she snorted coldly, how shameless. Since you are so confident in yourself, I want to see how strong you are. As Xiao Linger was speaking, the sword in her hand suddenly swung over. Faced with the sudden action, exclamations were heard again from the surroundings. However, Lin Han, who was sitting on the bench, reacted rather calmly. Just as the sword was about to stab his throat, Lin Han suddenly stretched out his hand. He easily grabbed Xiao Linger's sword with 2 fingers. Then he exerted a little force in his hand and felt pain in it. Snap! The long sword fell directly to the ground. Look, as a warrior, you can't even hold your own weapon. You still say your swordsmanship is good. Lin Han shook his head and said helplessly. You? This result obviously surprised Xiao Linger, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction on her face. He picked up the sword again and slashed towards Lin Han again. Bang bang bang. But no matter how she attacked Lin Han seemed to casually dodge all her attacks. At this time, the long sword in Xiao Linger's hand was once again slapped to the ground by Lin Han. Just when Xiao Linger was about to attack again, the old man next to Lin Han suddenly coughed lightly. Linger, that's enough. You are no match for this young man. Grandpa. After hearing the old man's words, Xiao Linger stomped her feet in anger, her face still full of resentment. Grandfather? After hearing Xiao Linger's voice, Lin Han was stunned. Are you her grandfather? The old man Xiao they are talking about. Mr. Xiao's attitude at this time seemed rather indifferent. With a smile on his face, he nodded to Lin Han and said, yes, he is the one you called a flashy, half-baked person. I was just complaining about the other person, but I didn't expect that I was complaining directly about the person who was complaining. This scene still made Lin Han feel a little embarrassed. Lin Han immediately coughed lightly, stood up and said, I'm sorry. I was the one who spoke too much, just take it as my nonsense. I'm just passing by. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Regardless, this feeling is still a bit uncomfortable. Lin Han found an excuse and prepared to leave. But there was no way that Mr. Xiao would let Lin Han leave so easily. From Lin Han's actions just now, he could also see that Lin Han's strength was definitely not comparable to Xiao Linger's. Wait a moment, little friend. I think you are quite capable, how about taking this opportunity to learn from me? Didn't you just say I'm a dabbler? Maybe I can learn something from you. As Mr. Xiao spoke, he grabbed the sword beside him and gestured to Lin Han. Xiao Linger on the side understood what was meant, and also snorted coldly and handed the sword in her hand towards Lin Han. The meaning in his eyes was very clear. I don't think this is necessary. Just treat me as nonsense. Besides, I also don't have the heart to teach you. Unexpectedly, in response to their request, Lin Han unexpectedly and directly refused. This scene caused an uproar around again. Is this kid just talking nonsense? I think he did it on purpose to attract the Xiao family's attention. I'm afraid they are here for Xiao Linger. Everyone knows that Xiao Linger is top-notch in the Magic City in terms of both looks and background. This kind of thing has happened before, the only difference is that this young man is more capable. Watching Lin Han continue to prepare to leave, there was a strange look in Mr. Xiao's eyes. The long sword in his hand suddenly slashed towards Lin Han's back. My friend, be careful. Look at the sword. Lin Han didn't expect that Mr. Xiao would suddenly attack him, and he felt helpless for a moment. He dodged his attack with a flash of his body. Master, I really don't mean anything else. Just treat me as if I'm talking nonsense. Lin Han is not a person who likes to stir up trouble. It was just that I had just eaten and was in a good mood, and the old man just happened to ask me. I just commented on it casually. Who could have thought that he would get into such trouble? Don't feel too stressed, little friend. It's just a competition. Faced with Mr. Xiao's constant attacks, Lin Han was completely helpless. He could only take the sword from Xiao Linger and go towards old man Xiao. TSK, this kid really dares to accept the challenge. He will definitely lose. Mr. Xiao is a top-notch expert in the Magic City, and this kid just spoke rudely. Mr. Xiao will definitely teach him a lesson this time. Young people are still young after all. Xiao Linger also crossed her arms, with a playful and cold look in her eyes. Lin Han's strength just now did surprise her, but she didn't think that Lin Han would be a match for her grandfather. Weak wrist. Their moves are frivolous. Ha! It seems there is still a hidden injury. With your ability, being able to display this strength is already very good. But for me, it's still a long way off. After just 2 simple moves, Lin Han had already figured out the opponent's moves. He made a sword flower with the long sword in his hand, and then hit the long sword in old man Xiao's hand with a par. There are too many flaws. Lin Han shook his head and threw the sword back casually. Their whole audience was silent. Mr. Xiao actually lost. Lost to such a young man. And looking at the young man's appearance, he seemed extremely relaxed from beginning to end. How is this possible? Chapter 18 Add money. This result surprised not only everyone around him, but also Mr. Xiao himself. Recalling the battle between Ganzer and Lin Han, he actually discovered that all the flaws that Lin Han had mentioned before were actually correct. Who is this young man in front of me? Although he was a little surprised, Mr. Xiao was not a narrow-minded person. He immediately stepped forward, bowed to Lin Han and said with a smile, "Little brother, I was too short-sighted to recognize you just now." Looking at the way the little brother is doing it, he must have been practicing martial arts since he was a child, right? I don't know who your master is. I'm sorry, my master is used to living a carefree life and doesn't want anyone to disturb him. Sorry. Lin Han waved his hand and had no intention of getting any further with the Xiao family. Since the competition is over, I'll leave if there's nothing else. Seeing Lin Han preparing to leave while talking, old man Xiao became a little anxious. It was so hard to meet such a master, how could he let him go easily? He ignored the opinions of those around him and strode forward to stand in front of Lin Han again. Little brother, I lost the previous competition. I wonder if you'd like to give me some advice, little brother. I'm willing to pay you for it. Lin Han originally planned to refuse, but when he heard the other party say that he was willing to pay a reward, his eyes moved immediately. Seeing Lin Han's reaction, Mr. Xiao's eyes lit up with joy, knowing that there was hope. He spoke again, I just need my little brother to help me perfect my swordsmanship. I'll pay 1 million. Hiss. There was shock all around. For an average family, 1 million is a lifetime savings. I didn't expect that Mr. Xiao would say it so lightly. But what they didn't expect was that Lin Han directly refused the temptation of 1 million. I don't want money. 2 million. Old man, you are so polite. 3 million. Make a deal. Lin Han is not a fool. In his eyes, the Xiao family's swordsmanship was not something very advanced. Of course he wouldn't refuse the offer of 3 million just for some guidance. I was just being polite subconsciously at first, but I didn't expect the other party to increase the price so much. Bring the sword. After hearing Lin Han's words, old man Xiao's eyes were full of joy and he quickly handed over the sword in his hand. I'm only signaling once. Watch carefully. How much you can comprehend depends on your own luck. As Lin Han spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then he began to use his sword skills. As the sword flashed, Lin Han had never been exposed to the Xiao family's swordsmanship. But he had already seen Xiao Linger wielding the sword before. According to memory, Lin Han began to help him improve it while beating him. The more Mr. Xiao looked at it, the more frightened he became, and he couldn't help but feel horrified in his heart. This young man's talent is so strong that he can completely repeat his sword skills after just watching it once. And you can improve it as you continue to make progress. I feel like I have found a treasure. The swordplay was quickly completed. Lin Han exhaled and asked old man Xiao, did you remember it? Although there are quite a few things I don't quite understand, I have mostly remembered them now. Take the money and I'm leaving. Lin Han said without any politeness and just stretched out his hand. I don't have that much money on me, why don't you come back to the Xiao family with me, little brother? I promise to transfer the money back as soon as possible. Lin Han did not hesitate too much about what Mr. Xiao said. This is 3 million, he will not give up. Let's go. As Lin Han spoke, the three of them immediately stood up and walked towards the Xiao family. Old Master Xiao's face was full of joy, but Xiao Ling's eyes were filled with complexity. On the one hand, she didn't have a very good first impression of Lin Han, and subconsciously felt a little disgusted with him. On the other hand, she could also see that Lin Han's skills were not that simple. I never thought there would be such a strong person in the Demon City. Humph, sooner or later I will surpass you. Xiao Ling's eyes flashed and she swore secretly. There weren't many people in the parking lot at the entrance of the park at this time. After all, today is a weekday, and there are even fewer people coming to the park for morning exercises early in the morning. Just when Mr. Xiao was about to invite Lin Han to get in the car, several figures suddenly jumped out from the side. These figures all had their faces covered, and they rushed towards the three of them as soon as they appeared. Such a scene made Mr. Xiao frown and his face darken. Humph! You are really looking for death. The assassination has happened to my Xiao family. Old Master Xiao didn't show any courtesy at all. He just swung his sword and rushed towards the men in black. Lin Han was instinctively startled when he saw these men in black. I thought these people were coming for me. After all, I have offended quite a few people these days. In addition to Li Shan from the Li family, there is also Aoxue's cousin He Jun. Grandpa, be careful. Although Mr. Xiao was extremely powerful, he was quickly forced to retreat when facing more than a dozen assassins. Such a scene made Xiao Ling's eyes full of anxiety, and she rushed over with a sword in hand. As for Lin Han, he realized that these people were not coming for him. Instead, he leaned against the car with his arms folded and watched the excitement. Bang bang. Soon, both of them were hit and retreated. Damn, these people must be coming for us. They have figured out my strength. Linga, call home. I'll hold on for a while. While Xiao Ling was on the phone, Old Man Xiao rushed over again. But at this moment, a strong man rushed into the crowd again with laughter. Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry this time. Take money from others and help them get rid of their misfortunes. Someone is paying to kill your Xiao family. You have no choice but to die here today. The sturdy man exudes a strong aura, and the dagger in his hand is extremely ferocious. Every move was aimed at attacking Mr. Xiao's vital points. Mr. Xiao was immediately beaten and retreated continuously. Phew! A mouthful of thick blood spurted out, and Old Man Xiao retreated to Xiao Ling with a gloomy expression. I am no match for them. This time it's going to be troublesome. Linga, you go first. I can still hold on for a while in my current condition. Old Master Xiao's words made Xiao Ling's anxiety even more intense. Grandfather. As she spoke, Xiao Ling seemed to have thought of something. He turned to look at Lin Han, who was watching the fun on the side. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you help? Lin Han was stunned for a moment, then shrugged and said, I have no grudge against either of you, why should I get involved? Xiao Ling was angered by Lin Han's answer. He snorted coldly, stamped his feet and said, I'll give you more money. How much? 2 million. Together with the previous amount, a total of 5 million, that's enough. That's more like it. Chapter 19, Just a Deal. Naturally, Lin Han would not refuse if there was money to be made. He immediately shouted to Mr. Xiao in the crowd with a smile, Grandpa, your granddaughter just offered me 2 million. If you agree, back out now. Leave this to me. After hearing Lin Han's words, Mr. Xiao was stunned. How could he forget such a master? Now that he saw Lin Han was about to take action, he certainly wouldn't refuse. With a flash of joy in his eyes, he retreated while shouting to Lin Han, Little brother, be careful. The strength of these people is not simple. After Mr. Xiao retreated back to the battlefield, Lin Han strode towards the leading burly man. Boy, this matter has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to die, get out of here. The sturdy man looked at Lin Han in front of him with a ferocious expression and snorted. Take money from others and help them get rid of their misfortunes. If you leave now, you can still save your life. If you don't leave now, I can't guarantee how severe my attack will be. Snort. Seeing that Lin Han wanted to intervene, the sturdy man no longer hesitated with his eyes flashing. The dagger in his hand stabbed straight forward. Grandpa, do you think he can really solve it? Xiao Linga looked at Lin Han's back, her eyes flashing as she spoke softly. Lin Han's performance just now touched her heart. Xiao Linga has been practicing martial arts since she was a child, and she has a good impression of people with strong strength. In addition to the identity and status of her Xiao family, Xiao Linga has always disliked the children of aristocratic families since she was a child. In her heart, only the strong are worthy of her. Have no idea. Old Master Xiao gave a bitter smile, but just as he opened his mouth he heard a muffled groan. In his eyes, these were all strong men, but they had only been facing Lin Han for less than 3 seconds. Both arms were directly crippled by Lin Han. The weapon in his hand also fell to the ground. Bang! With another kick, Lin Han kicked the sturdy man away. He flashed in front of the sturdy man, chuckled and said, "Do you want to continue?" Feeling the cold murderous intent from Lin Han, the sturdy man knew that he was no match for the other party no matter how unwilling he was. He gritted his teeth and snorted coldly, "Xiao family, you are lucky this time. Let's go." Crash. In a few flashes, the killers around disappeared. Lin Han did not pursue them as they left. He didn't want to bring himself into trouble. Anyway, what he had promised before was only to help the Xiao family solve the trouble. Now that the trouble has been solved, I can say that I have accomplished it. Clapping his hands, Lin Han turned to Mr. Xiao and said with a smile, 5 million, don't forget it. Snort. What a greedy guy. Xiao Linga snorted softly and started muttering to herself. The good impression I had just built up towards Lin Han dropped again because he opened his mouth. The night in my mind shouldn't be like this. Lin Han didn't bother to care what Xiao Linga thought after getting the consent of Grandpa Xiao. Without hesitation, he strode towards the car. The previous fight made Mr. Xiao's face a little red. After calming down, he let Xiao Linga drive towards the Xiao family. Along the way, the old man's eyes flashed, and he began to inquire about Lin Han from other sides. When I heard that Lin Han was currently living in the Su family, and was also engaged to Su Aoxue from the Su family, both he and Xiao Linga could not help but be a little surprised. You know, although the Su family is not very strong in the Magic City, Su Aoxue is very famous. As one of the 4 golden flowers in the Magic City, a considerable part of the Su family's fame was brought by Su Aoxue. Moreover, they had also heard that Li Shan from the Li family had taken a fancy to Su Aoxue, so there would definitely be conflicts between the two sides. However, this thought only flashed through his mind and he did not pursue it. Soon when they returned to the Xiao family, everyone in the Xiao family came forward and began to inquire about the situation. After learning that they had just been ambushed, the head of the Xiao family immediately snorted coldly, "No matter who attacked our Xiao family this time. In any case, we will never let them go. Har har, I already have a few guesses in my mind." As he spoke, Patriarch Xiao turned his head and looked at Lin Han again. "I wonder what this gentleman's name is. If it weren't for you, our Xiao family would be in big trouble this time." In response to the polite words of Patriarch Xiao, Lin Han just waved his hand and smiled, "You're welcome. This is just a transaction. I'll leave now after I get the money." Lin Han's attitude stunned the Xiao family head for a moment. But he soon chuckled and said, "Sir, you are a cheerful person." 5 million was not a lot for the Xiao family, and soon the 5 million was directly deposited into Lin Han's account. Looking at so much money in the account, it would be a lie for Lin Han to say he was not excited. Finally, I'm rich now. I should be able to spend it now, right? Let's go back to the breakfast shop later and buy him 10 buns to eat. You'll look down on me. Lin Han thought happily in his heart. He stood up and prepared to say goodbye and leave. "Linga, go see the young master off." Just when Lin Han was about to leave, old man Xiao suddenly spoke. Xiao Linga was stunned, but did not refuse and followed Lin Han away. "My name is Xiao Linga, what's yours? Anyway, thank you for saving me and my grandfather just now." After hearing what Xiao Linga said, Lin Han waved his hand and smiled, "My name is Lin Han. I said, we are just doing a deal. Your Xiao family spent the money. Don't be so polite." Coo. At this moment, Lin Han's stomach started to growl again. "TSK, I didn't eat enough this morning." Lin Han chuckled, shook his head and prepared to leave. Then I'll treat you to a meal. After hearing this, Xiao Linger quickly stepped forward and said, "It just so happens that I didn't eat anything this morning." Lin Han was a little surprised by Xiao Linger's attitude. He remembered that Xiao Linger had been a little rude to him before, so why did her attitude change so quickly? Without waiting for Lin Han to refuse, Xiao Linger had already driven the car out. It just so happened that Lin Han was also a little hungry, so he did not refuse Xiao Linger's kindness. Along the way, Xiao Linger kept looking at Lin Han beside her, wondering about the move of inviting Lin Han to dinner. She didn't know how she came to say that. In short, she didn't seem to have the same bad feelings towards Lin Han as before. "Lin Han, are you really engaged to Aoxue?" "Well, the engagement between her and me was arranged by my master and her grandfather. We just met 2 days ago, how can there be any feelings between us? I'm just thinking about how to cancel the engagement." Lin Han's words made Xiao Linger stunned. "Why? I remember Aoxue was very beautiful, right? Don't you men all like that type? You are also very beautiful. Do you think we should be together?" Lin Han spoke without even thinking. Chapter 20 Blackmail. This sentence made Xiao Linger blush. He spat lightly at Lin Han. "The main reason is that there is no affection between us. I can see that she doesn't think highly of a country bumpkin like me. So there's no need to ask for trouble. Besides, I just came down from the mountains, and I haven't experienced enough of this bustling metropolis. There's no need to torture a girl." Lin Han muttered to himself and looked outside. The hustle and bustle of the streets outside made Lin Han feel a little envious. "After all, I have been living in the mountains since I was a child, and everything in front of me is indeed a little unfamiliar." Lin Han's previous words touched Xiao Linger's heart. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Lin Han did not seem to be as frivolous as she had imagined. He was able to break off the engagement with Aoxue out of consideration for her feelings. He is so powerful, and he even saved my life. Although Lin Han also took some money from his family. But as Lin Han said, it's impossible for others to help him for no reason, right? Thinking about it this way, Lin Han is indeed very good. He is handsome, capable, and kind-hearted. The gap between him and the other half I expected is not that big. As Xiao Linger was thinking, she became distracted without realizing it. Bang! He wasn't paying attention and collided directly with the sports car in front. The sudden change made the two people in the car stunned. But just before they got out of the car, a fat man suddenly walked out of the sports car in front. The fat man quickly walked to the back of his car and took a look, his eyes full of heartache. "You are so blind. Can't you see such a big road? I just bought this car. You tell me, what should we do?" Xiao Linger could understand the fat man's anger. After getting off the car, he said to the other party apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention just now. It's all my fault. I'll be responsible for repairing your car." The fat man was about to continue scolding, but suddenly he was stunned when he saw Xiao Linger's appearance. There was a flash of vulgarity and greed in his eyes, and he looked at Xiao Linger without any hesitation. "Har har sister, you don't have to be so polite. It was just a simple scratch. I don't think you mean it, how about you treat me to a meal and let this go?" As the fat man spoke, he also pressed towards Xiao Linger. Xiao Linger could see what he was thinking at a glance. She had already seen a lot of such things and people. She took a step back silently, and there was a hint of coldness and disgust in Xiao Linger's expression. "Sir, this is my fault. I have to pay as much as I deserve. I think it's not necessary to eat. Beauty, I spent millions on this car. Repairing it will not only waste money but also time. You can't come down without hundreds of thousands of dollars." A smile flashed in the fat man's eyes, and he started talking nonsense. "Since you didn't mean to do that, isn't this giving you a chance? It only takes one meal, and that's it. No one else has this opportunity." As the fat man spoke, he stretched out his hand and was about to grab Xiao Linger's hand. This scene immediately made Xiao Linger's face gloomy. "This matter is my fault. I'm giving you face. Don't be shameless." Xiao Linger herself has a bad temper. If this matter was not her fault, she would have slapped the fat man just for his attitude. At this time, Xiao Linger still suppressed her anger and snorted coldly. "Oh, you're still angry. Har har, if you really want to compensate, then it's easy. Just give me $500,000. I'll let you go. Or you can compensate me with a meal." It's your choice. Seeing that Xiao Linger was not getting along, the fat man immediately started to act like a rogue. 500,000. I think your car is not even worth 500,000, right? At this moment, Lin Han also got out of the car and looked at the sports car in front of him. It's just such a broken car, you really have the nerve to ask for it. I'll give you $5,000, so get out of here. I'm almost starving to death, and I don't have the time to waste time with you. When Lin Han was in the car just now, he naturally saw what the fat man was thinking. He could also see that Xiao Linger didn't know how to deal with this scene. Given her personality, she would probably attack directly if the other party provoked her again. No matter what, he is with Xiao Linger now. When something happens, I can no longer back down. As he spoke, Lin Han calmly pushed Xiao Linger behind him. He looked at the fat man with a smile on his face. What do you want? When the fat man saw Lin Han getting out of Xiao Linger's car, his face suddenly became gloomy. $5,000, you're giving money to a beggar. This matter has nothing to do with you. I think you should get out. The fat man was not polite at all. He sneered and yelled at Lin Han. Let me ask you, can this problem be solved with 5,000 yuan? Lin Han just checked and found that only a little bit of paint was scratched off. And if you don't pay attention, you won't even notice it. Although Lin Han didn't know the exact repair price, 5,000 yuan should be enough. How dare you threaten me? As soon as Lin Han opened his mouth, the fat man burst into laughter. Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. My car is a Porsche. Even a simple repair would cost tens of thousands of dollars. Something that has never been seen before. The fat man's expression was full of sarcasm. I still say the same thing, either $500,000 or let her pay me for a meal. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today. At this time, a lot of people had gathered around because of the accident here. Faced with this scene, the fat man looked even more arrogant. And I'm telling you, I'm not afraid of you. Go and find out who Zhang Meng, Have you heard of the Zhang group? That's my dad's, a bunch of bumpkins. Zhang Meng became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he was afraid that others didn't know his identity. Their voices were raised several degrees. Lin Han, let's just forget it. There are too many people around. It's unfortunate for us to face such a scoundrel. It's just 500,000 yuan. It's not a lot of money to me. Just give it to me. Just then, Xiao Linger saw more and more people gathering around. He pulled Lin Han's arm and spoke softly. How can that be possible? However, after hearing this, Lin Han shook his head and refused without even thinking. This is $500,000. You rich people really don't know how hard it is to make money. Don't worry about it, leave it to me. He wants to blackmail me, but he doesn't even check if he has the ability to do so. Lin Han chuckled and nodded to Xiao Linger. Then he looked at Zhang Meng again. Chapter 21. Did I give you face? Zhang Meng, right? $5,000, will you leave? Har 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 har. Zhang Meng laughed again at Lin Han's words. With a sneer in his eyes, he said, poor bastard, do you think I'll pay attention to you? There's nothing we can do about it. Seeing his attitude, Lin Han sighed. In front of everyone, he strode to Zhang Meng's car and said to him, by the way, how much did you pay for this car? 2,300,000. Zhang Meng looked very proud. Bang! But the next moment, Lin Han suddenly kicked towards the car. With this kick, the entire car actually moved forward. Lin Han did not stop what he was doing. He exerted force and pushed the car to the side. This scene filled the eyes of everyone around with uncontrollable horror. What on earth is this young man? A single person stroller. And he pushed from the side. How come he was so strong? Hiss, this is too scary. Zhang Meng was also frightened by Lin Han's actions at this time, and stood there in a daze. I just watched Lin Han kick and push his car to the side of the road. Clapping his hands, Lin Han said with a smile on his face, this won't block the traffic. By the way, I just said I would give you 5,000, but you didn't agree to it. Then don't blame us. Let's go. Lin Han winked at Xiao Linger, and the two of them prepared to get in the car and leave. You? Zhang Meng never expected that Lin Han's solution was to act like a rogue. He was stunned for a moment and his eyes were full of anxiety. You're looking for death. My car has been kicked into this state by you, you must compensate me. Zhang Meng stopped in front of the car and yelled at Lin Han. Don't mind him, just hit him. I don't believe he is not afraid of death. Just when Xiao Linger was at a loss, Lin Han chuckled and spoke directly. R. Xiao Linger was stunned for a moment, and at this time Lin Han pressed his palm on her leg. Boom boom boom. The roar of a car suddenly rang out, and the roar of the air scared Zhang Meng so much that he jumped to the side. Let's go. Seeing Zhang Meng leave, Lin Han nodded and smiled again. To deal with this kind of scoundrel, you must use even more scoundrel methods. This kind of thing is very simple to handle. Just go through the insurance. Why waste so much time talking to him? It's obvious that this guy is not serious and is coming for you. The car continued to move forward, and Xiao Linger listened to Lin Han's words with a smile. I couldn't help but feel touched. She had never solved a problem this way before, and her heart was still beating faster. But is it really okay for us to just walk away like this? What's the problem? If Zhang Meng doesn't accept it, just let him continue to cause trouble. You, the Xiao family, are afraid of the Zhang family. Don't be afraid. That's it. A curve appeared at the corner of Xiao Linger's mouth. Sometimes it feels good to break the rules. Boom. However, before they had driven out for long, the sound of a car roared again behind them. I saw Zhang Meng driving a sports car and following over with a gloomy face. He kept cursing at Lin Han. Boy, you are looking for death. This isn't over yet. I will never let you go. Xiao Linger was driving, and Lin Han happened to be fine. He simply opened the car window, picked up the water in the car and splashed it at the other person. Wash your car. Fuck you. Faced with Lin Han's unhesitating attack, Zhang Meng's face turned pale and he slowed down immediately. Har 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 har. A burst of laughter suddenly broke out in the car. If Zhang Meng comes with the attitude of solving the problem, I can help you pay for it. But this guy obviously has bad intentions. Don't be polite when dealing with such a person. Xiao Linger nodded, as if moved by Lin Han's words. Seeing that Zhang Meng's car no longer caught up with them, the two of them treated the incident as an episode and laughed it off. Never paid any attention to it again. As for the other party's car repair money, you can pay it yourself if he comes to your door. It's nothing. Led by Xiao Linger, the two came to a luxurious restaurant. Looking at the Western restaurant in front of him, Lin Han looked helpless. Why, not to your taste? Seeing Lin Han's expression, Xiao Linger was stunned for a moment and asked. That's not the reason. I'm mainly hungry. I'm afraid I won't have enough to eat. There are still many staple foods here. Just order whatever you want. It's my treat. Lin Han's answer made Xiao Linger cover her mouth and chuckle. After she said this, Lin Han was no longer polite. We ordered a large table full of food. As soon as the food came, he started eating. Such an undignified way of eating made Xiao Linger look at him with higher regard. Sometimes she was indeed annoyed by those inexplicable rules. Just like the guests at other tables around, after seeing the way Lin Han ate, they all looked at him with contempt. If it weren't for her face and her status, sometimes she would like to be like Lin Han. Just let go of the so-called face. What are you standing there for? Eat. Lin Han said to Xiao Linger without raising his head. Xiao Linger's eating manners were much more reserved than Lin Han's, so the appearance of the two of them naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. Soon a young man came over with a glass of red wine. With a smile on his face, he said to Xiao Linger, "Beautiful lady, can I meet you?" "Sorry, I can't drink alcohol since I'm driving here." Xiao Linger chuckled and rejected the other party in a decent manner. However, the young man was obviously unwilling to give up and looked at Lin Han next to him with some contempt. He continued to laugh and said, "Beauty, don't blame me for speaking frankly. This boy is not worthy of you given your status. Look how embarrassing he is." Lin Han, who was eating with his mouth full of oil, was stunned. After wiping his mouth with paper, he looked at the young man and said, "You can flirt with girls if you want, what the hell does it have to do with me? If you dare to say anything more, don't blame me for being rude." The other party obviously didn't expect that Lin Han would dare to retort him. For a moment, his face turned red with anger. What a rude fellow. He looks like a country boy, totally without any manners. Beauty, you are really blind to follow such a person. Seeing that the other party was still talking non-stop, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in Lin Han's eyes. You have 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. Otherwise I'll be rude. He he. The young man obviously looked down on Lin Han and put the wine glass in front of Lin Han. If you drink this glass of wine, I will leave. How about it? I really give you face. Before Lin Han could react, Xiao Linger in front of him suddenly picked up the wine glass. Without hesitation, he splashed it towards the young man's face. Chapter 22 Domineering Xiao Linger. Xiao Linger's feelings towards Lin Han are rather complicated. On the one hand, because of her first impression of Lin Han, she didn't have a very good impression of him, but on the other hand, it was Lin Han's subsequent handling of the matter. This made her feel a little favorable towards Lin Han. After all, Xiao Linger has admired the strong since she was a child, and Lin Han can easily deal with the killer who threatens her grandfather. He saved her life again, so it would be a lie to say that I didn't have any feelings for him. Including this time of inviting Lin Han to dinner, Xiao Linger's original intention was to use this opportunity to get to know Lin Han more deeply. Although Lin Han and Aoxue are engaged, Lin Han seems not to be very optimistic about this marriage. Aoxue is just this kind of person. She dares to love and hate, and once she makes a decision, she will do it immediately. Including when she realized that she had a good impression of Lin Han, she instantly confirmed her feelings. Lin Han is so outstanding, why don't I fight for it? This is what makes Xiao Linger different from other women. Originally, she planned to have a good emotional exchange with Lin Han during the meal. By the way, I wanted to see if Lin Han was interested in me, but I never expected that such a young man would suddenly appear. It directly disturbed her interest. Seeing that the other party still wanted to mock Lin Han, the hot-tempered Xiao Linger couldn't help it. He grabbed the wine glass in front of him and splashed it in the other person's face. This scene was unexpected to everyone present. Suddenly, everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at her with suspicion. How could such a sweet-looking little beauty be so fierce in her attacks? Don't force me to lose my temper. Apologize to Lin Han. Seeing the young man standing there in a daze, Xiao Linger frowned and spoke in a cold voice. Being scolded in person by Xiao Linger, the young man looked a little embarrassed for a moment. With a gloomy face, he whispered to Xiao Linger, "Beauty, I am speaking for you. Who asked you to talk to me? Why are you so shameless? Didn't you expect that Lin Han and I came here together? Insulting him in front of me is insulting me. My patience is limited, so apologize quickly and get out of here." Xiao Linger was obviously impatient and kept waving her hands while speaking, signaling him to hurry up. There were whispers all around, and everyone was giving instructions to the young man. The young man couldn't help showing his expression, his eyelids twitched wildly, and he sneered, "It seems that I was just being sentimental. Har har, since you don't give me face, don't blame me for being rude. You splashed it all over me, you don't think anything happened, do you? Apologize to me now, or I won't let you go." The young man looked at Lin Han, who was sitting there without saying a word. The sarcasm in his eyes became more obvious. What a loser. Do you like hiding behind women and letting them take the lead? I really don't know what she sees in you. Lin Han was naturally not frightened by the other party at this time, but he also did not expect Xiao Linger to react like this. He looked at Xiao Linger with a strange look. Then he turned and looked at the young man again. Who do I know you to be? Humph, how could I possibly know a bumpkin like you? The young man snorted coldly and said nonchalantly. Since you don't know me, why do you just come up and scold me? Isn't this a bit unreasonable? I'll scold you if you want, why do you have to choose a time? Looking at the arrogant young man in front of him, Lin Han sighed lightly. Originally he hadn't intended to get into trouble, but trouble always comes knocking on his door. Lin Han's patience is already very good, but he is still faced with such provocation from the young man. Of course he won't be polite anymore. After thinking this through, Lin Han winked at Xiao Linger. While Xiao Linger was stunned, a crisp slapping sound rang out. Bang! Everyone stared at Lin Han with eyes wide open, their eyes filled with horror. How come Lin Han, who was previously a pretty boy and a coward in their eyes, suddenly became so brave? However, it was obvious that the young man in front of him was not an ordinary person. I'm afraid the trouble this time is quite big. How dare you hit me? After being slapped by Lin Han, the young man covered his face with his hands, his eyes filled with uncontrollable coldness. I'll hit you if you want. Do I need to choose a time? Lin Han sneered and returned the young man's words exactly as they had been said. This action immediately made Xiao Linger couldn't help laughing out loud. Lin Han looked really domineering at this moment, and why did he like his actions of defending himself more and more the more he watched? A hint of joy flashed in Xiao Ling's eyes. Then she sat down there. Of course she was willing to enjoy Lin Han's protection. She has always had a strong personality since she was a child. All problems are solved by oneself. But she is a woman after all. Women are born to admire strong men, and naturally want their men to protect them. Even though Lin Han is not her man yet. Lin Han's attitude made the young man extremely angry, and he immediately prepared to step forward and continue attacking Lin Han. Crash! But at this moment, there was a sudden commotion at the door. Everyone saw dozens of figures with ferocious faces rushing into the restaurant. Everyone was holding sticks and other weapons in their hands, looking extremely scary. The leader was none other than Zhang Meng, the rich second generation who had previously clashed with Lin Han. The first time Zhang Meng saw Lin Han, he pointed without hesitation and shouted, "That's him! Kill that boy for me!" The crowd rushed forward, instantly scaring everyone around them. The young man who was about to attack Lin Han had never seen such a scene before. He immediately let out a strange cry and retreated to the side. He didn't want to face so many vicious men. "With my small body, I'm afraid I'll be crippled by one round of attacks." As soon as the young man escaped, Lin Han was surrounded by these people. Such admiration filled the young man's eyes with gloating. "Har har, I didn't expect this loser to provoke such a person. Now watch how you die. After I teach you a lesson, I'll pick up another ready-made one." Bang bang. As soon as the young man had this thought, muffled sounds rang out. Lin Han, who had just been surrounded by a group of strong men, had rushed out of the crowd at some point. And he kept attacking these strong men with a calm expression. With every punch and kick, he shows great skills. Screams soon rang out, and these 20 or 30 figures couldn't even last a minute in Lin Han's hands. No one can withstand a round of attacks. Chaos comes quickly and goes away quickly. The whole place was silent, and everyone stared at Lin Han in the crowd with wide eyes. Although Lin Han's clothes were a little messy at this time, there were figures lying on the ground and wailing everywhere around him. The impact of these figures on them was too strong. Who is this guy? Chapter 23 Black Tiger Society. Lin Han raised his foot and strode towards Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng looked at the smile on Lin Han's face and his body trembled involuntarily. His whole body was retreating backwards madly. He never expected that the young man in front of him was so powerful. After Lin Han had humiliated him just now, how could he possibly let the other party off with his temper? What's more, there is such a beautiful woman beside Lin Han. As long as I can deal with that guy, that beauty will be mine as well. It was with this mentality that Zhang Meng called the underground forces he was familiar with. He just called a large group of people over. But who could have imagined that these battle-hardened street thugs? Even with a weapon, he is no match for this young man. This made Zhang Meng feel a little scared. Bang! Of course Lin Han would not give Zhang Meng a chance to escape. He reached out and grabbed Zhang Meng by his collar and pulled him back. "Master Zhang, where are you going?" Plop. To Zhang Meng, Lin Han's voice was like the whisper of a devil. His body softened and he knelt down towards Lin Han with a plop. With a flattering look in his eyes, he smiled at Lin Han and said, brother, I was wrong. I was indeed a little impulsive before. I apologize to you. I think we should just forget about this matter. How about I not let you pay for my car? I was blind and didn't recognize the real talent. Please let me go." Zhang Meng's expression was full of respectful smiles, and it was obvious that he was indeed frightened by Lin Han at this moment. Lin Han looked helpless at his reaction. He turned to Xiao Linger, who had been watching the show, and said, "How do you think this can be solved?" Xiao Linger was prepared to help. After all, although she knew that Lin Han was quite powerful, it would be difficult for him to deal with so many people alone this time. But no one expected that it would be so easy for Lin Han to deal with him. For a moment, Xiao Linger's joy for Lin Han became even greater. After hearing Lin Han's words, Xiao Linger was stunned for a moment and then stood up and walked to his side. After looking at Zhang Meng in front of him, he said, TSK, I didn't expect that he would dare to come and cause trouble for us. But we can't let him off so easily." Xiao Linger pinched her chin and thought for a while before chuckling again. "You kowtow 3 times to Lin Han, and forget about this matter. But remember, there won't be a next time." Zhang Meng was so grateful for Xiao Linger's words that he couldn't express it in words. Compared to his own face, he values his life more. Who knows if this kid in front of him will suddenly attack him to death? In short, it's always right to be careful. After thinking this through, he kowtowed to Lin Han without hesitation. After bowing, he saw that Lin Han no longer paid attention to him. Zhang Meng turned around and ignored the thugs who fell to the ground. Instead, he ran away first. This scene made Lin Han look stunned. He turned and looked at these thugs. After seeing Lin Han's gaze, the burly man in the lead snorted coldly. With a ferocious look on his face, he growled at Lin Han, "Boy, we are from the Black Tiger Society. If you mess with our Black Tiger Society's people, you will end up in trouble. Think it over carefully and apologize to us now. There is still hope for a better future." Oh. Lin Han didn't expect these people to be so brave. They were clearly in a weak position, yet they still dared to threaten me. Looking at them with a playful look on his face, Lin Han couldn't help but sneered and said, "Black Tiger Society? I haven't heard of it. I don't care if you guys took Zhang Meng's money to do something to me. Anyway, it's already happened, so just kowtow to me one by one. Impossible." However, as soon as Lin Han finished speaking, the burly man in the lead shook his head and rejected Lin Han. This result surprised Lin Han again. "It seems that you don't want to drink the toast, so you have to drink the punishment." Lin Han chuckled, stepped forward and kicked the sturdy man's leg without hesitation. "Arr!" Screams and the sound of broken bones rang out in front of everyone's eyes. Lin Han kicked the opponent's right leg and broke it. This action made everyone extremely frightened. This kid is a lunatic. Knowing that the other party was a member of the Black Tiger Society, he still dared to kill him so cruelly. Is he really not worried about retaliation from the Black Tiger Society? Lin Han didn't bother to care what the people around him thought. He sneered and looked at the burly man again. "How are you thinking about it?" "I admit it." Although the sturdy man looked unwilling, he had no choice but to bow his head under Lin Han's coercion. After they kowtowed to Lin Han one by one, they stood up and walked outside. However, when they left, Lin Han could clearly see the gloom in their eyes. The Black Tiger Society is not to be trifled with. As the people from the Black Tiger Society left, Xiao chuckled and said to Lin Han, "The Black Tiger Society is a well-known underground force in Demon City. The leader, Black Tiger, is even more powerful. You're in big trouble this time." Having said that, Xiao Ling's eyes turned and she suddenly spoke to Lin Han again. "But if you agree to be my boyfriend, my Xiao family can help you solve this problem. Just a friendly reminder, the Su family can't solve it with their strength." Xiao Ling blinked at Lin Han, looking a little playful. "Boyfriend?" Lin Han was a little confused by Xiao Ling's sudden words. The main reason was that Lin Han had not thought about this before, and he looked at her back and forth. He shook his head and said, "This is really inexplicable. Do you have a high fever?" "I don't." Lin Han's response made Xiao Ling a little angry. She stamped her feet and said, "I'm serious." Seeing that Lin Han still didn't take it seriously, Xiao Ling was ready to continue explaining. But at this moment, the young man who had been hiding aside. But at this moment he suddenly ran out. He knelt down in front of Lin Han with a plop and started to kowtow without saying a word. "Hey, you haven't left yet." After seeing the young man, Lin Han was stunned for a moment and then said, "Brother, you are joking. I wouldn't dare to leave without your order. It's all my fault for not recognizing the real talent just now. I apologize to you. Please don't take me to heart. I know I was wrong." The young man reacted very quickly, lowering his head and continuously apologizing to Lin Han. There was only a small conflict between him and Lin Han. Besides, Lin Han had already dealt with him before, so he was too lazy to pay attention to him at this moment. After waving his hand to let the young man go, Lin Han said to Xiao Ling helplessly, "I'm not full yet. If you're done eating, let's separate now. I need to go eat another big bowl of noodles." As he spoke, Lin Han strode outside. Chapter 24. Are you kidding me? He saw that Lin Han didn't take his confession to heart at all. Xiao Ling snorted angrily. He quickly came to Lin Han's side, and the two of them walked outside while speaking to Lin Han angrily. "Lin Han, you haven't answered my question yet." "What? Are you talking about the Black Tiger Society?" "I'm not even afraid of the Li family, so what's a small Black Tiger Society?" Lin Han chuckled and said without turning his head. You know what I'm going to say." I'm talking about you being my boyfriend. Lin Han paused and turned to look at Xiao Linger. Are you kidding me? Of course not, I'm serious. Seeing that Xiao Linger was indeed serious, Lin Han couldn't help but rub his brows. It's impossible between us. Why? You know, I already have a fiancé. Are you talking about Aoxue? But the relationship between you and Aoxue is just the arrangement of your parents. And didn't you say that there is no love between the two of you? I don't care. I like you anyway. Lin Han felt helpless. Sister, we just met today. So what? The man that I, Xiao Linger, set my eyes on must be mine. Xiao Linger was not discouraged at all. Besides, liking someone is a matter of a moment. Don't worry, I've never been in a relationship before. Besides, I'm so pretty, and my Xiao family's family background is better than the Su family's. My grandfather likes me very much, too. The two of us together are much better than you and Aoxue together. Lin Han was silent for a while. He never thought that Xiao Linger would have a good impression of him. And he confessed it so quickly. Although Lin Han usually talks a lot, he is actually a virgin. Faced with this scene, he really didn't know what to do. Let's talk about this later. I'm still hungry. Lin Han waved his hand and did not answer the question directly. Seeing that Lin Han did not directly reject her, Xiao Linger's eyes moved. Quickly laughed. The fact that Lin Han didn't reject me means that I still have a chance. She didn't dare to push Lin Han too hard, in case Lin Han got angry in front of her. That would be a bad ending. In short, as long as Lin Han doesn't reject me directly, I have a chance. After thinking this through, Xiao Linger followed again with a smile on her face. I'll treat you to noodles. After finishing my meal with Xiao Linger, it was already afternoon. Originally, Xiao Linger wanted to pester Lin Han to go shopping, but Lin Han refused on the grounds that he had to go back to the Su family. The main reason was that Xiao Linger was too enthusiastic, so enthusiastic that Lin Han was a little overwhelmed. He even felt that Xiao Linger would eat him the next moment. To be on the safe side, you should calm down first. No matter what, in the eyes of ordinary people, Xiao Linger's appearance makes her look like a goddess. How could a naive young girl like me really resist this temptation? Maybe once Xiao Linger calms down, she will naturally change her mind. After returning to the Su family, the entire Su family seemed a little deserted. After all, most of the Su family members have gone out to work, and Lin Han seems to have nothing to do. However, just after Lin Han returned to the room, a middle-aged man walked out from downstairs. After taking a look upstairs, there was a ferocious look on his face. After quickly returning to his room, he made a phone call. Mr. Li, Lin Han is home. Are your people ready? In a high-end office, after hearing the middle-aged man's words, Li Shan's expression was filled with uncontrollable ferocity. We're ready. 5 assassins who have spent a lot of money are lying in ambush around the Su family. There aren't many people in the Su family right now, so this is a good time to take action. Li Shan's eyes lit up, and his gaze was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Su, if this can be accomplished, you will be credited as the first one. I will naturally do what I promised you before. But when the time comes, you must also contribute to Aoxue's matter. Li Shan's words made Su Yu's joy even more intense. He nodded to Li Shan and said, Don't worry. As long as we deal with Lin Han, Aoxue will naturally be young Master Li's. Aoxue is such a naive girl. She doesn't want to be associated with a good-for-nothing country bumpkin like Li Shan. All right. Stop talking. You mean I'm not as good as that country bumpkin? Li Shan snorted. He waved his hand and said, Do it now, and tell me when you're done. After hanging up the phone, Su Yu's eyes were full of coldness. Lin Han. You can only blame your bad luck. Why did you have to offend Master Li when you could have offended anyone else? There is no hatred between you and me. For my own future, I can only sacrifice you. With a sneer, Su Yu made another call without hesitation. Soon, 5 figures quietly appeared around the Su family. Judging from the way they acted, these people were very skilled. At least it's much stronger than ordinary people. In a few flashes, he jumped to the 2nd floor. He quietly jumped inside through the window. Su Yu watched the 5 people enter Lin Han's room, and the ferocity in his eyes became more intense. I think Lin Han can be dealt with in a minute at most. Yu sat in the living room quietly waiting for good news from the killer. But as time passed, the movement in the room upstairs remained extremely calm. Such a scene made Yu's eyes full of surprise and suspicion. I glanced at the time and saw that almost 10 minutes had passed. What's going on? Yu had a bad feeling in his heart just as he stood up and prepared to go upstairs to check the situation. Suddenly, a chuckle sounded from the top of the building. What's on your mind, second uncle? Yu turned around suddenly and saw Lin Han walking down from upstairs with a smile on his face. The whole person looked extremely normal, not at all like he had just experienced a battle. You? Yu subconsciously pointed at Lin Han, but soon realized that he might be exposed. With a smile on his face, he said to Lin Han, "Hey, Lin Han, when did you come back? I just got home from work and thought no one was home." In response to Yu's explanation, Lin Han just looked at him coldly. Of course he could see the shock and guilt Yu was feeling at the moment. As early as when he returned to the Su family, he had already sensed the presence of murderous aura around the Su family. He originally thought that these killers were targeting Grandpa Su. After all, Mr. Su had just experienced such an incident 2 days ago, but he never expected that these killers were actually targeting him. Chapter 25 Weird Yu. Although the killer's strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people, he is still far behind me. The reason why it took 10 minutes was that it didn't take long to deal with these killers. Most of the time was wasted on dealing with the corpses. These killers are not protected by the law, so even if they are all killed, Lin Han will not suffer any consequences. Besides, this incident happened in the Su family. The Su family had reason to help him deal with this matter. Lin Han saw Yu when he was going downstairs. Originally, he did not connect this matter with Yu, but seeing Yu's face full of fear and panic at this moment, this made Lin Han suspicious. However, since he didn't know the Su family very well, Lin Han did not alert them at this time. She just nodded at him, exchanged a few polite words, and left. Looking at Lin Han's back, Yu's face was so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. He never thought that Lin Han would be able to go downstairs safely. After making sure that Lin Han had left, he did not hesitate and ran upstairs to Lin Han's room. The room was clean and tidy, with no noise at all. How is this possible? Yu muttered to himself and soon began to search the entire room. Finally, I saw the bodies in the bathroom. His face turned pale in an instant. 5 assassins that he hired at a high price just died like that. And he died so quietly. Who is this Lin Han? After Yu reacted, he did not dare to touch the corpses, mainly because if he did, it would likely arouse Lin Han's suspicion. He could only put the bodies back to their original places, and then called Li Shan again with a flash in his eyes. How is the matter going? Is Lin Han dead? There was joy in Li Shan's voice. He had already begun to imagine the wonderful moment when Aoxue would enjoy herself under his crotch. Mr. Li. The killer is dead. Unexpectedly, Yu's next words made Li Shan's face instantly gloomy. What's going on? Yu himself didn't know what was going on, so he had to tell Li Shan everything he had just seen. You mean, Lin Han took less than 10 minutes to kill all 5 assassins you hired? Although this is indeed the case, Yu still finds it hard to believe it. What a waste! You weren't fooled by those assassins, were you? With Lin Han's strength, ordinary people are no match for him at all. All right, since Lin Han is not dead, don't expose yourself. We in the Li family are also taking actions against Lin Han, since we have already found out that ordinary killers are useless against him. The next step gave me a direction. After Li Shan hung up the phone, he immediately informed his family about the matter with a flash in his eyes. The family also hired a group of killers to come to the Magic City to deal with Lin Han 2 days ago. However, the strength displayed by Lin Han at this time seems to be useless to ordinary killers. Seeing that Li Shan did not blame him, Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he said, he must never be exposed again. He has done a lot of things in the Su family, including the action against Mr. Su 2 days ago, which was also planned by him. But it was ruined again because of that damn Lin Han. Thinking of this, Yu's hatred towards Lin Han deepened even more. Not long after, Li Shan's phone rang again. Mr. Li, what do you want? Yu was shocked, thinking that Li Shan came over to scold him this time. Unexpectedly, Li Shan's tone seemed somewhat calm. I will give you another task, and you must do it well this time. Leave Lin Han to me. From now on, you should target Mr. Su. It's because of that old man that I can't be with Su Aoxue. He must die. After leaving the Su family, Lin Han walked straight towards the Su group. Lin Han felt it was very necessary to tell Grandpa Su and Su Aoxue about the assassination attempt on him. Su Aoxue is the president of the group, and the old man is the chairman of the group. Both of them are currently working in the company. This was Lin Han's first time at Su group. After getting off the car, he looked at the huge group in front of him. I couldn't help but be shocked. TSK, even though the Su family can only be considered a second-rate family in the entire Demon City. But its power should not be underestimated. Lin Han walked inside while sighing. Stop, do you have an appointment? However, when he arrived at the door, he was stopped by the security guard. The security guard looked at Lin Han, his eyes filled with uncontrollable contempt. After all, Lin Han did look a bit shabby at this moment. He was still wearing the same outfit he wore when he came down from the mountain, and the total value of his clothes was less than $100. The whole person exudes a strong nerd vibe. Appointment. I'll come to see Su Aoxue. By the way, I'm Su Aoxue's fiancé. The security guard at the door was stunned when he saw the loser in front of him speaking shamelessly. Soon there was a burst of laughter. This is really making me laugh to death. You are our president's fiancé. Don't you even look at what you are. You're crazy about marrying into a wealthy family, right? Get out of here now. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll beat you up. As the security guard spoke, he waved the baton in his hand at Lin Han. His face was full of threats. Seeing this, Lin Han frowned. Just based on the other party's attitude, if this wasn't the Su group. Lin Han wanted to give the Su family face, otherwise he would have slapped them in the face long ago. I'm telling the truth. Just give Su Aoxue a call and tell her that Lin Han is looking for her. Humph. Still pretending. The security guard sneered, and the sarcasm in his eyes became even stronger. If you are really the president's fiancé, how could you not have her phone number? I'll give you one last chance, get out of here. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of other security guards. When they heard Lin Han claiming to be Su Aoxue's fiancé, all kinds of laughter suddenly rang out. It can be seen that in the eyes of these security guards, Lin Han is a complete lunatic. Why are you still here? I don't think you'll cry until you see the coffin. Or do you think you don't take us seriously? The security captain saw Lin Han standing there motionless, and immediately snorted coldly and strode up to Lin Han. Boy, do you really have to force me to do it? You are no match for me. Lin Han spoke softly in an extremely calm tone. Ha 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 ha, I want to see how much you weigh. Just as the security captain was about to take action, his entire vision began to spin. Chapter 26: The Su Family's Trouble. What's going on? In just a blink of an eye, the security captain landed directly on the ground. Seeing his dazed look, the security guards around him were also stunned for a moment. Get started. Didn't you see this kid beat me up? As the security captain shouted a curse, the surrounding security guards finally reacted and rushed towards Lin Han. Faced with this scene, Lin Han let out a long sigh. After all, these security guards are just doing their job. Although the attitude may be a little disrespectful, sometimes you have to be more assertive. Besides, seeing how they were protecting Su Aoxue's reputation, Lin Han didn't have much resentment towards them. With just a casual move, he pushed them back. Lin Han said helplessly, "What I said is true. If you don't believe me, call the Su family. Just say Lin Han has something to ask you." At this time, the security captain looked at Lin Han again with a hint of horror in his eyes. He didn't expect Lin Han to be so strong. Seeing that Lin Han didn't seem to be lying, his eyes flashed and he snorted again. Okay. Since you are quite skilled, I'll give you a chance. If I find out you're kidding me, don't blame us for being rude. After saying that, the security captain returned to the security booth and started making phone calls. Not long after, the captain walked out with a complicated look in his eyes. After looking Lin Han up and down again, he asked, "Who are you?" "I told you, I'm Su Aoxue's fiancé." Lin Han spread his hands and said helplessly again. "Boss, what did you say on the phone?" The security guard at the side was stunned for a moment when he saw the captain's reaction and asked. "You go in first. Go straight to the front desk after you go in, and she will take you there." The security captain ignored the questions of others around him, and instead let Lin Han in with a strange look on his face. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? Why do you have to make it so ugly? Lin Han chuckled and walked inside without hesitation. Don't even think about it. Nothing was said on the phone. Just let this kid in. He might really know Mr. Su. Hiss. After hearing the captain's words, the security guards around all looked horrified. Are we in trouble then? Let's talk about it later. The security captain was unsure of what to do now. He just stared at Lin Han's back, not knowing what he was thinking. After Lin Han walked all the way to the front desk and explained his purpose, the beautiful lady at the front desk showed some enthusiasm. Soon under her leadership, Lin Han came to an office. Wait a moment, President Su is in a meeting. Boss Su just gave instructions, and they will be here soon. After greeting the front desk staff, they left immediately. Lin Han began to walk around the office and look around. The office in front should be Su Aoxue's office, which contains many female-oriented supplies. Some dolls and ornaments look extremely exquisite. Not only that, there was a faint fragrance in the whole office. Fragrant but not greasy, just right. It can be seen that the owner of this office has very good taste. After Lin Han waited for more than 10 minutes, no one came to care about him. He couldn't sit still for a moment. He immediately stood up and walked outside. After walking a few steps, I passed by a meeting room where a fierce argument was happening. Amidst the quarrel, Lin Han also heard the voices of Grandpa Su and Su Aoxue. Such a scene made Lin Han curious, and he couldn't help but open the door and look inside. There is a conference room inside, and judging by the people sitting there, they should be the company's senior executives. But looking at their faces, they all seem to be a little ugly. Boss Su, we really can't go on like this. The Li family's intentions against us have been very obvious in the past few days. In just a few days, we have already lost tens of millions. If this continues, our Su group will probably be in big trouble. Yes, I also heard that the Li family is planning the next wave of attacks. I suggest that we just surrender to the Li family. The Li family is one of the 3 major families, so it's not shameful for our Su family to surrender, right? Listening to what everyone said, Mr. Su's expression remained calm. However, Su Aoxue, who was sitting beside the city, had an extremely ugly expression on her face. Everyone, you are all the elders who have worked hard with our Su family. I didn't want to say this too harshly, but do you know what the conditions offered by the Li family are? If we really agree to the other party's conditions, the entire Su family will become the Li family in the future. So this time, we in the Su family would rather die than bow our heads. Crash. Su Aoxue's attitude once again caused a series of resistance, just when the argument inside was getting fierce. Mr. Su finally spoke. Okay, calm down everyone. In short, the relationship with the Li family is a bit troublesome this time. This matter cannot be resolved in a short period of time. Let's discuss it further. That's all for today. While watching Mr. Su talking, he just stood up. Lin Han didn't want to eavesdrop any further and quickly walked towards the office. About 5 minutes later, Su Aoxue came back with a gloomy face. She sat down on the sofa and started breathing heavily. It seemed that she was very angry. Okay, these people are only interested in profit. We have indeed suffered a lot of losses in the past few days because of the Li family's targeting. It is normal for them to react violently. When Mr. Su said this, he suddenly saw Lin Han sitting next to him. After a moment of silence, he asked, Lin Han, when did you come? After hearing Mr. Su's voice, Su Aoxue finally reacted. I'm all confused and angry. Just now someone called downstairs and said Lin Han is here. I had forgotten about it. Why did you suddenly come to the company? Seeing that the two of them only turned their attention to him at this time, Lin Han knew that they were in trouble now. And he is also related to the Li family. However, Lin Han had just arrived in the Magic City, so even if he wanted to help, he did not have the ability to do so. I could only avoid this topic and tell the two of them what had just happened. Someone tried to assassinate you. Li Shan did it. When Su Aoxue heard that someone was trying to assassinate Lin Han, her face became gloomy again. It's not that she has much feelings for Lin Han, but the attacks from the Li family on all fronts do seem to be a storm. The wave after wave of attacks made her feel a little breathless. I guess this might not have been done by Li Shan. It's the same person who was involved in the assassination attempt on Mr. Su some time ago. At this moment, Lin Han's words once again attracted the attention of the two. Chapter 27 The How Chamber of Commerce. What do you mean? Old Master Su asked Lin Han with surprise in his eyes. Long before Lin Han came to the Su family, he had actually experienced an assassination attempt. And this is done while keeping his whereabouts secret. He mentioned this matter to Lin Han afterwards and also kept some evidence. But after so many days, he still had no clue. Just put it aside temporarily. Now hearing Lin Han say that this time the assassination might be related to the last one, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Although I haven't seen the killer's methods used in the last assassination. But old man, do you remember telling me that they all have a scorpion tattoo on their arms? The same people who tried to assassinate me today are also involved. So I guess they are in the same group. Even if it wasn't invited by one person, there must be some connection. Lin Han's guess made Mr. Su nod his head. By the way, where are the bodies of the killers? Still in the bathroom of my room. Okay, let me handle it. Who on earth is so bold that he dares to take action directly in our Su family? If I find out, I will never let you off easily. The reason why Lin Han guessed that this matter might have nothing to do with Li Shan. On the one hand, based on his understanding of Li Shan, it is impossible for him not to be present when the assassination attempt was made. Or in other words, he would not attack me directly in the Su family. Besides, the last time they took action against the old man, the conflict between their Su family and the Li family had not yet become public. There's no need for the other party to make such a big fuss. It seems that the water in the entire Magic City is quite deep. I was also drawn into it without realizing it. However, Lin Han was not worried at all about this. It is indeed boring to stay in the mountains all the time, and sometimes it is interesting to participate in such a fight. Fighting with others is endless fun. Soon, after analyzing the situation for a while, Grandpa Su and Lin Han unanimously decided that this incident must have been done by someone else. And asked him to keep the matter confidential and he would investigate it secretly. As for the matter concerning Su Yu, Lin Han did not speak directly. No matter what, Su Yu is Su Aoxue's second uncle and a member of the Su family. If you speak rashly, you may be suspected of provoking conflicts among others. Lin Han would not consider himself a member of the Su family yet, if it weren't for Grandpa Su's insistence. In addition, the trouble with the Li family has not been resolved, so Lin Han had already cut ties with them. However, looking at the current situation, I probably won't have a chance to leave in the short term. Let us take a step forward and look at Uncle Yi. It wasn't long before it was time to get off work, and for safety reasons the three of them returned to the Su family together. The bodies in Lin Han's room had been completely dealt with. After checking the tattoos on these people, Mr. Su confirmed Lin Han's previous guess. Leave this matter to me, you don't have to worry about it anymore. No matter what, it is our Su family that has dragged you down. I would like to trouble you, Lin Han, to be careful in the future. Lin Han nodded and exchanged some polite words with the old man before returning to the room. When he came to the balcony as usual, he found Su Aoxue, who usually didn't come to the balcony because she was avoiding Lin Han. At this moment he suddenly appeared on the balcony. He sat on the balcony in a daze, looking like he was very worried. Lin Han's eyes moved and he took 2 cans of beer and handed them over. Are you worried? Turning her head to look at Lin Han, Su Aoxue forced a smile. Things at the company are a bit troublesome. But it can be handled. Lin Han had already guessed it, so he nodded and didn't say much. But his heart has begun to come alive. Before leaving the mountain, the master gave me a list. Those were the names of people who owed favors to the master in the past, but Lin Han originally didn't want to get involved in these worldly affairs. Now it seems that I have to go find them. The main reason is that the conflict between the Su family and the Li family has become so intense that it is also related to himself. For Lin Han, even if he wanted to break off the engagement with Su Aoxue. After all, this matter still needs to be resolved. If the Li family takes action, it would be relatively simple. With Lin Han's strength, he can handle it alone. The biggest trouble now is that he has no money and no connections. Even if he wants to help the Su family overcome this crisis, he has no way to do so. Now it seems that I can only use my master's connections. Thinking of this, the two looked at each other in silence. They just sat on the balcony and drank the beer in their hands in one gulp. Early the next morning, as the Su family members went to work, Lin Han also went out. Emperor Chamber of Commerce. Looking at the slightly low-key door in front of him, Lin Han raised his eyebrows. Is this really the number one power in the Magic City that Master mentioned? Why does it seem that it is not as powerful as the Su family? According to Master, the Dahao Chamber of Commerce plays a very important role in the entire Demon City. Whenever you have any trouble, you can go directly to the president of the Chamber of Commerce and all the problems can be solved. It's just that the Chamber of Commerce in front of him looked like an ordinary company, nothing special about it. Who are you looking for? As soon as he walked in, the receptionist asked Lin Han with a gentle face. I'm looking for Liu Linsheng. After thinking about his name, Lin Han said to the front desk, just say an old friend is here to see you. My name is Lin Han. The receptionist was stunned for a moment and looked at Lin Han strangely. I didn't refuse and just called him. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a happy face came out. Mr. Lin. I heard Master Ling mention you a long time ago. I originally wanted to go to the Su family and pay you a visit. I didn't expect you to come here in person. Liu Linsheng's attitude seemed very enthusiastic. As soon as he came over, he took Lin Han's hand, looking like an old friend who had not seen each other for many years. Lin Han was frightened by his enthusiasm, and immediately chuckled awkwardly and said, Boss Liu. I came here this time to ask for something. You're so polite, we're all family. Why are you talking nonsense? As he spoke, Liu Linsheng pulled Lin Han directly towards the office. Lin Han learned this through a conversation with Liu Linsheng. This Dahao Chamber of Commerce was actually founded by my master back then. Including Liu Linsheng in front of him, his life was also saved by the master. Then he handed over the Dahao Chamber of Commerce to him. Unexpectedly, in just a few years, Liu Linsheng, with the help of his master's connections, directly expanded the Dahao Chamber of Commerce to such a large scale. Speaking of which, I am just an agent of the Dahao Chamber of Commerce. The real master is still Master Ling. But Master Ling specifically told me some time ago. If young Master Lin comes over, this Dahao Chamber of Commerce will be yours. Next, Liu Linsheng's words suddenly made Lin Han's head buzz. Such a huge thing is actually mine. This is such a pleasant surprise. Chapter 28 Cash King. Although Lin Han knew that his master was not as simple as he thought. But when he heard that the Dahao Chamber of Commerce belonged to him, he still found it difficult to accept it for a while. The main reason was that before coming here, he had already had a brief understanding of some things about the Dahao Chamber of Commerce. The Dahao Chamber of Commerce is not like the three major families in the Magic City, or famous families like the Xiao family and the Su family. His existence seems even more hidden. Or it is only circulated in upper-class circles. Moreover, in the entire upper circles of the Magic City, the Dahao Chamber of Commerce holds a pivotal position. There is only one reason why it has such a strong position. That is, the Dahao Chamber of Commerce is the force with the most abundant cash flow in the entire Magic City. Liu Linsheng is even secretly called the Cash King. Whenever you need working capital or money, you can always go to Dahao Chamber of Commerce. The Dahao Chamber of Commerce can take out any amount of money. This is also the reason why the Dahao Chamber of Commerce is so high in the Magic City. No other reason. After all, no matter which force it is, there will be times when they need money. If you offend the Dahao Chamber of Commerce, you will ruin your career and future. No force would be so stupid. Besides, the Dahao Chamber of Commerce has been operating for so many years, so it goes without saying that it has a lot of connections. Its industries are spread all over the country. It is definitely a real behemoth. That is why Lin Han was a little confused when he heard Liu Linsheng say that the Dahao Chamber of Commerce belonged to him. I have never eaten anything so delicious in my life. Fortunately, the old master has a conscience and knows to leave some good things for me. Seeing that Lin Han didn't speak for a while, Liu Linsheng thought that Lin Han was dissatisfied with his behavior of not looking for him before. He smiled awkwardly and said, Mr. Lin, it's not that I didn't take the initiative to look for you. But Mr. Ling has specifically told me that I cannot show up on my own initiative unless you look for me. After all, Dahao Chamber of Commerce is your hidden industry and cannot be exposed at will. Seeing Liu Linsheng's slightly nervous look, Lin Han couldn't help but chuckle and said, Mr. Liu, you don't have to be so polite. I just didn't expect that master would leave me such a huge inheritance. However, I have no experience in company management, so I will have to ask Mr. Liu to continue to manage the Dahao Chamber of Commerce. Liu Linsheng was a little surprised at Lin Han's request. He originally thought that a young man like Lin Han would be shocked when he heard that he owned such a large industry. They will appear very excited and will forcefully demand management rights at the first opportunity. But no one expected that Lin Han remained extremely calm from beginning to end. He is indeed Mr. Ling's disciple. His character alone surpasses that of most young people. He even has a very clear understanding of himself and is not overwhelmed by the huge benefits. Thinking of this, Liu Linxing looked at Lin Han again with a strange look in his eyes. Young Master Lin can rest assured about this. The Dahao Chamber of Commerce has had mature management over the years. Even if you and I don't intervene, it can still run smoothly. Speaking of this, a hint of pride flashed in Liu Linxing's eyes. After all, Dahao Chamber of Commerce was brought up by him and is like his child. By the way, young Master Lin must have something to do this time, right? Mr. Lin, please don't be polite. Dahao Chamber of Commerce is yours and I won't have any thoughts about it. I, Liu Linxing, am where I am now, all thanks to Mr. Ling. So Mr. Lin doesn't need to worry about my loyalty. Liu Linxing's attitude made Lin Han somewhat surprised and delighted. Even when we were going down the mountain, the master also said that Liu Linxing was reliable. So Lin Han had no doubt about this. It's something. Lin Han nodded and said, I wonder if Mr. Liu knows about the current situation of the Su and Li families. Because of the various attacks from the Li family, the Su family seems to be in some trouble. No matter what, I am still the son-in-law of the Su family, so I came here to take a look. Mr. Liu, can you solve this problem? Har 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 har. After hearing Lin Han's words, Liu Linxing couldn't help but burst into laughter. But he didn't look too surprised. It seemed like he had guessed this a long time ago. The Su family's troubles are not troubles in my eyes, they are nothing more than a lack of funds. And what our Dahao Chamber of Commerce lacks the least is funds and connections. Since young Master Lin wants to help the Su family, it's just a matter of a word for us. I just want to ask, to what extent does young Master Lin want to help the Su family? Lin Han raised his eyebrows, to what extent can we help? As long as young Master Lin is willing, the Dahao Chamber of Commerce can make every effort to allow the Su family to replace the Li family. This is also not a problem. Liu Linxing's expression was full of confidence. This answer once again shocked Lin Han. There was a complicated look in his eyes when he looked at Liu Linxing. It seemed that the Dahao Chamber of Commerce was even larger than he had imagined. There's no need to use so many resources. Just help them solve their current predicament. Lin Han pondered for a while and quickly made a decision. No problem, leave it to me. When the time comes, Master Lin will just say a word and I can do it right away. With Liu Linxing's guarantee, Lin Han felt relieved. By the way, Mr. Lin, this is just an office of our Dahao Chamber of Commerce. The real group of Dahao Chamber of Commerce is not here. Would you like to go and see your industry, Mr. Lin? Liu Linxing's sudden words aroused Lin Han's interest. He nodded immediately. Anyway, there is nothing to do now, let's go and take a look. According to Liu Linxing, the small shop they are currently in was the first shop they started. So Liu Linxing stayed here whenever he had nothing to do. But the real Dahao Chamber of Commerce is located in the city center of Magic City and occupies an extremely important position. When Lin Han arrived at the Dahao Chamber of Commerce, he was immediately shocked by the huge building in front of him. If the Su Group is already a behemoth for Lin Han, then the current Dahao Chamber of Commerce is a real steel jungle. A building hundreds of meters high stands quietly in the financial center of Shanghai. The four huge characters, Dahao Chamber of Commerce, on it appeared sparkling under the sunlight. Extremely domineering. Mr. Lin, this is your property. For so many years, the position of president has been vacant. Since our Dahao Chamber of Commerce is considered a private industry, we don't have a board of directors. The president is the real decision maker of the entire Dahao Chamber of Commerce. I am currently only the vice president. Liu Linxing on the side explained to Lin Han while the two of them strode towards the Dahao Chamber of Commerce. The entire building belongs to our Dahao Chamber of Commerce. It has a total of 132 floors. We have tens of thousands of employees. Industries spread all over the country. This is the real headquarters of the Dahao Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 29, New Official Takes 3 Actions. Lin Han was listening to Liu Linxing's introduction with a look of shock in his heart. Liu Linxing is very familiar with the entire Dahao Chamber of Commerce, but Liu Linxing is too eye-catching. Along the way, people everywhere greeted him respectfully. As a result, Liu Xinglin was unable to introduce the entire Chamber of Commerce to Lin Han. I can only take Lin Han to the office to take a look first. As for the Chamber of Commerce, there will be plenty of time to check it out later. Oh my god, who is that young man next to Mr. Liu? He looks so handsome. I've never seen Mr. Liu bring young people here. Could it be his younger generation? But didn't Mr. Liu have a rule that the Liu family members are not allowed to participate in the operation of the Chamber of Commerce? Looking at Mr. Liu's attitude, he seems to have some respect for that young man. As soon as the two of them left in the elevator, the entire company was in an uproar. Of course, since the two of them didn't appear in many places. So this time the commotion only lasted within a small area. After all, the Dahao Chamber of Commerce is too large, with tens of thousands of members in the headquarters alone. How could everyone see this scene? After arriving at the office, Lin Han was once again shocked by the extremely luxurious office in front of him. According to Liu Linshan, this is the president's office. It's Lin Han's office. The entire office appears to be at least 200 square meters and is located at the highest point of the Dahao building. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Han can overlook the entire Magic City. This kind of visual impact is definitely not something that ordinary things can give. Mr. Lin, I have just notified all the senior executives of the Dahao Chamber of Commerce to come to the meeting. I will officially announce your identity at the meeting later, so please be prepared, Mr. Lin. After hearing Liu Linshan's words, Lin Han was stunned for a moment and then quickly said, "That's no problem, but you can ask them to keep a low profile about my identity and not spread it around. At least I don't want to cause a stir throughout the Demon City." In response to Lin Han's words, Liu Linshan continued with a smile on his face, "As the president of Dahao Chamber of Commerce, you naturally have this right. You can explain it in person at the meeting then." Originally Lin Han thought it was just an ordinary meeting, but when he arrived at the meeting room, looking at the conference room filled with hundreds of people, my scalp felt tingling for a moment. However, Lin Han has never been afraid of big scenes. He quickly adjusted his mentality and walked over. The senior executives who were originally whispering suddenly quieted down when they saw Liu Linshan walk in. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Han at the first moment, with a hint of suspicion in their eyes. They had just received the notice and were asked to attend the meeting as soon as possible. It was not until I arrived at the meeting room that I realized that the attendees were the top leaders of the entire Chamber of Commerce. They haven't experienced a meeting of this level for a long time. So people speculated whether something big was going to be announced this time. But they never expected that Mr. Liu would bring a young man with him. And although this young man seems a little indifferent, judging from his appearance and conversation, he should be from an ordinary family, right? Everyone. Today's meeting has only one purpose. This Mr. Lin Han will take the position of president of Dahao Chamber of Commerce from now on. Everyone is welcome. Crash. As soon as Liu Linshan finished speaking, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone stared at Lin Han with wide eyes. This result was beyond their expectations. The position of president, which had been vacant since the Chamber of Commerce was founded, finally had an occupant today. And he is such a young man. This news was extremely shocking to everyone. They simply couldn't believe this result for a while. Boss Liu. What's going on? If you take the position of president, we will have no problem at all, but it is not appropriate to suddenly send a young man like this, right? That's right. I don't think he has any relevant experience at all. How can he be qualified for the position of CEO? Isn't it a bit too much of a joke to hand over the Dahao Chamber of Commerce to him? Faced with everyone's questioning and rejection, Liu Linshan seemed to have guessed it long ago. He didn't look overly surprised, he just looked at everyone with a smile on his face. I know you must have many doubts in your mind, but this time I am just announcing this order. From now on, the entire Dahao Chamber of Commerce belongs to young Master Lin. Mr. Lin, what do you say next? After hearing Liu Linshan's words, Lin Han nodded. He also anticipated that these senior executives would be dissatisfied with him, but since the Dahao Chamber of Commerce was given to him by his master, of course he wouldn't give it up. After looking at everyone, Lin Han smiled. I know that you all have a lot of dissatisfaction in your hearts. But Dahao Chamber of Commerce has been mine since its inception. If you really can't accept it, you can leave now. I won't stop you. If there is a problem, we will solve it. If you make trouble and put on airs in front of me by relying on your status, I will not be polite at all. Lin Han's slightly cold voice startled everyone. They could clearly feel that the new president in front of them was no pushover at all. They are not as easy to bully as they look. After a while, someone took a deep breath, stood up and said, "Boss Lin, I know this may offend you, but I still want to ask. At present, the Dahao group is developing steadily. If we rashly adopt other development strategies, it may be detrimental to the group. So I want to ask, generally speaking, a new official will start with 3 things. I wonder where General Manager Lin's first move will be." This person's question is exactly what most people want to ask. After hearing this, Lin Han showed a smile. "I think you are worrying too much about this. Although I am now the president of Dahao Chamber of Commerce, I am still very clear about my abilities. Professionals should do their professional work. I will not interfere with the operation and development of the group. Everything will be as it should be." As soon as Lin Han finished speaking, many people looked at him with strange eyes. Apart from anything else, judging from this answer alone, Lin Han doesn't seem to be as bad as imagined. At least they fully support this decision. Any questions? Everyone shook their heads. It took a lot of courage for them to just ask a question. What's more, Lin Han's attitude has already made it clear, so it would be inappropriate for them to speak any more. Just when everyone thought that the meeting was over, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Boss Liu, the people from Xiao group are here again." Chapter 30, Troublemaker. Crash. As their voice fell, the crowd was in an uproar again. When Lin Han saw the senior executives who were originally very calm, their faces turned extremely ugly. He started to scold constantly. Does the new Yao group take itself too seriously? If it weren't for Elder Qi backing him up, how could he be so arrogant? Humph, looking at the look on Lord Qi's face, he won't leave unless he gets some money this time. But if he keeps taking advantage of us like this, when will it stop? Everyone had a headache for a while. Such a scene made Lin Han raise his eyebrows. He turned to look at Liu Linxing with some doubt. "Mr. Liu, what's going on with this new Yao group?" "Mr. Lin, it's like this. Qi Daruan, the president of Xinyao Group, is the grandson of Mr. Qi. And Mr. Qi is one of the elders of our Dahao Chamber of Commerce. He made great contributions to the rise of Dahao Chamber of Commerce. Although Mr. Qi has retired now, everyone still gives him some face. Lord Qi relies on this fact and often comes to our Dahao Chamber of Commerce to ask for money or resources. Because of Mr. Qi, it's not a big deal in itself. But what about Lord Qi?" Having said that, Liu Linxing couldn't help but smile bitterly and rubbed his brows. He is full of the arrogance of a rich second generation. In short, he is very arrogant. Every time I come here, there's chaos. But Mr. Qi loves his grandson very much. Even I can't do much to him. After listening to Liu Linxing's explanation, Lin Han immediately understood. To put it simply, he is just a second generation who relies on his background to cause trouble in the Dahao Chamber of Commerce. And judging from the expressions of the senior officials in front of him, Lin Han felt that Lord Qi must have already aroused public anger. Har har, didn't they just want to see the first 3 things their new officials would do after taking office? Then this first fire can be started by itself. Others can give face to Mr. Qi, but I don't need to. Mr. Liu, what is Mr. Qi's attitude towards my master? After hearing Lin Han's words, Liu Linxing immediately understood what he was thinking. He chuckled and said, "Mr. Qi also received favors from Mr. Ling. Of course I am extremely respectful." Thinking of this, Lin Han immediately stood up and waved to everyone. After seeing Lin Han's actions, the crowd looked at him with surprise and suspicion. Where is Lord Qi now? I think everyone is somewhat dissatisfied with him, but they are somewhat helpless. Then let me handle this kid. Lin Han's words made everyone's eyes flash with joy. Yes, in this situation, only Lin Han would be the most appropriate person to take action. In the Commerce Department on the 83rd floor. When I came over just now, he was flirting with the employees of the Commerce Department. The colleague who was delivering the message at the door was stunned for a moment and then spoke quickly. Lin Han nodded and walked out without any hesitation. After Lin Han left, everyone turned to look at Liu Linxing. "Boss Liu, turn on the surveillance camera. Lord Qi is in trouble this time. No matter how powerful he is, can he be more powerful than Boss Lin? That's not necessarily true. You know how protective Mr. Qi is of his children. Let's see the situation first." Liu Linxing was also somewhat curious about Lin Han's actions, and under the urging of everyone, he turned on the surveillance in the conference room. Soon, they saw Lin Han's figure. According to the surveillance footage, Lin Han has already arrived at the 83rd floor, and the entire 83rd floor is in a state of chaos. Lord Qi is now well known throughout the entire Dahao Chamber of Commerce. Everyone was afraid and angry when facing him, but they were powerless to change anything. I can only pray in my heart that Lord Qi will leave quickly. After all, if they dared to resist in the face of this scene, they would lose their jobs. It's not like this hasn't happened before. Look at you all, why are you all so afraid of me? I'm not eating you. Lin Han had just arrived at the 83rd floor when he heard a loud laugh coming from the depths. This was accompanied by a cry of surprise, and a large number of figures were rushing into the corridor. Since the 83rd floor is the Ministry of Commerce, there are many beautiful women there. The fragrant breeze immediately passed by Lin Han and ran towards the back. Lin Han looked up. I saw a young man with a mean look but a rather tall build. He was walking out from the depths with a ferocious face. Ha! You don't hide when you see me. Naturally, Lord Qi noticed the unique Lin Han at a glance, raised his eyebrows and asked him with a sneer. Why are you hiding? Lin Han chuckled with a playful look on his face, but do you really regard the Dahao Chamber of Commerce as your own home? Whatever you want to do. Har 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 har. Facing Lin Han's questioning, a flash of hostility flashed across Lord Qi's eyes. Look at you, don't you know me? Let me tell you, I am Lord Qi. You can ask around in the Dahao Chamber of Commerce. I'm not someone you can mess with. Looking at this country bumpkin, he must be a new employee, right? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Kneel down, kowtow to me 3 times, and then get out of here. Otherwise, I will let you know the consequences. As soon as Daruan's threatening voice fell, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded behind him. You too, if anyone dares to leave the 83rd floor, let me know. Pack your things and get out today. Lord Qi turned around and grinned at the people behind him who were about to leave. Hearing his words, everyone looked bitter. Sighs continued to sound, and I could only stand there obediently. Such a scene made Prince Qi's eyes filled with comfort. This is a symbol of power and status. There's nothing I can do. It's because of my background that you can't afford to offend me. So, now you see my strength, right? How are you thinking about it? Looking at Lin Han standing in front of him in a daze, Lord Qi sneered again and said, My patience is limited. If I don't see you kneeling in front of me in 10 seconds, not only will I teach you a lesson, but I will also make sure you can no longer stay in the Magic City. Believe me, I am fully capable of this. As Lord Qi spoke, a smile flashed across his lips again, appearing extremely ferocious and confident. Interesting. At this time, Lin Han, with his arms folded, watched as Daruan messed up the entire Ministry of Commerce. I was so angry that I laughed. Such a big Dahao Chamber of Commerce was turned into this state by such a kid. If this matter gets out, will the Dahao Chamber of Commerce still have face? However, this scene is an opportunity for Lin Han. With the help of Lord Qi, I can establish my own prestige. Chapter 31. Are you awake now? After thinking this through, the smile in Lin Han's eyes became even more intense. The people from the Ministry of Commerce behind him all had sympathy on their faces when they saw this scene. Hey, I think something is going to happen to this young man. Why have I never seen him before? Is he new? I think so. He's quite handsome. What a pity. For a young person, being able to join the Dahao Chamber of Commerce should be the greatest opportunity in his life, right? Who would have thought that I would offend someone like this just after arriving here? Say less. If Lord Qi hears us, he won't forgive us. There was constant whispering behind him, but Lord Qi ignored it. But his eyes turned colder as he looked at Lin Han. 10 seconds have passed. You are quite courageous. Since you don't take the initiative to bow to me, don't blame me for being rude. Lord Qi waved his huge fist. I have been practicing boxing since I was a child, and I have such strength that ordinary people are no match for me. Coupled with his domineering character, even if this guy is dealt with, there will be no consequences. Court death. Lord Qi snorted coldly and punched Lin Han hard. This action immediately caused an exclamation from those behind him. In the eyes of everyone, it seemed that Lin Han was going to be in trouble in the next moment. However, what everyone expected did not happen. Lord Qi's fist stopped right in front of Lin Han. Lin Han had stretched out his hand at some point and casually grasped Qi Dajuan's fist in his hand. With just this little strength, you still dare to attack me? Lin Han sneered again, and then gradually exerted strength in his hands. The face of Lord Qi opposite him suddenly turned pale and ferocious. Fuck you. Let go. Fuck. You're going to crush my hand. The next moment, Lord Qi's roars began to sound. But Lin Han simply ignored Qi Dajuan and let him continue yelling here. Someone come, someone come. Where are the security guards? What are you all doing standing there? If anything happens to me, you all have to get out. As Lord Qi roared, there was a commotion all around. Soon a group of security guards ran out, but it was obvious that these security guards did not really want to help Qi Dajuan. However, due to the power of Lord Qi, he had no choice but to come before Lin Han. Sir, let go first. Master Qi is not so easy to mess with. We are doing this for your own good. After hearing the security guard's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Han's eyes. But he reacted quickly. This Prince Qi is really disliked everywhere. Even the security guard, who always liked to change his attitude according to the situation, was too lazy to pay attention to him. This shows how excessive the things Prince Qi did in his daily life were. Bang! Lin Han snorted coldly, exerted force with his hands and pushed Qi Dajuan backwards. Lord Qi, the Dahao Chamber of Commerce has its own rules. I don't care who you are, but don't let me see you being so arrogant in the Dahao Chamber of Commerce again. I won't let you off easily. Har 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 har. Lord Qi, who was released by Lin Han, had uncontrollable ferocity in his eyes. He kept laughing wildly at Lin Han. Interesting. Interesting. I never thought that there would be someone in the Dahao Chamber of Commerce who would dare to attack me. Good. You're fine. All of you security guards, get to work. Capture this guy. Following Qi Dajuan's loud roar, the security guards in front of him looked at each other and did not take action immediately. This result made Prince Qi look even more gloomy. I'll pay 100,000. Whoever can capture this guy will be given 100,000 on the spot. I, Lord Qi, always keep my word. Qi Dajuan snorted again and took out 10 stacks of cash from his bag. There was unstoppable coldness in his eyes. After he said this, many people around him began to become interested. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. After all, there are still people who are greedy for money. 1, 2, 3. Soon, more than 10 people came forward and surrounded Lin Han. There are security guards and ordinary employees. However, after seeing this scene, the faces of the senior executives in the conference room looked extremely ugly. Har har, just for a mere 100,000 yuan, you dare to attack young Master Lin. Write down all the people who did this, and make them all get out later. Liu Linxing snorted coldly without any politeness. The head of the Human Resources Department naturally had already had this idea in mind, and he immediately nodded and began to organize it. Bang bang. In the surveillance video, Lin Han had already started taking action. Before Liu Linxing could start making phone calls to give orders, the people who had attacked Lin Han had already fallen to the ground and were wailing. Such a scene shocked everyone in the conference room again. Is Mr. Lin so powerful? It is indeed young Master Lin. A man like Lord Qi must be dealt with by young Master Lin. Har ha har ha, I don't have the bad feelings towards Mr. Xiao Lin anymore. Yeah, he just took the position of president, but he didn't change our current situation, and he didn't even interfere in our affairs. Now he is helping us solve our problems again. Where can we find such a boss? I firmly believe in Mr. Lin. What Lin Han didn't know was that because of his actions, he had unknowingly gained the support of quite a few senior executives. Watching Lin Han walking towards him again step by step. A cold light flashed in Qi Dajuan's eyes, and he shouted again, "What do you want to do? My grandfather is a veteran of the Dahao Chamber of Commerce. Even Mr. Liu can't do anything to me. If you dare to touch me, I will definitely make you pay the price." Bang! As soon as Lord Qi finished speaking, Lin Han slapped him in the face. Don't use your grandfather to scare me. I'm telling you, today you and I, Lin Han, are determined. Bang bang bang. Lin Han didn't care and slapped Qi Dajuan in the face again and again. In such a short time, Lord Qi's face was actually swollen. Not only that, but 2 big teeth were also pulled out. Such a brutal scene caused the surroundings to fall into silence. Everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes. No one expected that the young man in front of them would be so cruel. Even though he knew the identity of Lord Qi, he still acted regardless. Who is he? From time to time, some people rushed towards Lin Han, shouting words to protect Qi Xiao. It can be seen that these people all want to be the lackeys of Lord Qi. But with their strength, how could they possibly pose a threat to Lin Han? Soon, a large group of people were lying in the corridor. Lin Han clapped his hands, grabbed Qi Daruan's hair and chuckled. Are you more awake now? If I find you running wild in the Dahao Chamber of Commerce again, I will beat you up every time I see you. Next time it won't be your 2 teeth, it will be your 2 legs. By the way, you are welcome to come and seek revenge anytime. I'll be waiting for you here. Chapter 32, Get Out of the Way. Here comes Mr. Qi. Feeling the cold breath on Lin Han, Lord Qi gritted his teeth in hatred and said nothing. No matter how arrogant he was, he knew that he was no match for Lin Han. It's better for me to be honest now. Well, get out of here. As soon as Lin Han finished speaking, Lord Qi did not hesitate at all. He stumbled towards the elevator. However, just as the elevator door was about to close, Qi Daruan yelled at Lin Han with a gloomy face. Boy, this matter is not over yet. If you have the guts, just wait here. If I don't kill you today, I won't be called Lord Qi. Depend on. Qi Daruan's cursing gradually disappeared as the elevator went down. The colleagues from the Ministry of Commerce around him were still staring at Lin Han with wide eyes. There was admiration, excitement, coldness, and excitement in his expression. Next time you face Lord Qi, don't be afraid of him. Just clean it up if necessary. Come to me if there are any consequences. I will make sure you are fine. By the way, my name is Lin Han. I work on the top floor. After Lin Han finished speaking, he also disappeared from everyone's sight. Crash. As soon as Lin Han left, the crowd exploded again. Lin Han. He's so handsome. Who exactly is Lin Han? He doesn't seem to be afraid of Lord Qi's revenge at all. He just said that he works on the top floor? But isn't that the office of the president and vice president? Is he Mr. Liu's secretary? Who knows? Anyway, this kind of thing is not something we can get involved in. It's enough for Lord Qi to leave. We can have a few days of peace. As everyone was talking, they shook their heads and returned to their work to clean up. When Lin Han returned to the conference room again, applause suddenly rang out. Looking at the excited and relieved expressions of the senior executives in front of him, Lin Han knew that he had just done the right thing. Lin Han pressed his hand and chuckled to everyone, I should have dealt with this matter a long time ago. It's just that I just recently came to the Magic City, and I'm not familiar with many things. If there is anything I don't understand in the future, please forgive me. I, Lin Han, still say the same thing. Leave professional matters to professionals. I don't understand business management or anything like that. As long as the company is running smoothly, I won't change anything. But there is one thing I will never allow someone like Lord Qi to appear again. Good. Lin Han's words once again caused cheers from the crowd and applause rang out again. It can be seen that everyone is very satisfied with Lin Han's first fire. Boss Lin, given Lord Qi's character, he will definitely not let this go. Looking at the way he just left, he must have gone to invite Elder Qi. Old Qi is very protective of his grandson. If Old Qi comes later. Facing everyone's concerns, Lin Han chuckled again and said, I said I would solve this matter, and I will solve it to the end. If Elder Qi comes, I will naturally take care of him. You don't need to worry about that. With Lin Han's assurance, everyone felt relieved again. Next, Liu Linxing began to introduce the senior executives in the conference room to Lin Han. Those who can attend this meeting are basically the top ones in the entire Dahao Chamber of Commerce. Each of them is an important figure even in the Magic City. By the time the introduction was finished, quite a bit of time had passed. Lord Qi should be here soon, right? Lin Han turned his head and looked outside. At this moment, someone saw the footage on the surveillance camera and exclaimed, Mr. Qi is here. Speak of the devil, he will appear. From the surveillance video, we saw Qi Daruan following an old man with a gloomy face. The old man looked to be in his 60s or 70s, but his whole body was extremely strong. As Qi Daruan continued to talk beside him, the old man's face became increasingly uglier. Since you are here, let's solve this matter once and for all. I'll leave after I finish packing. With a light chuckle, Lin Han sat down on the chair. Seeing Lin Han so calm, the senior executives who were originally a little worried stopped moving. Started waiting for Mr. Qi to arrive. Boom! Soon, there was a sound of kicking on the door outside the conference room. Lord Qi was the first to rush in, and he saw Lin Han sitting in the first seat at a glance. However, Lin Han sat in the first seat, and Liu Linxing sat next to him. This look made him stunned. But at this moment, Prince Qi was so angry that he had no energy to think so much. He immediately snorted coldly, pointed at Lin Han and started to curse. Lin Han, I didn't expect you to be so brave. You haven't left yet. Har har, today I want to see how you die. Grandpa, this guy was the one who hit me just now. Outside the meeting room, Mr. Qi walked in with a gloomy face. As soon as he came in, a group of senior executives stood up and greeted him. No thanks. I think you don't take me seriously at all. My grandson was wronged in the Dahao Chamber of Commerce, and you just watched and did nothing. Liu Linxing, do you think I am useless to the Dahao Chamber of Commerce? Faced with Mr. Qi's questioning, everyone's face was filled with bitterness. Subconsciously, he looked at Lin Han, who was in the first place. Lao Qi, why are you so excited? We have our reasons for doing this. Why don't you first listen to the identity of this person? No matter what your identity is, you can't. As soon as Mr. Qi said this, he also noticed Lin Han's position. With a frown on his face, he looked at Liu Linxing with some confusion. Who is this? Mr. Qi, I have heard of your great name a long time ago. At this moment, Lin Han chuckled, stood up and said politely to Mr. Qi. Be polite before using force. If Elder Qi was still willing to give face to his master, he wouldn't mind limiting the matter to Lord Qi. No matter what, Mr. Qi has made great contributions to the Dahao Chamber of Commerce. And he also controls a considerable amount of resources. It is best not to turn against someone if you can avoid it. My name is Lin Han. I just took over as the president of Dahao Chamber of Commerce. Lin Han's words made old Qi's head buzz. Soon he looked at Lin Han with wide eyes and asked in shock, are you the disciple of that person? That's right, Ling Suzy is my master. Lin Han nodded and admitted it without any hesitation. What a crap master-disciple relationship. Grandpa, quickly get your people to come over and give Lin Han a beating. Then I will ban him from the Magic City. I will make sure he can't stay in the Magic City. Of course, Prince Qi was not very clear about what was going on among the older generation. He only knew that he had suffered a loss in front of Lin Han, and now he wanted to get it back. But just after he finished speaking, a bright red slap mark appeared on his face. The one who took action was his grandfather, who always protected him. Mr. Qi. Chapter 33. Qi Lao bows his head. The sudden scene made the whole audience quiet again. Everyone's eyes flashed and kept turning towards old Qi and Lin Han. It seems that General Lin's previous confidence was not unfounded. Even a veteran and meritorious official like Mr. Qi had to give face to General Lin. For a moment, there was a hint of doubt in everyone's eyes when they looked at Lin Han. Grandpa, why did you hit me? Shouldn't you beat up that Lin Han? I was just beaten up by Lin Han. At this moment, Lord Qi looked at old Qi with a look of surprise and doubt. From his expression, he never expected that old Qi would attack him. Snort. Look at the trouble you've caused. I've already told you to be more restrained. You are not afraid. Go over there now and apologize to Master Lin. Wow. The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone looked at Mr. Qi with wide eyes. Old Qi actually called Lin Han young Master Lin, which can also be seen from his attitude. Mr. Qi also respects Lin Han very much. Grandpa, why? Prince Qi didn't quite understand and looked unwilling. Why? Just go when you're told to. Go over there and kowtow and apologize to Master Lin. And you are not allowed to come to Dahao Group to act wildly again. If I find you again, not only will I break your legs, but I will also kick you out of the Qi family. Old Qi snorted coldly. As he spoke, he pulled Qi Daruan and walked towards Lin Han. After coming in front of Lin Han, old Qi did not hesitate at all. He kicked Qi Daruan on the leg. Plop. In full view of everyone, Lord Qi knelt down in front of Lin Han. Mr. Lin, it was indeed my fault for not disciplining him properly before. As a result, Lord Qi did many things that offended the public in the Dahao Chamber of Commerce. I am also responsible for this matter, and I want to express my apology. From now on, I will give up half of my shares. I hope Master Lin can forgive our Qi family. Buzz. As soon as Mr. Qi finished speaking, everyone's heads began to buzz again. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, their expressions filled with uncontrollable horror. In order to gain Lin Han's forgiveness, Mr. Qi actually wanted to give up his shares. This directly affects his interests. The fact that Lin Han could get Elder Qi to do this is enough to show how powerful Lin Han's background is. Who exactly is Lin Han's master? Although everyone was confused by Mr. Qi's actions, they looked at Lin Han again. But it brought about a deep fear. This Mr. Kobayashi is really not that simple. Lin Han was also a little surprised that Mr. Qi would actually say such a thing. His eyes flickered and he chuckled, "Mr. Qi, you're too polite." The development of Dahao Chamber of Commerce today is inseparable from the contribution of Mr. Qi. As your grandson, it's normal for Lord Qi to have some privileges. But the bad thing is that he is too arrogant and has already aroused public anger. I don't think you, Mr. Qi, will deny this, right? There is no need to withdraw the shares, but there must still be appropriate punishment. I heard that Lord Qi has a Xiao group, which should have risen with the help of the Dahao Chamber of Commerce, right? Just let the Dahao Chamber of Commerce take it and give you dividends every year, so that Lord Qi can live peacefully at home in his old age. Lin Han's decision made Mr. Qi feel relieved. There was a hint of gratitude in his eyes as he looked at Lin Han. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will never forget this kindness. Having said that, old Qi turned around and glared at Qi Daruan, who was still in a daze. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you apologize to Master Lin? You useless thing, if it weren't for you, how could there be such a big trouble? Seeing that old Qi was not joking, Lord Qi finally realized that he had provoked someone he should not mess with. There was a flash of fear in his eyes, without any hesitation. He kowtowed to Lin Han and apologized. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I was blind and bumped into you before. I promise that I will never come to Dahao Chamber of Commerce again. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for giving me a chance to correct my mistakes. I will never be so arrogant again. Although Lord Qi apologized under the pressure of old Qi, it was already satisfactory enough for Lin Han. After a light laugh, Lin Han waved his hand and said, "All right, let's end this matter today. But if something like this happens again in the future, I think you should know the consequences." Old Qi nodded, turned around and said to Liu Linxing with a smile, "Old Liu, I'll go back and take care of my grandson first. We'll get together again sometime in the future." After saying that, he pulled Qi Daruan and walked outside without looking back. After leaving the meeting room, Prince Hu Qi's eyes flickered as he asked old Qi, "Grandpa, who exactly is that Lin Han? Who? Har har, do you know what kind of existence you have provoked this time?" Mr. Qi is still filled with anger and depression. The person behind him can destroy my Qi family with just a flick of his finger. Do you really think that I have contributed much to the development of Dahao Chamber of Commerce? In short, just remember. Since Dahao Chamber of Commerce belongs to Lin Han now, it will belong to Lin Han for the rest of your life. If you see him again, stay away from him. Also, you should be confined to your home from now on. I think you have become more and more arrogant recently. Lord Qi opened his eyes wide, still digesting what old man Qi had just said. This was his first time to come into contact with a person of this level, and he was truly shocked. In the conference room, everyone came to their senses and looked at Lin Han again. He no longer had any dissatisfaction at all. After all, he was a person who could easily suppress old Qi. How could they possibly offend? For a moment, everyone was congratulating Lin Han on taking the position of president. No more dissatisfaction. After Lin Han exchanged some polite words with everyone, he did not stay for long. He immediately stood up and left the Dahao Chamber of Commerce. But before leaving, Lin Han specifically reminded everyone. He asked them to keep his identity a secret, as he didn't want to make a big fuss. It's better to keep a low profile. Although everyone didn't know what Lin Han meant, they still nodded and agreed. It was afternoon at this time, and Lin Han left the Dahao Chamber of Commerce and was about to head towards the Su family. However, when he was halfway there, he was stopped by several figures. "Are you Lin Han?" "It's me, who are you?" Looking at the several strong men in front of him. Lin Han raised his eyebrows and asked them. Our boss invites you, get in the car. The burly man in front of him didn't show any courtesy and just waved his hand to open the car door. We are from the Black Tiger Society. Seeing Lin Han standing there in a daze, the burly man added another sentence. Chapter 34 Meeting Black Tiger. The arrival of the Black Tiger Society surprised Lin Han a little. When he had a conflict with the rich second-generation Zhang Meng before, he did deal with some members of the Black Tiger Society. Moreover, those members of the Black Tiger Society had indeed threatened him at that time. But he didn't expect that these threats were actually true. He thought it was just a harsh remark made by the other party before leaving. Looking at the threats in the eyes of the strong men in front of him, Lin Han chuckled and shook his head. He didn't reject the other party directly. The main reason is that Lin Han is quite interested in this Black Tiger Club. Since the other party has come to my door, I might as well go over and take a look. Anyway, for Lin Han, even if he rejected the other party now, given the character and temperament of this underground force, it is estimated that it will inevitably cause trouble for itself in the future. After thinking this through, Lin Han got into the car without hesitation. Seeing Lin Han's cooperation, the sturdy man in the car was obviously surprised. Then he chuckled and ignored it, driving forward. The car soon stopped in front of a luxurious club. After feeling the shock of the Dahao Chamber of Commerce, Lin Han's reaction to the club in front of him was somewhat mediocre. You'd better be careful what you say next. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences if anything goes wrong. The burly man next to him gave Lin Han some instructions and then strode towards the center of the club. Since it was only afternoon, there were not many people in the club. Under the other party's guidance, Lin Han walked all the way to the third floor. As soon as he arrived on the third floor, cheers instantly caught Lin Han's attention. There was smoke everywhere in front of him, and a large number of strong men were filling it. The deeper he went, the more Lin Han saw an octagonal cage. The entire octagonal cage was very large, and inside it there were two naked strong men fighting with their bare hands. As punches and kicks landed, the cheers from the surroundings became more pronounced. The third floor was filled with an extremely strong hormonal scent. Hit! Hit! Old Wang, you can't do this. I just bet $1,000 on you. If you lose, I won't forgive you. It all depends on Brother Chen. Come on, Brother Chen, give him another punch. Lin Han walked along, looking around constantly. The sturdy man who brought him here quickly walked up to a big man with a beard. He whispered, Brother Hu, the people are here. After hearing what his younger brother said, He Hu turned around and glanced at Lin Han behind him. Then a smile flashed in his eyes and he said, Wait a minute, let's finish watching this game first. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Lin Han and looked at the octagonal cage in front of him again. The fight in the octagon has reached a white-hot stage, and it looks like the winner will be decided soon. The cheers and encouragements around became more and more intense. Of course, in Lin Han's eyes, the fight between these two people was just a game. Not the slightest interest in him. What he was more interested in now was why Black Tiger suddenly called him over. Could it be because I beat up his little brother before? If that was the case, his reaction now wouldn't seem like he was coming for revenge. But for Lin Han, he has nothing to do now. It's good to just watch the fun. Bang bang. The punches and kicks in the octagonal cage were extremely sharp. The two men spat out blood and pounced forward again with ferocious looks. About 2 or 3 minutes later, a strong man was finally knocked down. The cheers from all around rang out again. He Hu also had a smile on his face and he stretched out his hand and threw 20,000 yuan onto the stage. Then he stood up, clapped his hands and said, Everyone, be quiet. Thump thump. In the third floor, which was originally a little dim, several beams of light suddenly appeared and shone towards Black Tiger. All the younger brothers who were cheering turned their heads and looked towards Black Tiger. Do you guys still remember that a few days ago, about 20 or 30 of us were defeated by a young man? As He Hu's voice fell, the crowd was in an uproar again. And this protagonist has come to our Black Tiger Club today. To be honest, I didn't quite believe it when I heard the news. After all, who among us in the Black Tiger Society is not a veteran of hundreds of battles? How can ordinary people be our opponents? But the facts are there, and I have to believe it. I asked you to come here today because I wanted to open everyone's eyes. When He Hu said this, his smile became even more intense when he looked at Lin Han. How about it, little brother? Is there anyone interested in a challenge? Let us see your strength. My request is very simple. Go to the octagon and fight my people. If you win, I'll give you 10,000. As long as you can win 5 games, the previous grudge between us will be forgotten. How? Hearing He Jun's words, Lin Han couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He was curious about why the black tiger suddenly called him over, but now it seems that he wanted to see his strength. I have to say that these people from Black Tiger are all very manly, at least judging from their body shapes. Of course, this only applies to ordinary people. 10,000 per game. Is there a limit? Lin Han pondered for a moment and chuckled, but what if no one in the audience can match me? Har 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 har. As soon as Lin Han finished speaking, a burst of laughter rang out from the surroundings. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Han's words were simply a joke. Those who can come to the 3rd floor are considered elites in the Black Tiger Society. When dealing with ordinary people, it is no problem to fight 10 at once. For them, no matter how strong Lin Han was, being able to defeat 5 people was already the best he could do. This kid actually made such a bold statement, saying that no one in the audience could be his opponent. Har 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 har, wait until you can defeat one of us. Youth is indeed full of vigor. I haven't seen such an arrogant young man in a long time. Let me be the first one to go on stage. I will let him know what true cruelty is. There was also a hint of smile in He Jun's eyes as they kept flashing. Judging from his appearance, he naturally didn't take Lin Han's words seriously. Defeat these 5 people first. 10,000 per game, winner takes it all. Go on stage. He Jun did not give Lin Han a chance to think. As he spoke, he pushed him into the octagonal cage with one hand. Only after you defeat 5 of them will you be qualified to talk to me. As he spoke, He Jun simply waved his hand. A young man came over carrying a whole cash box. The cash box was opened, and it was filled with densely packed red banknotes. This extremely impactful scene once again caused cheers from the surroundings. Start. Looking at the people around him who couldn't wait to go on stage, Lin Han looked helpless. Before he could react, he went straight onto the stage to fight. But to him, these people were just a warm-up at best. Chapter 35, Stage Challenge. Looking at the excited burly man in front of him, Lin Han chuckled and nodded at him and said, "Okay. Get started." Hey hey. The sturdy man grinned, "I fought so hard to get the chance to go on stage, I'm going to have fun this time." Boy, I can only say that you have offended the wrong person. As he spoke, the sturdy man began to move his hands and feet constantly. Judging from his appearance, he is extremely confident in himself. Various cheers rang out again around. From their shouting, it can be heard that everyone thinks that the strong man can easily defeat Lin Han. Faced with this scene, Lin Han always had a smile on his face. He just stood there with his arms crossed, watching the strong man move his arms and legs. Such a look made He Jun raise his eyebrows, and a playful smile appeared in his eyes. Looking at this kid's appearance, he does have some confidence in himself. I hope he won't let me down. Thinking of this, He Jun chuckled and said to Lin Han in the octagonal cage, "Your name is Lin Han, right? Once you're in the octagon, you can start fighting at any time, regardless of what your opponent is doing." He Jun thought that Lin Han didn't understand the rules of the octagonal cage, so he started to remind him. However, after hearing his words, Lin Han did not react much. He just nodded to show that he understood, and then continued to watch the burly man in front of him exercise. By the time the other party finished their activity, 2 minutes had passed. Are you ready? He saw the burly man with a ferocious look on his face, ready to attack him. Lin Han couldn't help but sneered. Boy, you are very confident in yourself. Okay, let me see where your confidence lies. The sturdy man roared and pounced towards Lin Han. Bang! But the next moment, his figure flew high into the sky. Then it hit the iron railing next to it heavily. Too weak. Lin Han shook his head and retracted his foot. His eyes were full of calmness. Fuck you. The sturdy man was a little confused and didn't quite believe the result for a moment. Soon he roared and rushed towards Lin Han again. Bang bang. But no matter how many times he rushed forward, he was easily kicked back by Lin Han. After 5 or 6 times, the strong man's mouth was full of blood. After struggling for a few times, I couldn't get up in a short time. There was an uproar all around again. Everyone stared at Lin Han, and it was obvious that they were shocked by Lin Han's strength. The main reason was that Lin Han defeated his opponents too easily, so they didn't see Lin Han's strength at all. Next. At this moment, Lin Han shook his head and shifted his gaze away from the burly man in front of him. He said to those around him with a smile in his eyes. Bang bang bang. The smile in He Jun's eyes became more and more intense at this time. He threw a stack of banknotes onto the stage while clapping. That's interesting, keep going. Lin Han didn't even look at the banknotes at his feet. Just look at the next opponent. The next opponent was even more muscular. As he walked onto the stage, he kept cursing at the strong man who had fallen to the ground. Judging from his appearance, he seemed very dissatisfied with the other party's performance. 3 moves. I'll take you down in 3 moves. With a sinister laugh, this time he didn't give Lin Han any time to prepare. As he spoke, he punched Lin Han hard. His fist was extremely powerful. If an ordinary person were hit by it, he would probably break several ribs on the spot. However, Lin Han did not dodge or evade his attack. Instead, he punched him in the same way. Seeing this, discussions arose again. This kid is finished. Har har har, if he dodges this attack I can still say he has a chance of winning. But we know very well how powerful Fifth Brother's fist is. His hand must be crippled. Bang! Before the discussion had even died down, the two men's fists slammed together. Snap! Only the sound of a bone breaking was heard. Then, in the shocked gaze of everyone, they called out to the fifth brother who had a very heavy fist. His face suddenly became hideous and painful. Arr! The fifth brother covered his arms and wailed continuously. It seems that his arm is disabled. Hurry up and send him to the hospital. He's quite strong but still far from enough for me. Lin Han waved his hand and signaled to the people around him, next. The noises around gradually became quieter. Everyone looked at Lin Han with a solemn look in their eyes. No matter how stupid they were, after 2 battles they could naturally see that Lin Han's strength was definitely not that simple. As everyone's eyes flickered, no one came on the court for a short period of time. Such an action made He Jun's face darken. There are hundreds of men on the entire 3rd floor. Among hundreds of younger brothers, not one of them challenged Lin Han. If this matter gets out, how can we maintain our reputation as the #1 underground force in Shanghai? Snort. Thinking of this, He Jun snorted coldly, took out a stack of money and threw it into the octagonal cage. There are still 3 of them. I don't want to see him continue to stand in the octagon. Whoever beats this guy will get double the reward. As He Jun's voice fell, the crowd who had been hesitant at first became agitated again. Whoosh! Another man rushed forward into the octagonal cage, but this time there was a hint of solemnity in his eyes as he looked at Lin Han. Bring it on. Lin Han's expression remained calm and he didn't pay any attention to He Jun's face. He chuckled, but this time he took the initiative to attack. Bang bang. The opponent still didn't last more than 10 seconds in Lin Han's hands, and he lay on the ground wailing, unable to get up for a short time. Continue. Bang bang. As 2 more figures fell to the ground, all 5 opponents were defeated by Lin Han. Even up to now, Lin Han didn't even take a breath. This result made He Jun laugh so hard that he was so angry. Interesting. It seems that those trash before were not too exaggerated. You do have some skills. I'm impressed by your strength, come and join me. With your strength, I promise that you will have a good life in the Magic City and no one will dare to attack you again. Faced with the olive branch thrown by He Jun, Lin Han smiled without thinking. Boss Black Tiger, do you still mean what you said before? I'll give you 10,000 for every person I defeat. No upper limit. He Jun didn't expect Lin Han to ask such a question, and was stunned for a moment. With his eyes narrowed, he sneered and nodded, okay. Since you want to play, I will let my people play with you. I said, no upper limit. How many people can you defeat? I will give you as much money as you can. But I have a condition now. If you lose a game, you have to follow me. Lin Han raised his eyebrows and a smile flashed in his eyes again. What if there is no one in the field who can match me? Lin Han's attitude made He Jun extremely angry. He immediately snorted and said again, then I will follow you. Chapter 36. Let us continue. It's a deal. Come on. Keep going. Lin Han took a look at the 50,000 yuan in front of him. He also knew that the money given by He Jun should not be enough for these people to take risks. It would also be a good thing if he could take this opportunity to subdue the black tiger directly. Thinking of this, the smile on Lin Han's lips became more intense. He pointed at the cash in front of him and said, "Whoever can beat me, the money in front of you will also be yours. Everyone gets one chance. Also, every 10,000 yuan I win from each game will also be accumulated. Whether you can get this money depends on your own ability." Crash. Lin Han's words surprised everyone for a moment, and suddenly everyone's eyes flashed with excitement. There are 50,000 yuan in front of Lin Han alone, and if he is defeated, he will have more money given by He Jun. It's about 70,000 or 80,000. Besides, whoever can defeat Lin Han now will become famous. Few people can resist the temptation of gaining both fame and fortune. Soon the people around started to get agitated. One figure after another rushed into the octagonal cage. Lin Han was equally not polite in the face of this scene. He kept attacking and kicked all these people out. 1. 5. 10. 50. In just over an hour, more than half of the people had fallen at Lin Han's hands. At this time, everyone finally woke up. Lin Han's strength is definitely much stronger than theirs. You know, Lin Han has been enduring a series of battles until now. After more than 50 rounds of fighting, if it were anyone else, their physical strength would have been exhausted after just a few rounds. But at this moment, Lin Han still looked like he hadn't even taken a breath. This Lin Han's strength is too terrifying. Hiss, I think we are no match for them. What should we do now? Are we really going to watch ourselves lose? If we really lose, will the boss really follow that kid? Don't talk nonsense. He Jun could naturally hear the whispers of the disciples around him. At this time, his face was also extremely gloomy. Seeing that no younger brother dared to go on stage again in a short period of time, He Jun snorted coldly and stood up. A bunch of rubbish. Lin Han, your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. But I, Black Tiger, have come this far and have achieved my current position by fighting one battle after another with my fists. I admit that you are very powerful, but it is still a bit of a dream to think that you can take down the Black Tiger Society. As he spoke, He Jun strode towards the octagonal cage. Brother Tiger, come on. Brother Tiger, kill him. Brother Tiger, we believe in you. When the members of the Black Tiger Club saw Black Tiger come on stage, they cheered and encouraged each other. For them, it was impossible to defeat Lin Han with their strength. But Black Tiger hasn't made any move yet. If they had 100% confidence in Black Tiger before. But now, only verbal support remains. I still feel a little uneasy inside. If you lose this battle, will you and the Black Tiger Society follow me? You said it, you won't cheat, right? Looking at the gloomy Black Tiger in front of him, Lin Han chuckled and teased him. Humph. My words are as good as spilled water. I won't go back on my word. But if you lose, not only will I make you bow your head in public, but you will also have to follow me. The other money. Without waiting for He Jun to finish, Lin Han waved his hand and said with a smile, I have no interest in this money. It's just a few 100,000. If you can beat me, I will agree to any condition you ask. Of course, Lin Han has this confidence. Because he didn't think that Black Tiger would be his opponent. Bring it on. When He Jun saw Lin Han being so frank, he snorted coldly again. As the two fists were clenched, a crackling sound was heard. It sounds extremely terrifying. Drink. The Black Tiger narrowed his eyes and stepped forward with one foot. His whole body rushed towards Lin Han like a whirlwind. And when he was fighting, his punches and kicks were methodical. Such a scene made Lin Han raise his eyebrows. A trainer. Although he was a little surprised, it was not enough to scare Lin Han. That's right, those ordinary people are too easy for me. I hope you can give me some pressure. Lin Han sneered, turned his body slightly and dodged the opponent's attack. Not only that, we should take advantage of the time when the Black Tiger's old strength has not yet been exhausted and its new strength has not yet been generated. He even kicked him in the waist. Plop. The Black Tiger staggered if it weren't for the bars of the octagonal cage in front of him. He might have fallen down just now. Damn it. He suffered a loss in the first fight, which made He Jun curse loudly. Then he turned around and rushed towards Lin Han again. Good strength, enough power. It's just that my skills are a little lacking. It's completely enough to deal with ordinary people, but it's still far from enough to take advantage of me. While Lin Han was taking action, he began to evaluate He Jun. This move is too superficial. There is a flaw in your fist. And here, it would be better if you hold back a little. Here. Here. Lin Han was so excited that he started teaching He Jun unknowingly. At first, He Jun didn't take Lin Han's words seriously. However, as Lin Han continued to explain in depth, he was shocked to discover what Lin Han mentioned about his own weaknesses was also accurate. He also tried to make improvements according to what Lin Han said, and his strength indeed improved a lot. And Black Tiger also discovered it. With Lin Han's strength, he could have taken me down long ago. But precisely because he was teaching himself, he was holding back. As soon as this thought came to mind, He Jun's heart suddenly felt strange. However, he didn't have time to think about these things at the moment, according to the weaknesses that Lin Han kept mentioning. Start to improve. After just half an hour, He Jun felt that his strength had increased by at least 30%. And there are still quite a few areas that I have not improved or perfected. In this way, after he is familiar with everything as Lin Han said before, his strength can be further increased. After thinking about this clearly, I looked at Lin Han's relaxed appearance throughout the whole process. Black Tiger's eyes kept flashing, and a hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's all. After being forced back by Lin Han, the Black Tiger suddenly stopped. He clasped his fists towards Lin Han, his expression full of respect and solemnity. Mr. Lin is righteous. I lost this battle. I accept my defeat with all my heart. Seeing He Jun's move, Lin Han raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Don't fight anymore. No more fighting. Even if I study for another 10 years, I'm afraid I won't be a match for Mr. Lin. From now on, all members of the Black Tiger Society will follow Mr. Lin." He Jun gritted his teeth and uttered some shocking words. Chapter 37, Eat the food and be soft-hearted. The reason why He Jun did not cheat was that he certainly had his own little thoughts. On the one hand, he had boasted before, so if he cheated, would he still have the reputation? Besides, his personality is that he dares to love and hate, and he has never been a person who likes to play tricks. Otherwise, it would be because of Lin Han's previous attack on his people. He had already sent people to continue to retaliate against Lin Han. Instead of inviting Lin Han over, he showed his appreciation for his talent. For someone like him who has worked his way up from the bottom, it's natural that he has an inexplicable admiration for strength. Secondly, given the strength Lin Han has demonstrated, it is impossible to say that he has no background. Although the Black Tiger Society has now become the top underground force in the Magic City. But the underground is lower than the city after all, and it is impossible to see the light without a background. Over the years, he had tried to attach himself to and get close to those aristocratic families. But those noble families would never even look at me. Now that he has such an opportunity, he also wants to seize it firmly. Maybe this is the chance for Black Tiger to change. Thinking of this, He Jun lowered his body even lower in front of Lin Han. It's so quiet all around. Everyone stared at Lin Han with eyes wide open. They never thought that He Jun would actually make Lin Han lower his head. And they could also hear it from Black Tiger's words. Did He Jun surrender to Lin Han? This is the Black Tiger Society that he built. Brother Tiger, think twice. Yes, you built the Black Tiger Society yourself. How can you let an outsider take advantage of it? Lin Han's strength is indeed very strong, but there is no need to go this far. He Jun certainly knew what everyone was thinking, but he had made up his mind. Nature cannot be changed easily. He snorted coldly and turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone, bow to Mr. Lin. From now on, Black Tiger will follow Mr. Lin's lead." Although everyone was dissatisfied in their hearts, they could only follow He Jun and bow their heads in the face of this scene. Crash. Looking at the Black Tiger Society in front of him, Lin Han felt helpless. I had only said it casually before, but I didn't expect He Jun to take it seriously. However, if he could subdue the Black Tiger Society, it would be a good result. I have just arrived in the Magic City, although I have the help of the Dahao Chamber of Commerce. But the Dahao Chamber of Commerce is more about capital and connections. There are many things that are also inconvenient for them to do. But it's different with the Black Tiger Society. The existence of the Black Tiger Society can alleviate a lot of his troubles. After thinking this through, Lin Han couldn't help but chuckle. He stepped forward, helped He Jun up and said with a smile, "Okay. See, you're not playing dirty, you look like a real man. Since you are willing to follow me, I will not let you suffer any loss by following me." Having said that, Lin Han turned his head and took a look at the money in the octagonal cage. Let's divide this money among the brothers first. Shall we find a place to discuss the next matter in detail? As Lin Han's voice fell, the resentment that was originally in the hearts of the people suddenly dissipated a lot. No matter what, they did accept Lin Han's money. It is a good thing to be merciful when one receives favors from others. Under the leadership of He Jun, the two soon arrived at an office. As soon as Lin Han sat down, he spoke directly. Although you surrender to me, I know you are a little worried in your heart. Don't worry, the Black Tiger Club will still be yours. As long as you do your job well and don't betray me, I promise that Black Tiger will be better in the future than it is now. First, tell me about the current industry of the Black Tiger Society and your ideas. Since He Jun has already decided to surrender to Lin Han, he won't think too much at this time. He immediately nodded and began to tell Lin Han. Most of the Black Tiger Society's businesses are currently considered grey industries. In sand mines, nightclubs, bars and more. But because we are an underground force, the overall industry cannot develop. The major families also look down on us too much and don't take us seriously at all. It's just that they'll occasionally give us some benefits when we need it. When He Jun said this, a hint of bitterness appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looks very helpless and unwilling. I have tried several times to transform myself, but it is not a long-term solution. But those noble families simply don't give me this opportunity. If possible, I want to step onto the stage formally. He Jun's words did not surprise Lin Han. After all, Lin Han had previously guessed the reason why Black Tiger surrendered to him so readily. Naturally, I have some requests for myself. I already know about what you are talking about. But it is not easy for the Black Tiger Society to transform. You also know why I accepted you. I am impressed by the strength of your Black Tiger Society. If you transform directly, then what use do I have for you? Lin Han's words made He Jun jump. But soon Lin Han's voice sounded again. But you don't have to worry. Since you're following me, I will definitely not let anything happen to you. Isn't the reason you want to transform because you feel insecure? I can give you that sense of security. Having said that, Lin Han's smile became more intense. I can tell you one thing right now. I'm the president of the Dahao Chamber of Commerce. I think you can rest assured now, right? Buzz. Lin Han's words made He Jun's head buzz. Of course, he knew very well how powerful the Dahao Chamber of Commerce was. This is the real giant in the entire Magic City. A noble family that usually acts high and mighty in front of me. When facing the Dahao Chamber of Commerce, they can only bow their heads. Now tell me, the young man in front of me is actually the president of Dahao Chamber of Commerce. His first thought was disbelief. This is just too much bullshit. Of course, Lin Han could see the doubt in He Jun's heart, and he chuckled again and asked, have you met Liu Linxing? I've seen him on TV, and I've also seen him in person from a distance at events before. After hearing He Jun's answer, Lin Han made a video call to Liu Linxing without hesitation. Mr. Lin, what do you want me to do? Liu Linxing's respectful voice sounded instantly. Uncle Liu, do you know the Black Tiger Society in the Magic City? After hearing Lin Han's voice, Liu Linxing's face instantly became gloomy. I've heard of it. Could it be that they have offended you? That's not the case. Lin Han was afraid that the other party would misunderstand him, so he quickly explained. That's how it is. From now on, the Black Tiger Society will be our own force. It's okay, take care of it. After hearing Lin Han's words, Liu Linxing breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, this is just a small matter. I just need to say hello. Lin Han introduced Black Tiger to Liu Linxing again. After the call was hung up, He Jun froze in place. Chapter 38 Black Tiger surrenders. Do you believe it now? After hearing Lin Han's voice, Black Tiger was shocked. When he looked at Lin Han again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. As for this level of my identity, it's enough for you to know it. There's no need to spread it around, right? But even though you have me as your backer, you still have to control the members under you. Don't do those criminal things anymore. If you let me know that my little brother is bullying others, don't blame me for being rude. Of course, we shouldn't be afraid if others bully us. In response to Lin Han's words, He Jun took a deep breath and nodded heavily at him. After Lin Han left the club, He Jun's mind was still a little fuzzy. He never thought that he just wanted to shock Lin Han. By the way, take a look at his strength and conquer him. But the final result was that he was willing to be conquered by the other party. However, when he thought of Lin Han's identity and background, He Jun could no longer conceal his excitement. He strode to the third floor and shouted to the crowd who were talking about it. "Everyone, start now. Mr. Lin Han is our boss. I think you should know what to do when you see Master Lin next time, right? There's no room for negotiation on this matter. Just let it be known to you. In the entire Black Tiger Society, Black Tiger's words are authoritative." Although everyone didn't know why Black Tiger was so respectful to Lin Han. But since the other party said so, they certainly have no problem. At this time, the sky outside was gradually getting dark. Lin Han also wasted a lot of time in the Black Tiger Society. Stretching his waist, Lin Han recalled what happened today. Still a little unreal. I originally had nothing, but in a blink of an eye I have become the president of Dahao Chamber of Commerce. And the largest underground force in the Magic City was also taken into his hands? Now that he has these connections and power, he doesn't need to be afraid at all when facing Li Shan again. Of course, Lin Han had never been afraid of the other party before. It's just that the Li family's revenge is a bit troublesome for him. Now this trouble is no longer a trouble. It seems that I need to go there tomorrow and solve the Su family's troubles first. While thinking, Lin Han quickly returned to the Su family. However, the entire Su family seemed extremely chaotic at this time. As soon as he arrived at the door, Lin Han saw a large number of people coming in and out. Lin Han also saw quite a few people who looked like doctors. What's going on? Such a scene made Lin Han frown, and then he strode inside. There was chaos in the hall, and most of the Su family members had already arrived. Including my second uncle Su Yu, who was also hiding in the crowd. "Lin Han, you're finally back." Aoxue was pacing back and forth anxiously. After seeing Lin Han, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He strode up to Lin Han and grabbed his arm. "Lin Han, something happened to Grandpa. After dinner today, Grandpa suddenly felt unwell. Then he lay down on the bed and never got up again. The doctor has just issued a critical illness notice, and the great doctors that our Su family is close to are also unable to do anything about it." There was a cry in Aoxue's voice. As he spoke, he grabbed Lin Han's arm. "Lin Han, I know you are a good doctor, please save Grandpa." As Aoxue spoke, there was a hint of pleading in her expression. After listening to her explanation, Lin Han couldn't help but frown. Did this happen suddenly? Before this, did Mr. Su have any hidden illness or something? No. Aoxue shook her head with certainty. "My grandfather has always been in good health. And the illness just now was also a sudden onset." "Got it, take me upstairs." Seeing that Lin Han agreed, Aoxue's eyes were full of joy. As he spoke, he was about to pull Lin Han upstairs. But at this moment, the people from the Su family who were around rushed forward and surrounded them. "Aoxue, what are you doing? I want Lin Han to treat my grandfather." Aoxue spoke to everyone without even raising her head. He. A burst of sneers and ridicules suddenly rang out around. "Just him. Aoxue, are you so anxious that you are confused? The genius doctors that our Su family has a good relationship with and the top doctors in major hospitals are all helpless against the old man. What else can Lin Han do? You guys should stop making trouble. This is a critical moment. Maybe the old man will be rescued soon." Faced with everyone's obstruction, Aoxue looked even more anxious. At this moment, Lin Han's chuckle suddenly rang out. "With those pieces of trash, if they could be saved, they would have been saved long ago. I don't have this ability, do you?" As Lin Han spoke, he glanced around with a cold expression. Especially he stayed on Su Yu in the crowd for a few more seconds. Facing Lin Han's gaze, Su Yu seemed to be feeling guilty and avoided it. This scene gave Lin Han a look of profound meaning, but he did not point it out directly. "Lin Han, this is the Su family. You are just a live-in son-in-law. Besides, you haven't even officially entered the family yet." "That's right. A son-in-law who hasn't even married yet is so arrogant. What will happen if you really enter the Su family in the future?" When everyone faced Lin Han's attitude, they started to accuse him directly. But facing the questioning of the crowd, Lin Han sneered again. "Don't forget who won the medical skills competition a few days ago. Besides, you all know that I am a good doctor. The old man is critically ill again, and you are here to stop him. What is your intention?" Could it be that something happened to the old man suddenly? Is it related to you? Who doesn't he know how to put labels on others? As soon as Lin Han opened his mouth, a huge hat of harming the old man was put on him. After hearing his words, everyone's face changed. They all retreated to the rear, obviously not wanting to be involved in this matter. Snort. Although I'm not officially here yet, I'm at least the grandson-in-law acknowledged by the old man himself. You'd better let me know that this matter has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Having said that, Lin Han turned around and looked at Aoxue again. Let's go. Lin Han's performance made Aoxue feel full of security. It's not like she hadn't thought about going in to see her grandfather just now, but was stopped by the Su family. Moreover, they relied on their status as elders to put pressure on her, which made her feel anxious and powerless. Now that Lin Han came over, he started to confront them harshly. This action also made Aoxue feel comfortable. Sometimes, it really helps to have a man around. Chapter 39 Poisoning. The people from the Su family around him retreated, and Lin Han snorted coldly. Without hesitation, he took Aoxue upstairs. There were still many people upstairs who wanted to stop it. But when faced with Lin Han's cold gaze, they all shut their mouths. He could only let Lin Han and Aoxue enter the room. The room had been filled with various instruments at some point, and at least 5 or 6 doctors in white coats were busying around. Among them were the 2 Chinese medicine practitioners from the Su family whom Lin Han had met before. But looking at their faces, they all looked a little gloomy. Apparently, the situation is not that good. Aoxue is here. The eldest lady of the Su family is here. As a light cry was heard, many people looked towards Lin Han and the others. How is my grandpa? Aoxue was anxious and strode forward to look at old man Su lying on the bed. Mr. Su was lying quietly on the bed at this time, looking like he was asleep. But his lips were black and his face looked extremely ugly. My breathing became a little weak. Miss, you have to be prepared. The old man's illness is somewhat complicated, and it develops very quickly. We can only do our best with our abilities. At this point, the doctor sighed and shook his head. Judging from his appearance, he was also very pessimistic about the outcome. Seeing this, Aoxue's face turned pale immediately, and her body swayed and she was about to fall backwards. At this time, Lin Han stepped forward and helped him away, and a calm voice suddenly sounded, "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I won't let anything happen to the old man." After saying this, Lin Han turned his gaze and strode towards Grandpa Su. Lin Han's sudden appearance immediately made the surrounding Western doctors frown. Family members should not approach the patient. A bunch of quacks. But just as they finished speaking, Lin Han laughed and sneered, "You can't even tell it's such a simple poisoning. I now reasonably suspect that you have received money from someone and are deliberately trying to harm Mr. Su." Crash. Lin Han's blunt words instantly made everyone around him explode. "What do you mean, young man? You can insult me, but you can't insult my personality. Har har, poisoned. I think you are talking nonsense. Where did this young man come from? How dare you question us? We are the best doctors in the entire Magic City." All of these Western doctors had angry expressions on their faces, but the 2 Chinese doctors just looked at each other. There was no reaction to this. Others have not seen Lin Han take action, but they have seen it. Even when they saw Lin Han coming over just now, they felt relieved. Lin Han's arrival means that there is hope for Mr. Su. After all, Lin Han's strength is much stronger than theirs. They had suggested asking Lin Han to come over before, but on the one hand, the Su family posed a lot of resistance. They were unwilling to entrust such an important matter to Lin Han, and hoped to leave it to such a live-in son-in-law. On the other hand, they didn't have Lin Han's contact information at all. This has been delayed until now. Whether it's poisoned or not, you can tell by looking at it yourself, right? Lin Han sneered, "Luckily I came back quickly. If I had been half an hour later, the old man would have been beyond help. You almost killed me." Lin Han was not too polite and he picked up a silver needle in his hand. He strode forward to old man Su, and then lowered the silver needle in his hand towards his throat. When it was pulled out again, the entire silver needle turned black. Hiss. This is really a sign of poisoning. But who poisoned the old man again? If there is poison in the throat, it means that the poison entered from the mouth. Could it be during dinner? But many people in the Su family have eaten it. These Western doctors were too confident and looked down on Lin Han. When seeing this scene, everyone's face looked extremely ugly. Humph. Even if you are right, Mr. Su was poisoned. But this poison is definitely not an ordinary poison, otherwise we would have found it out long ago. Now what do you say? Lin Han glanced at them, waved his hand, and several silver needles appeared on his fingertips again. If you don't have the ability, just shut up. Save yourself from being embarrassed. You Western doctors are really useless. Lin Han sneered, and then the silver needle in his hand pierced towards Old Su. Originally they wanted to directly retort to Lin Han, but when they saw that Lin Han was in trouble, they also snorted inwardly. I'd like to see what abilities you have. If we fail to rescue Mr. Su, don't blame us for being rude. They had tried various methods long before Lin Han came. Even a few instruments were sent over. But no matter how they checked, they couldn't find out what illness the old man had. Naturally, I don't know where to start. They had also suspected before that they might have been poisoned, but they still hadn't found any related symptoms. Including the two Chinese medicine doctors, after learning that they were poisoned, their faces showed some shame and anger. The silver needles continued to jump in Lin Han's hands, and their whole room gradually became quiet. Because of the doctor's strong request, there was only Aoxue in the room. There is no one from the Su family. Everyone stared with wide eyes as they watched Lin Han take action. Only 3 minutes had passed when Lin Han suddenly shouted. He grabbed Su Lao's arms and lifted him up to sit. Then he started slapping his back. After 7 or 8 palm strikes, Mr. Su's originally pale face suddenly turned red. A mouthful of thick black blood suddenly spurted out. Phew! As the black blood appeared, their whole room was instantly filled with a fishy smell. What did you do? As soon as the Western doctor's voice sounded, Mr. Su, who had been in a coma, opened his eyes dazedly. What happened? Mr. Su, you've been poisoned. I'll detoxify you now. Don't worry, the main toxin has been excreted. I'll clear it for you next, and everything will be fine. Lin Han's steady voice rang in his ears, and then the silver needle began to jump again. Soon another mouthful of dirty blood spurted out. After spurting out 2 mouthfuls of poisonous blood, Mr. Su's expression was obviously much more relaxed. It's all right. The toxins have been eliminated, and I also just expelled the hidden diseases in your body. Now, old man, your health is no worse than that of a man in his 30s or 40s. Lin Han said with a smile on his face as he pulled out the silver needle. The people around looked at Old Su in horror as he got up and walked down the ground. After walking around for a while, his eyes were full of joy. It was not until Western doctors rushed over and checked Mr. Su's body and found that he was indeed fine. When everyone looked at Lin Han again, there was a hint of complexity in their eyes. Chapter 40 There is a traitor. When Lin Han mocked them before, none of them took it seriously. Now seeing Lin Han cure the old man so easily, the group of Western doctors suddenly felt complicated. When they faced Lin Han again, they no longer had the contempt and disdain they had felt before. Everyone has developed respect for Lin Han in their hearts. After all, they had indeed checked out Mr. Su's illness before. At least with their strength, it cannot be cured. The fact that Lin Han can cure them means that Lin Han's strength is stronger than theirs. I have to admit this. Mr. Lin, our attitude was wrong before. We apologize to you. You are the real miracle doctor. Facing the sneers from the Western doctors, Lin Han waved his hand and said, no need to be so polite. You were also concerned about Mr. Su before, which is understandable. The poison in Mr. Su's body is indeed not something that ordinary people can cure. At this point. Having said that, Lin Han turned to look at Old Su, his eyes flashing with a hint of deep meaning. Old Su naturally understood what Lin Han meant. He snorted coldly and nodded at Lin Han. It's interesting that someone would dare to poison me. And it happened during dinner, so it must have been done by a thief. According to Lin Han, this poison is colorless and odorless, and its toxicity is so strong that ordinary people can't handle it at all. It seems that I already have a few candidates in mind. At this point, Su Lao narrowed his eyes, took a breath, and snorted again, leave the rest to me. I would like to ask, who is behind this attack on me? The doctors around saw that Old Su had a gloomy face and seemed ready to take action against the Su family. Everyone stood up very tactfully and said goodbye to Mr. Su. Everyone helped me today, and my Su family will remember your kindness. The benefits afterwards will not be few. Old Su chuckled and saw everyone off. For a moment, only Old Su, Lin Han and Su Aoxue were left in the room. Lin Han saved Mr. Su's life, and Su Aoxue's feelings towards Lin Han became more complicated. She now doesn't know how she feels about Lin Han. But what she was sure of was that she was not as disgusted with Lin Han as before. There is even a subtle dependence. Aoxue, tell me exactly what happened after I was poisoned and fell unconscious. I have a few candidates in mind, but I'm a little undecided at the moment. After hearing what Mr. Su said, Su Aoxue did not delay. Soon he began to tell the story. Lin Han was also listening, and sure enough, his second uncle Su Yu was also listening to Su Aoxue's story. And it seems to be playing a leading role. After hearing this, a hint of coldness appeared on old Su's lips again. I knew that because of the Li family's affairs, the Su family was not a monolithic entity. But I never expected that someone would actually do something to me. It seems that the Su family has been peaceful for too long, so they have forgotten about my wrist. When Mr. Su said this, a hint of hostility flashed across his face. It was not until now that Lin Han felt a coldness and cruelty from the other party that he had never felt before. It seems that the Su family's success is closely related to Old Man Su. Lin Han pondered for a moment, and soon whispered to Su Lao, there is something I have never told you. About my second uncle. Lin Han told Mr. Su directly what he saw when he was assassinated that day. After hearing his words, Mr. Su was not too surprised. Instead, a smile flashed in his eyes. It's not surprising that the second child could do such a thing. I just hope he doesn't go too far. But no matter what, this matter today must be handled properly. The Su family needs to be rectified. Ever since Lin Han entered the Su family, he has encountered a lot of opposition. Coupled with the fact that they have offended Li Shan, the entire Su family can be said to be facing internal and external troubles. This situation gave Mr. Su a headache. But he didn't expect that someone would actually dare to kill him at this critical juncture. If it weren't for Lin Han, I would probably have died. Thinking of this, Old Su turned and looked at Lin Han. Lin Han, old man, I owe you my life. I have to make you my grandson-in-law. Otherwise, I don't know how to repay you in the future. Mr. Su's sudden words made Lin Han smile bitterly. He waved his hand and didn't say much. However, Su Aoxue, who was standing by, felt a little disappointed when she saw that Lin Han did not agree to this. Could it be that Lin Han really has no feelings for me at all? She has been busy with company matters these days and really has no time to communicate with Lin Han. But she did not reject her fiancé Lin Han, which in her opinion meant that she had already agreed. But why didn't Lin Han react at all? Just as Su Aoxue was daydreaming, Old Su snorted again and strode outside. Everyone in the Su family had already gathered outside and just saw all the doctors leave. They naturally heard the old man's words that he had recovered. Everyone looked excited. Of course, there were people in the crowd who looked unhappy. For example, Su Yu. Su Yu never thought that something that had already been confirmed would change again. It seems that this matter is related to Lin Han again. Damn Lin Han, ruining my plans again and again. We must not let him go this time. The old man is coming out. Looking at the old man's condition, he is indeed in good shape. Is the old man really well? That's great. Was it Lin Han who cured him? The surroundings were filled with sounds of excitement and cheer. Su Yu's expression became increasingly uglier among the crowd. His eyes flickered, and I don't know what he was thinking about. It's rare for everyone to get together like this. Now that everyone is here, I just happen to have something to announce. Old Su strode up to the crowd and chuckled. Then he sat down on the sofa. The Su family members gathered in a circle. Mr. Su's words caused everyone to look surprised and suspicious, but no one said anything. I suddenly became ill today, and Lin Han has already found out the cause. I was poisoned during dinner. Crash. The crowd was in an uproar, and looking at their horrified expressions, they seemed surprised by this scene. Someone actually dared to poison the old man. You are really courting death. The old man is the pillar of our Su family. If the old man falls, our Su family will fall. Who is harming our Su family? Old Su's eyes kept scanning the crowd around him, and he glanced at the few people he had suspected before without leaving a trace. I already have an idea in my mind. Now that it has happened, I can't just remain indifferent. So today, we must find this person. To be able to do such a thing without anyone noticing, he must be one of our own.